Good morning, councillors. Please take your seats.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm so sorry to.
Honorable councillors, can we start our meeting, please? Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of the special council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin our special council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you. Your Worship, Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 Committee, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this special council meeting. Honorable councillors, let me, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, express word of condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Presley Chweneyang, popularly known as Cobra or Cobris, who passed away on 27 May 2025 at the age of 40. He rose to prominence when he secured a role on the movie called Tsotsi and the River, and he will be missed by his family, friends, and the acting industry at large. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable councillors, the purpose of this special council meeting is to first debate the 2025-2026 budget speech delivered by the MMC of Finance on the 15th of May 2025, and thereafter to discuss and consider the report on the IDP and METRIF as contained in the agenda. Application for leave of absence, honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned. I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The following councillors have been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Councillor S. Pukujwe, DA, leave. Councillor T. Malosi, Action SA, sick leave. Councillor S. Lelaka, ANC, Family Responsibility. Councillor R. Gerbe, VF Plus, sick leave. Councillor P. Mayor, VF Plus, sick leave. Councillor M. Surgeon, VF Plus, sick leave. Councillor D. Williams Moses, PA, sick leave. Speaker, I've got the councillors requested to arrive late. I've got only one there. Councillor JF Van der Speen, VF Plus, 1 o'clock. Councillors requested to leave early. I've got only one, Councillor Flora Munama, Action SA, by 12 o'clock. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Item C, official notice. There is none. D, unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Ordinary Council to commence immediately after conclusion of the special council meeting. Honorable councillors, please be reminded that we will also have our ordinary council meeting today. Immediately after the conclusion of the special council meeting for the debate on the budget speech and the consideration of the ITP and METREF, and after a short break, and thereafter commence with the ordinary council meeting. To honorable councillors, the month of May is recognized as the Africa Month, and the 25th of May was Africa Day. This is a day used to specifically to celebrate Africa's independence, freedom, and liberation strives from colonial powers. The event commemorates the formation of Organization of African Unit, Africa Unit, which today is known as AU, African Union. Honorable councillors, it is imperative for all Africans to celebrate this day as it reminds us from where we come from and who we are as Africans in this continent. Consideration of the minutes previous council meeting on the 15th May 2025. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the special council of 15th May 2025 for approval. Approved? Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, for all of you to be able to follow the sequence of discussion throughout and participate in this structured way, you should now have the following document in your possession: the MMC for Finance Budget Speech, the reports of the Mayoral Committee from its meeting on the 21st May 2025, Item 1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling of the City of Tshwane 2025-2026 review of the 2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan, and Item 2, Group Financial Services budget of the division of 2025-2026 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the City of Tshwane. Honorable councillors, please remain until the end of the meeting so that we can avoid possible problem with the quorum. Because in order to approve the budget as a supporting vote of a majority of members of the council, i.e. at least 108 assenting vote is required. Now I will call the executive mayor or the MMC for finance to explain the details budget principle and open the debate on the general discussion of the budget.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to the colleagues. The Deputy Executive Mayor will take this one, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning to you, Chief Kekana and his entourage, Chief Matangu and his entourage, and the entire councillors in this August House. Speaker, we have tabled a funded budget, which is as a result of the thorough discussions between our coalition partners, which is the African National Congress, Economic Freedom Fighters, Action SA, AIC, DOP, PA, who doesn't Baiza, ATM, where you belong, Honorable Speaker, PEC of Azania, and Good. The wonderful news, that is the overarching principle of this budget, is that the National Treasury responded with a very economical sentence, and a very scarce sentence said, this budget is credible and realistic. This is something that brings joy to us, and we are excited because the response that we are getting from public participation have us on the same point that this is indeed a credible budget. But because we are not made up, or in our makeup, there's no arrogance. And because the leadership of Dr. Nasipi Moya have demonstrated humility, we are going to open to the opposition parties, which are part of this council, to deposit their view, and in the process will respond appropriately. I then table this discussion, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Honorable councillors, the debate on general and specific issues regarding the Tshwane Integrated Development Plan and the METRIV is now officially open. I propose that approximately 110 minutes be allowed for the debate. Parties have been allocated time proportionally. I will call the speakers according to the agreed list provided by the Chief Whip as required in terms of Section 33(3) of the Rules and Orders. For the sake of correct order, the procedure, I wish to inform you that speakers will be restricted initially to the general discussion and to other specific issues regarding the IDP and the budget. No amendments or any proposal to be approved or recommended will be entertained at this stage. And now I would like to call Councillor Paloi from the ANC. Your 10 minutes starts now. We are on a debate on a budget speech. Say it again. Councillor Paloi is 5 minutes. Yes, that's what I said. I said 10. Yo. Okay, my apologies. And the EFF, I understand that you will allocate your 10 minutes, the whole 10 minutes to Councillor Ratukwan. That I was informed. And Action SA, you'll allocate your 10 minutes to Councillor Mudiba. Which is Tepiso. So those are the corrections that we have on this. Yes, yes, Councillor. Noted, Councillor. Alderman Tennessee, you will share your 10 minutes. Your 10 minutes with Councillor Pesco. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Noted. Councillor, you raised your hand.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Tshwane, South Africa's administration capital.
Sorry, Councillor. Can you allocate 5 minutes, operator, not 3, 5?
10 minutes is fine. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Tshwane, South Africa's administrative capital is home to over 3.3 million residents as per the latest Statistics South Africa report 2023. With a diverse population and an economy that accounts for approximately 15% of Gauteng's GDP, our city faces unique opportunities and formidable challenges. The IDP serves as our strategic compass, aligning resources, policies, and programs to meet the needs of all residents. The 2025-26 review reflects not only our achievements, but also areas requiring urgent attention, reaffirming our commitment to a comprehensive, inclusive approach to urban development. As we assess our developments, it is essential to begin with concrete statistics that illustrate where we stand. According to the latest census data, the population has grown by 2.1% since the last review, reflecting a continuous influx of people drawn to the opportunities our city offers. Speaker, significant progress has been made in our road network, with over 300 kilometers of network roads constructed and 200 kilometers of existing roads rehabilitated. Our efforts have resulted in 20% reduction in traffic congestion in key areas, a notable improvement in service delivery and overall quality of life for our residents. Over the past few months, not 8 months, Speaker, and not 8 years, over the past few months, our administration has been dedicated to addressing the pressing needs of our citizens. We have invested in multiple sectors, including housing, healthcare, and education. In housing, we have completed over 5,000 housing units under the city's affordable housing initiative. And in collaboration with various stakeholders, we anticipate delivering another 8,000 units by 2026. This initiative not only enhances the living condition of our citizens, but also aims to improve dignified housing for those previously marginalized. In healthcare, we have introduced mobile clinics that have serviced over 50,000 residents in under-serviced areas. Our partnership with NGOs has also enhanced community health awareness program, contributing to a 15% increase in immunization rates among children. Our education sector has seen improvements as well. We have collaborated with Provincial Education Department to initiate after-school programs at 100 schools. This program provides tutoring and mentoring to over 10,000 students, aiming to enhance education outcome and reduce dropouts rate. The highlights of our strategic initiative manifest not only in quantitative achievements, but also in qualitative transformation. One of the standout achievements is the implementation of the city's Green Initiative, which aims to promote stability and combat climate change. Under this initiative, we have planted over 50,000 trees across the city and launched an extensive recycling program that has increased waste diversion from landfill by 30%. Additionally, our commitments to create a safer environment has led to the installation of over 1,000 surveillance cameras in high crime areas. This effort has resulted in 20% decrease in crime rates, fostering a sense of security among residents. Speaker, our Tshwane economic development strategy has also gained traction, leading to the establishment of over 1,200 new small businesses within the city. This strategy not only supports job creation, but contributes to economic diversification, empowering communities, and promoting local entrepreneurship. As we table the 2025-2025 review of the 2022-2026 Integration Development Plan, let us reaffirm our commitment to building a city that reflects our shared values and aspirations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baloy. The next speaker is from DA, Councillor Jackie Ace. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Speaker, this budget does not only use the residents of the city of Tshwane as cash cows, but it deepens the systemic hold that the ANC has on poor residents of this country by using the vulnerabilities of the most vulnerable and marginalized communities to feign ANC hero status while feeding ANC patronage. If we start by looking at how residents are being used as cash cows, we see that this budget is introducing a new tax in the form of a city cleansing levy, except that there is a couple of kinks in the story. It is not clear what this cleansing levy will be used for. If you ask the mayoral committee, their response is that it is used for waste dumping sites. But private waste collectors already pay when using dumping grounds. So are we now double charging residents who make use of private waste collectors? On the other hand, this budget document states that the levy is to ensure a cleaner city. However, the same budget document does not increase the funds allocated to actually cleaning the city. As a matter of fact, the Environmental Department is seeing a smaller budget allocation. Thus, regardless of which theory you believe, one thing is clear: it will not result in a cleaner city. What it is doing is introducing a penalty on residents who cannot afford the almost 500 Rand a month waste collection with the city of Tshwane. And now when they look for cheaper alternatives, they will pay a punitive charge of 200 Rand just because they cannot afford to live in this city. Speaker, what is even more concerning than the city penalizing residents who cannot afford services is how this budget systemically makes residents of Tshwane reliant on their ANC capturers who hide their capture behind nice and shiny promises. This budget allocates 20 million Rand to a transactional advisor for energy efficiency at the Pretoria West and Rooibal power plants. A process started by the DA with the purpose to get the city rid of Eskom. But if one reads the fine print of this budget document, you will see that there is no intent to rid the city of Tshwane of Eskom, as there is a 93 cents per kilowatt hour wheeling charge introduced, making it unaffordable for any electricity producer to actually sell electricity in the city of Tshwane. The intent is clear. We want to keep Tshwane dependent on Eskom patronage networks, but let's hide it from the people. The Deputy Executive Mayor in his budget speech celebrated that Ikageng's water woes is over. If you ask the residents of Ikageng, they will tell you this is not true. And if we look at this budget document, we will see that there is no intent of this administration to get water into taps. As the budget for the Water and Sanitation Department's water tankers is more than double that of the original 2024-2025 budget. The intent is clear. We will lie and say we prioritize water and taps, but what we prioritize is keeping people reliant on the water tanker mafia. Similarly, the Deputy Executive Mayor announced with glee that there's almost 40 million Rand of the city's own funds allocated to EPWP jobs. What he failed to say is that the Social Development Department is defunded by 81 million. So this city will give you a job for 6 months while it forgets about your children, the vulnerable, and the elderly. The intent is clear: dismantle the larger social development structures and keep people reliant on 6 months' jobs in return for hopefully an ANC vote. The ANC government disregards our vulnerable communities. And while it says that it looks after the poor, it increases its own patronage by pushing up watchman services feeding funds directly into ANC networks from 307 million in the 2024-2025 budget to 565 million in this budget. The DA rejects the budget as we will not be part of the ANC's systematic oppression of our people, and we shame every person that raised their...
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next speaker. Councillor GK Ratukwane, your 10 minutes starts now. 10 minutes, operator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Chief Kekan and his entourage, fellow councillors and distinguished guests. The Economic Freedom Fighters commends the Finance MMC, Councillor Eugene Modise, for presenting a truly pro-poor budget that directly addresses the long-standing social injustices faced by our impoverished communities in the township and informal settlement. This budget reflects a decisive departure from the neglect of the past administrations and stands as a testament to our commitment to uplift the marginalized and make Tshwane great again. The fully funded budget backed by the National Treasury is a clear signal that the administration is not merely making hollow promises, but taking concrete steps toward transformative change. The approved economic revitalization strategy set to generate 80,000 jobs will soon be a beacon of hope for the youth who are have been long languishing in the shadows of unemployment, substance abuse, and crime. The completion of Bronkhorstspruit water infrastructure project ensuring clean water for Ikageng marks a pivotal moment in restoring the dignity of the neglected communities. The earmarked 98 million for formalization of informal settlement like Merimi in Soshanguve and Iskor in Pretoria West demonstrates our unwavering commitment to improving living conditions for all the residents, no matter their background. Embedded within the Economic Freedom Fighters policy framework is fundamental pillar of expropriation of land without compensation. This principle underscores our belief in rectifying the historic injustices and addressing land ownership disparities, and furthermore ensuring that there is equal redistribution of resources to all South Africans. The EFF promotes expropriation of land without compensation as a means to redress the legacy of colonialism and apartheid, which systematically disposes the indigenous communities of their land rights. By reclaiming the land without the burden of compensation, we strive to demonstrate the ownership, to democratize the ownership of land, promote social economic inclusion, and empower previously marginalized communities with access and also benefit of all the country's natural resources. The policy stance underscores the commitment to creating more and just equitable society where all individuals have equal opportunities and strive in South Africa and the city in particular. Let it be known that the 1.7 billion allocated to emergency services will revitalize the department long neglected and addressing the communities and the staff shortages that have jeopardized the public safety. The allocation of 24-hour clinic pilot project at Oliven Houtbosch signifies the progressive step toward accessible health care with plans to expand this service countrywide. And this forms a part and parcel of the EFF manifesto. One of the key pillars of the EFF policies is to transform and ensure that healthcare is accessible 24 hours in South Africa. We advocate for the establishment of the comprehensive national healthcare insurance system that can guarantee free healthcare services to all citizens. The 24-hour open clinic operation is a step in the right direction, and it enhances access to healthcare beyond the traditional working hours, ensuring that individuals can seek medical assistance at any time of the day or night. We celebrate the commitment of transparency and accountability to all with the allocation of 36 million to group audit and risk, affirming the resolve to combat corruption at every level. The insourcing of security and cleaners along with the expansion of the state-owned fleet echoes our core principles to building the state capacity and reducing the reliance on tenders. Lastly, the provision of recruiting 200 Metro Police officers underscores our dedication to addressing the pressing issues of crime in our community. The stark realities of violence and injustices faced by our people demand immediate action, and we refuse to turn a blind eye on the suffering and communities that are enduring so much crime. Communities such as Soulsville, Soshanguve, and Mamelodi have had enough with crime. The EFF and the partners in government stand united in their commitment to eradicate the social ills and improving the lives of the residents. Through this budget, we are forging the path towards more equitable and just society where individuals will be valued irrespective of their economic standing in the community. Today, we gather to address the pressing financial challenges faced by the city of Tshwane and ensure that we deal with all the problems that have already been highlighted and were exacerbated by the former mayor that led the previous administration, being Mayor Brink, and the DA-led administration. It is disheartening to note that the second consecutive year of the city, receiving a qualified audit report highlighting the mismanagement of financial woes that are plaguing the city of Tshwane. The Auditor General report paints a grim picture of the city's financial state and staggering amounts of unauthorized expenditure and irregularities that have been ballooned and unprecedented within the city. The lack of proper financial oversight and accountability under the previous administration has led to this particular point where we are struggling to retain an unqualified audit opinion. This made this particular city to go very low in terms of ranking, and it has also exacerbated corruption within the city, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is affecting service delivery. It is clear that the challenges, that there is change in leadership, and it is now demonstrated because since we have the new executive mayor, there's been so much change. Our MMCs are busy on the streets. The city is much more cleaner, and we affirm that we are going to continue to run this municipality and ensure that we provide services to the best possible way that we can in the city of Tshwane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, I would like to call Councillor Mudiba from Action SA. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Speaker, Councillor Florik will take 3 minutes and then I'll take the remaining 7 minutes.
Sorry. Councillor Florik, you are not speaking on this item. You are not on it. You were taken out as a debater. So I'm not allowing that. I'm giving the 10 minutes to Councillor Mudiba. No. Your whip came to me. You are not speaking on this. It's only Councillor Mudiba who's speaking on this. You will speak on the item, not on a debate. Thank you very much. Councillor Mudiba, your 10 minutes. Thank you.
No,
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors, and most importantly, the residents of our great city. Speaker, I rise in full support of the 2025-26 medium-term revenue expenditure framework as tabled by the Deputy Executive Mayor. This budget is not just a compliance exercise, it is our plan for inclusive development, service delivery, acceleration, and financial resilience. Speaker, this budget is credible and legislatively compliant budget. This medium-term expenditure framework has been prepared in full compliance with Section 17 of the MFMA and is supported by detailed revenue, expenditure, and capital plans. It aligns with our integrated development plan. It gives lives to the service delivery priorities we have set as a collective. It is a budget that passes both the test of legality and the test of vision. Speaker, this budget is responsible for revenue projection. The city anticipates a revenue envelope of just 53 billion. This includes our own revenue, intergovernmental transfer, and borrowings. The revenue is realistic based on the current economic condition that backed by improved collection mechanism, the updated indigent register, and the active credit control efforts. We acknowledge the majority of revenue coming from service charges, and we are strengthening the social package to protect the vulnerable. This budget ensures we maintain the balance between financial stability, sustainability, and social responsibility. Speaker, supporting growth through expenditure discipline, the operating expenditure is budgeted at over 52 billion, focused on service, continuity, infrastructure, maintenance, and essential administrative capacity. We have prioritized bulk services payments to ESCOM and Water, employee-related costs for critical functions, and contracted services for areas such as refuse removal and fleet operation. This is not excessive spending. It's targeted, prioritized, and necessary to ensure stable and quality of service delivery. Speaker, capital investment building tomorrow's Tshwane. A total of 5.8 billion has been set aside for capital budget. This investment is aimed at water and sanitation infrastructure, energy grid upgrades, road rehabilitation, stormwater improvements, and human settlements. Key projects include upgrades to water treatment plants, informal settlements, electrification, and rollout of bulk infrastructure in high-growth nodes. This is a budget that builds not just infrastructure, but dignity of our people. Speaker, the tariff adjustment are proposed to increase in line with national policy and the input costs from ESCOM and Water. Electricity increases are aligned with NESA determination, while waste and water services reflect inflationary pressure and sustainability concern. But this administration has ensured that indigent households will continue to benefit from free basic services. We are shielding our poorest residents while ensuring that those who can pay can do so fairly. Speaker, this is a pro-poor progressive budget, enabling service delivery through departmental allocation. Utility services, roads and transport, human settlement has been prioritized to deal with high level of urbanization and infrastructure pressure. We are particularly proud that this medium-term expenditure frameworks that deal with electricity supply, sanitation, and informal settlement upgrades. This is a budget that enables departments to deliver on their mandates efficiently. Speaker, governance, accountability, and audit readiness. Speaker, this budget is also designed to support institutional stability and improve audit outcomes. By strengthening our internal control, contract management, and performance reporting system, we are preparing the city for greater oversight and transparency. The Budget Office, in particular, has done a commendable work in improving alignment with Treasury regulations and audit requirements. Speaker, risks are acknowledged and mitigated. We do not claim this is a perfect budget, no budget ever it is, but it is a responsible one. Yes, there are risks, revenue pressures, aging infrastructure, rising input costs, but this budget includes clear mitigation measures from increased capital investment to better project management to enhance stakeholder engagement. Speaker, this budget is rooted in the public participation. Thousands of our residents participated in the IDP and medium-term expenditure framework consultation process. Their voices have been heard, whether in Hammaskral, Centurion, in Soshanguve, or Mamelodi. This budget reflects the needs and aspirations of our communities. It is not a top-down document, it is a people's-driven plan. In conclusion, Speaker, this budget is worth supporting. We support this budget because it is a credible, people-centered, and responsive. We support this budget because it lays a foundation for better service delivery, economic recovery, and social redress. We support this budget because it reflects the values of this government: accountability, transparency, and progress. Let us adopt this budget and get to work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me call the next speaker, which is Alderman Tennyson. Your 5 minutes starts now. Just press it once.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, members of Council and esteemed guests. The VF Plus is of the opinion that the 25-26 budget places an unjust financial burden on our residents, businesses, and property owners. Instead of fostering growth and stability, it prioritizes revenue extraction over ethical governance. It disregards economic realities and fails to uphold financial justice. The new valuation role has caused property values to surge by an average of 24.17%, drastically increasing municipal tax obligations. The city claims to soften the impact by reducing the tariff by 4% and adjusting the threshold from 150 to 250,000. Yet these measures fail to provide meaningful relief to homeowners. With property rates revenue target of 11.19 billion, a 10% increase over the previous year, the burden far exceeds the inflation and economic growth projections. Some property owners now face valuation hikes of 30 to 300% with no effective financial relief. The South African Property Owners Association have, with strong objections, highlighted that this revenue target far exceeds economic growth projections and unfairly penalizes property owners. The VF Plus stands with them, demanding a transparent valuation process that does not unduly harm homeowners and businesses. The controversial city cleaning levy unfairly targets households and businesses that do not rely on municipal waste collection, forcing them to pay for services that they do not have. This levy amounts to double taxation, contradicting the Municipal Finance Management Act, which requires that municipalities' charge reflect actual service usage. Despite objections from AfriForum, the affected businesses, the city refuses to reconsider the charge. AfriForum has indicated legal action, and it is unconstitutional and excessive discretionary power, which could lead to arbitrary enforcement and financial exploitation. The VF Plus demands immediate reconsideration, urging Council to exempt private waste owners and provide full transparency in how the levy is calculated.
Sorry, Councillor, there's a point of order. What's a point of order?
The point of order is that, firstly, we don't have a forum in this council. Secondly, that same AfriForum that is speaking about that wants to take us to court has an MOU with us. So what kind of an MOU of people who takes us to court? They must decide if they want to be outside or with us. We want to work with them, but if they take us to court, what must happen?
Thank you. Continue, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. While the city continues to raise taxes and impose levies, our critical infrastructure is crumbling. Roads are deteriorating, water pipes remain unrepaired, and our electrical grids fail repeatedly, crippling service delivery and hindering business operations. Frequent power outages and water supply failures are not only inconveniences the residents, but are also causing major financial liabilities, restricting businesses' productivity, and causing income losses for the residents as well as for the city. The VF Plus condemns the city's failure to prioritize infrastructure maintenance and demands urgent intervention to prevent it. Excessive spending on procurement issues. The city's BEE-based procurement policies have led to inflated pricing, resulting in unnecessary expenditures rather than cost-effective service delivery. Instead of ensuring transparency and value for money, flawed procurement practices drain municipal resources while failing to improve essential infrastructure. The VF Plus demands urgent procurement reform, ensuring fairness, accountability, and financial efficiency on all public contracts. The city claims that the budget is fully funded, yet its stability is rested on contested revenue sources. If the property valuation increases of the city cleaning levy face successful legal challenges, the city of Tshwane will be forced to cut unnecessary expenditures to compensate to the revenue losses, explore alternative lawful revenue sources instead of excessive taxation, and perform financial policies to comply with the constitutional obligations. In conclusion, Speaker, the budget is flawed, unjust, and unjustifiable. Instead of imposing extreme taxation on unfair levies, the city must prioritize responsible financial management, service delivery, and economic growth. Fairness, accountability, and financial justice must prevail. The VF Plus stands firm in rejecting the 25-26 budget. We call on Council to act responsibly and uphold the interests of the people of Tshwane. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move to Councillor T. Mushidi from ACDP. Your 5 minutes starts now.
I'll wave.
Thank you very much. He's waving. Now I'd like to call Councillor Manyike from AIC. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, colleagues. As a proud African Independent Congress representative and committed coalition partner in this council, I rise today to express our support for the 2025-2026 budget as tabled by the Honorable MMC for Finance, Mr. Eugene Modise. This is a fully funded, pro-poor and service-oriented budget, a clear indication that this coalition is committed to restoring good governance, improving service delivery, and building a city that works for all its people. We commend the following key elements: infrastructure investment. The 2 billion allocated to infrastructure development is a welcome step towards addressing backlogs in water, sanitation, and electricity, especially in underserved areas. Support for informal settlements. The 98 million earmarked for upgrading informal settlement aligned with the AIC's long-standing call for special justice and dignified living conditions for all. Job creation. This budget offers hope to thousands of unemployed youth and families through the expanded public works program and infrastructure projects. Honorable Speaker, the AIC believes in coalition governance that delivers. This budget is a step in the right direction, but let us not rest. Let us work harder together to ensure that every cent spent brings real change to the people of Tshwane. We support this budget and we commit to holding ourselves and our partners accountable for its success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now call Councillor Mohlaseti from COPE. Your 5 minutes starts now.
The name of freedom. Honorable DM, concede me this epoch-making nanosecond to remind the Council about what COPE once said about you. I forewarn the Council and all people of City of Tshwane about the proficiency which is contained in the leadership of His Excellency, the DM. Open your logical eyes and see the current state of the city. The financials of the City of Tshwane have been turned around. City of Tshwane is now a business powerhouse. With the city's good performance, definitely there will be a massive investment rate during the G20 meetings, because these meetings are a good springboard for attracting investment and driving up tourism with the hope of pumping back the money into the city. All thanks to the integrity and potentiality of His Excellency, Comrade Eugene Modise and his team. Let the scholars and authors record the following information.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Continue, councillor.
Let the scholars and authors record the following information today in the books of history. South Africa is so fortunate to have its own Ibrahim Traore in Comrade Eugene. In him, I reckon Thomas Sankara, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrick Lumumba's revolutionary spirits. This is our own Julius Nyerere.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Can we allow the councillor to finish, please? Councillors, can you hold the time, operator? Just hold the time, please. MMC Ramabud, what are you rising on?
No, Speaker, I was asking that you add more time because there was a disruption and we must focus and listen to the speech. I think it's important. There are many issues that we need to take note of.
Thank you.
So please assist us so that there must be a decorum in the House.
Thank you very much. Can you add 1 minute, please? Now you disturbed him. No, it's correct. You disturbed him. You disturbed him. We correct. Add 1 minute, whether you like it or not. Let's continue. Continue, Councillor.
Okay. All thanks to the integrity and potentiality of His Excellency, Comrade Eugene Modise and his team. Let the scholars and authors record the following information today in the book of history. South Africa is so fortunate to have its own Ibrahim Traore in Comrade Eugene. In him, I reckon Thomas Sankara, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrick Lumumba's revolutionary spirit. This is our own Julius Nyerere. The spirit of fighting for his people, especially in the townships, lives in him. We can see by his developments and efforts. As revolutionaries and individuals can be murdered, but you cannot kill ideas. DM, your ideas to uplift this city will live forever because our revolution is not public tournament or the sporting slogans, but is a collective effort by the revolutionaries to transform reality to improve the concrete situation of the masses of the city of Tshwane and of the nation as a whole. Honorable DM, you truly deserve to be lavished with commendations and praise for your tenacity, hard work, and bravery amidst hostilities. Thomas Sankara once said, conceiving a development project without women's participation is like using only 4 fingers when we have 10. So that gives me the opportunity to hail Her Excellency E.M. Dr. Nasipi Moya for forming part of the winning team. This team's efforts and results are the scrumptious dish of Amproshi. This team's efforts and results are the scrumptious dish of Amproshi as the curtain is falling for the current and excellent financial year. The vital signs and that epitomize a healthy functioning city are evidence during your term. Long live Honorable Eugene Modise, long live.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now call Alderman Marishane from the ANC. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The aldermanship is well received before time. Ya re ke thome pele ka o laitse hore ka nnete tshweni a ipone makopo. Ke kwele ba banka kua ba nyaka go thoma o bolela ka taba tša maskrala le ikareng ko Mamelodi tša metsi. Mola ile bona ba re beile mo re leng gona le kholo. While we celebrate our achievements, we must also confront the realities of the challenges we face. The Democratic Alliance-led administration during its time in leadership faced significant criticism that still reverberate within our communities today. One of the major failures observed under the leadership of the DA was stagnation in service delivery, particularly in essential services such as water and sanitation. The city faced numerous water shortages and sanitation crises affecting thousands of residents, in particular in townships. Reports indicated that during their tenure, approximately 30% of residents experienced intermittent water supply issues, a stark reminder of the consequences of underinvestment in water infrastructure. This recurring crisis not only disrupted daily life, but also highlighted an alarming lack of infrastructure investment and maintenance. The inability to address these basic needs undermine public trust and expose the DA's failure to manage a critical component of urban governance effectively. Furthermore, public transport services were inadequately addressed, leading to increased traffic congestion and challenges on a daily to commuters. The failure to properly address these transport concerns resulted in public outcry and lost trust from citizens who relied heavily on these services. The failure to develop and implement comprehensive transport strategy showcased a lack of vision necessary for addressing the complexities of urban mobility. As we move forward, our administration is dedicated to transmitting the lessons learned from the past into the actionable strategies that benefit every resident of Tshwane. We envisage a city that is not merely functional, but one that embodies unity, inclusivity, and progress. To achieve this, we will prioritize community engagement in our decision-making processes and ensure transparency and accountability in our governance. Our goal is to create platforms where residents can voice their concerns, offer suggestions,
and actively participate in shaping the future of our city. Additionally, we commit to continuing our investment in renewable energy sources, aiming for a 50% reduction in our carbon footprint by 2030. This transition to greener energy not only addresses environmental concerns, but also opens avenues to innovation and job creation in the green economy sector. We are also introducing the Smart City Initiative, which aims at leverage technology in enhancing service delivery, improving public safety, and promoting economic growth. By integrating cutting-edge technologies, we seek to make Tshwane a leader in urban innovation and ensure that residents can benefit from the advancement of the 21st century. Let us remind that success of our integrated development plan is not solely measured by statistics and infrastructural projects, but by the lives we touch and the communities we uplift. Together, we have made great strides in a very short space of time, 8 months versus 8 years, to be precise, in fostering a better Tshwane, but the journey is far from over. Speaker, allow me also, as I stand up, in honor of the former councillor of Refilwe in Khanyisa Mine, the protagonist himself, as he says, and I quote, "Since the revolution in October, things have changed for the better in the capital. I mean, service delivery is on another level. The turnaround time has improved massively so. Speaker, the good work that we are doing in Tshwane is also acknowledged by the former TV star, Mokwepa, Kobrizi, as he departs from this world."
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll now call Councillor Mpashele from DOP. What the point of order? Can you press, please?
I'm rising on Rule 38, point of information. So in this municipality, we have rules and we have policy, leave policy. And you don't just do as you want. So when the chief whip was reading the names of the people who have sent apologies, who have listened to that information. But also it's normal that this council will have an early departure and late arrival. The Honorable Brink has arrived late in this council without sending anything to the chief whip. So we want to understand that is how this council must operate. You just wake up in the morning, you go and play tennis, or go and play golf, or go and be absorbed by Twitter, and then when you feel like coming to council, you just come. So we just want you to guide us on that. We are not howling, we are very peaceful.
Okay.
We just want you to take us through the rules. If the rules allow me to come any time in this council without any notice, without following the policies of council.
MNC. Thank you very much. Let me respond. Let me respond by saying, Alderman Brink was here when we opened the meeting. Then wait. Then he left. He was here when the meeting was opened. So that is why there is no leave of apology. He was here, then he left. Thank you so much. I'm not speaking, councillors, I'm not speaking for him. I'm telling as it is. He was here when the council meeting was opened, then he left. Thank you. Councillor Florich. No. Okay, what is the point of order? Are you in a point of order, Councillor Florich? Okay, point of order, Alderman, MMC.
No, Speaker, I think we have to be honest. People come to this council without even the council is open. They just go and spend 2 hours to go and insult us on Twitter there. To go there and do videos because their work is to do those things. So we have to speak about this thing.
MMC.
And it was not raised. All of us, imagine all of us if we can leave this council and go and do videos there.
MMC.
And collapse quorum of council.
MMC. This doesn't happen for the first time. When a councillor will come into council meeting and start the meeting, then in the middle of the meeting, the councillor leave and come back. This is not for the first time. It has been happening. We might say, let it stop, then we can speak for something else. But it has been happening. This is not for the first time. Thank you very much. Councillor Florich.
Speaker, thank you. A point of information. The DA Caucus leader, Julius Brink, was not in the chamber while we were presenting our speeches on the budget, which is very concerning. It seems they just like to listen to their own voices. Thank you.
Councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor Florich. Thank you very much. Councillors, Councillor Fosi. What I'm saying, noted Alderman Malulek. What I'm saying, the councillor was here. Councillors, the councillors was here when the council meeting was opened. For him not to be here when the debate is taking place, that is something else that we can deal with. But to say he was not here, that is not correct. Thank you very much. Alderman Malulek. Councillors, please. You agree with who? I'm calling Councillor Maluleka. He raised his hand. No, I'm not wasting time. I'm calling hands. Are you telling me that when you raise your hand, I mustn't call you? Don't. Councillor Maluleka.
Yeah, well, mine is not working, Speaker, but I want to engage you, if I may, on a point of order that if a matter is brought to your attention, you can't be neutral. You can't be neutral when a transgression is brought to your attention. Therefore, the councillors are begging and bringing a transgression to your attention. That members come into this chamber to participate in the chamber. If they leave, there must be a notice that they are out. There must be an indication. Yeah, unless those chihuahuas, they want my attention, I'm not going to give them. Then the chihuahuas like attention, I'm not going to honor them with attention. Speaker, a matter is brought to your attention. Therefore, yeah, wa para di brela o re ro butlale ne. O ra ro bola ke matlo. We di brela tse o di ra ro bola ke matlo. O na le buku wa tsotso kra grand wena. Then Speaker, we want your ruling. Then a ke sa itse ya no tshwantse ke ire ya no. Ke ire go fa attention. Go fa attention. Ya tradition o ya o tshwanna ne. Speaker, a matter is being brought to your attention. We are requesting that you either bemoan bad behavior and guide us. Well, it's important. You can sit there and all of us will leave. It will be embarrassing. Councillors are not small kids. They are adults. We are paid to be here. Therefore, there can't be that we are here and we are at the malls. We are doing shopping. Therefore, we must be here at all times. Then that matter you are not aware is brought to you.
assist us on how we navigate forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC. Let me say to respond on what you are saying. We will take precaution from now on because this is not happening for the first time. Don't do that. Thank you very much. We will, councillors, we will consider addressing this issue. As I said earlier on, it is not for the first time that it happened, but we will take steps so that we prevent it again. It must never happen again. But for now, let's continue. I heard, and we will deal with it. Thank you so much. Can I then call the DOP speaker, Councillor Mpashele?
Honorable Speaker, Her Worship Mayor Dr. Nasipa Moya, members of the Mayoral Committee.
Councillors. 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 Can we allow the councillor to continue to speak?
This cap is very expensive.
That is not a DOP cap. That is not a political cap.
Very expensive.
That is not a political cap. If it was a political cap, I was going to say he must remove.
I can't put a
Thank you very much. Can you continue, Councillor Mpashele?
Wena o lava poso wena matsebatela o chauke o lava poso wena.
Councillors. 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 Can you continue, Councillor?
Speaker is not Trump. This honorable speaker is not Donald Trump.
Councillor Mpashele, please continue. What is the point of order, Councillor Matsibatile?
Can I continue?
Speaker, we rise on 41-2, decorum of the House. Can the member please respect this House and remove the cap?
No.
If she wants to address this House. Thank you very much.
I'm going to defend things here because of faction.
41-2, Speaker. 41-2.
Councillors, why, before I can respond, why an issue of a cap?
No, Speaker, I'm
It's
raising
an
on the
issue
rules.
today.
On the rules.
Why
not your feelings.
today it's an issue?
Speaker, but I just advise you, rules. Let's be here. Not
No,
feelings.
I'm asking.
Don't
Why?
41-2.
Because caps, they've been word in this house.
Speaker,
You
41-2.
never raise it. Why today?
I'm rising on 41-2, Speaker. Please rule on my point of order.
Councillor, thank you very much. Can you continue with your...
Speaker, rule. Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Please rule on my point of order.
I'm ruling that the councillor is continuing giving the speech.
Okay, can I refer your ruling to
I'm
Musa
ruling
Bekic?
that the councillor is continuing with the speech.
I'm referring your ruling
Thank
to
you
Musa
very
Bekic.
much.
Speaker.
Councillor, please continue.
Speaker, I'm referring you.
Am I audible? Am I audible, Honorable Speaker?
Speaker, are you
Am I
acknowledging?
Councillor Mpashele, may you please continue addressing the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Councillor Matsebatela must note that this cap is very expensive. And And I get say I apark my shubur.
Please, Councillor, continue with your speech.
Asaka para traditional pay 200 rand. Please accept the defenders of the people sincere gratitude to all the progressive forces forming part of the coalition here in Tshwane. The DOP regards the transition from the exclusive and racist DA-led coalition as a significant milestone for the betterment of Tshwane residents. This transition was long overdue, and it happened in the best interest of the residents of Tshwane. On 15 May 2025, the Deputy Mayor, MMC Modise, tabled the budget in this chamber, and he made reference to the Mayor's speech on April 10, 2025, which symbolized teamwork amongst the progressive forces of change ever since November 2024. The DOP wants to state categorically clear that we fully support 100% fully funded budget tabled by MMC Councillor Modise, because it will further strengthen the main objective which we set for ourselves of bringing financial stability to the city. Revenue enhancement strategies implemented so far has yielded positive results. That's why we have the 100% fully funded budget. We appreciate that Roads and Transport Department will receive a significant portion of the budget because it is at the center of service delivery, which our people can see. We acknowledge that there is still a lot to do when it's come to informal settlement and housing for our people, but we believe we are on the right track towards achieving the main objective we set for ourselves. Good government should continue to be the order of the day. Reaspana, Mohumatimeng, Baitapele. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is MMC Mabuta from Good. Your 5 minutes, ma'am, starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, make your colleagues, traditional healers who are here, leaders, fellow councillors, and esteemed residents. Since taking office in October last year, our multi-party coalition government identified 6 priorities to enhance economic growth and improve service delivery. These include financial stability, economic revitalization and infrastructure, equitable service delivery, bylaw enforcement, and community engagement. Saying these is easy, Speaker, but it is in the budget where you can see the truth of the city's good intention to have a funded budget. Even National Treasury attests to the fact that we are having a credible budget. Our budget clearly demonstrates that our government's commitment to the priorities which we have promised the residents. The last year, Speaker, this time, we had 2.8 billion rand deficit. Today, we are in the black. We have paid off more than 1.2 billion rand of our historic debt to ESCOM. International financial agencies are looking more positively at the city of Tshwane, and the GSA is sounding increasingly pleased, Speaker, with the Tshwane more responsible approach to financial management. These achievements are evidence that the recovery of the city of Tshwane is underway. Thanks to each and every resident of Tshwane who had paid their bills or applied to have their prepaid electricity meters installed in their homes, we are calling for more residents to apply for prepaid meters. On behalf of the Good Party, it is a huge honor to be supporting the first fully budget in this year. This is for the first time for almost 5 years that the city administration is not being forced to spend more than it has. On priorities on law enforcement, Speaker, This budget makes allocation for the recruitment of 200 new Tshwane Metro officers. It has been 10 years since the TMPD was given the budget. This means that a decade of police officers retiring or leaving, and no new officers were hired to replace them. Our multi-party commitment to upholding the law means supporting the TMPD with enough resources and people to actually be able to do their job and live in a safe environment. There is a confirmation by the South African City Network, Speaker, that Tshwane is the safest city in the country. On economic revitalization and infrastructure development, as most residents are aware, Speaker, the Council has adopted a comprehensive Tshwane revitalization strategy. A key objective that the strategy is investing in infrastructure that creates an annual growth for the city. 10 sectors have been identified, and we are intending to grow our economy by 3.9% in 5 years. Furthermore, Speaker, to create more than 80,000 jobs opportunity, we would like to urge the residents and private sector to join us when we are embarking on this journey. As the finances of the city recovers, so we'll be able to invest more, and more money will be crucial for infrastructure development. When it comes to equitable service delivery, Speaker, this administration is very key on this one. There's a lot of discussion regarding the cleansing levy. Please listen carefully. Let me remind the Council that in Cape Town, the DA proposes a 2.4 billion rand cleansing levy for the city. Those billions will be raised from every household, irrespective of whether they are already paying for this refuse removal. But in Tshwane, we have taken a far more sensible approach to paying for the cost of cleansing our city. Allow me to emphasize, Speaker, that the residents who have already paying the city for refuse removal will not be charged any new levy. Only those households who are not paying Tshwane for the refuse removal will be charged. We need all our residents to contribute to keeping the city clean. This is what we call equality in all aspects. These cleansing costs are more than just bins being emptied. They include costs for use of the city's landfill site.
Thank you very much, MMC. Let's move to Councillor A.M. Randall from DA. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. So behind all the spoken words and quoted numbers from this budget today are decisions that will reflect directions set and commitments made. And taken together, it can shape or destroy the course of the city's journey. Now the question is the current governing coalition prioritizing short-term gains for the next election, or do they have the impact decisions and actions? Do they know what they will have on the next generation? With youth unemployment at an all-time high, this budget must be all about growth, sustainable growth, inclusive growth, and smart growth. Constant in-migration into the city is further impacting on available budgets in as far as containing the demand for goods and services are concerned. You have been very vocal about the fact that this is a funded budget, and in terms of Section 18(1) and 2 of the MFMA, an annual budget may only be funded from A, realistically anticipated revenues to be collected. So it's very dangerous to anticipate revenue from debtors older than 90 and 120 days. B, cash-backed accumulated funds from previous year's surpluses not committed for other purposes. And lastly, borrowed funds, but only for the capital budget. Now, revenue projections in this budget must be realistic, taking into account A, projected revenue for the current financial year based on collection levels to date, and B, actual revenue collected in previous financial years. Now, various items in today's annexures, A1 and A2, suggest that challenges still exist to move the city from an unfunded state into a financial sustainable state. Notes ranges from MACO raising concerns related to the shortfall on revenue collected with a target set of 4 billion rand collected per month, to system challenges, to the downward revision of rental revenue by group property to 0 rand rental income for the period July to December last year. A further concern is that no progress has been reported to date on the two main cost drivers, watchman services and water tankering, identified as part of ensuring operational efficiency. So the DA want to urge the Mayor and the Mayoral Committee, and we were being invited to give our input, so let me take a shot at this. The first one is to commit to balance fiscal responsibility with inclusive economic growth. The second, to ensure continuous communication with your communities and stakeholders, because you need to improve your reputation, as it will assist in attracting investment. Tell the residents that you've got new SOPs coming. Tell them that instead of 72 hours, you're now going to wait 96 hours before your power is restored. Because you had to cut overtime due to abuse and due to budget constraints, residents bear the brunt of the decisions of this municipality. 3, to strengthen internal controls and deal decisively with fraud and corruption. If not, it will continue to be the gift that keeps on giving to a select few in government. 4, to decisively deal with accruals, as it remains a very serious challenge. Make sure that you keep your undertaking to carry over 0 rand balance of creditors to your new financial year. This includes Eskom. So in closing, Speaker, realistic plans, transparency and effective execution will give the residents of Tshwane hope. Not false hope, true hope, as it is ultimately what we are here for, to deliver quality services to our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call Councillor Pesco. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Speaker, this IDP is legislatively compliant. However, our beloved city faces pressing issues. It is illustrated in this very IDP. The Freedom Front Plus is deeply concerned about the current reputation of our municipality and its impact on our communities. I will highlight 6 critical points. Number 1, service delivery backlogs. Our roads, electricity, water and sanitation services are failing residents across our capital. Aging infrastructure and poor maintenance leaves our citizens in dire straits. Core service must be prioritized over ideological projects to ensure every resident has access to essential services. Number 2, financial stability, sustainability. The city's high debt levels and poor revenue collections are alarming. Relying heavily on grants amounting 7.4 billion in this budget is not a viable long-term solution. We need strict financial and fiscal discipline, cutting non-essential spending, and improving revenue collections without overburdening our taxpayers. Number 3, urban management failures. Widespread illegal dumping, informal trading, and hijacked buildings are evident. Weak bylaw enforcement has led to visible urban decay. Strengthening law and order, especially in the inner city and informal areas, is essential to restore our urban environment. Over-ambitious planning. Numerous plans in the IDP lack implementation capacity. Many precincts plan and spatial frameworks remain unfunded or in process. We need realistic, actionable plans that focuses on core municipal mandates like water, electricity, and roads. Political instability and governance. The coalition's government shifting priorities and perceived corruption have eroded public trust. You must appoint officials based on merit, conduct lifestyle audits, and enforce consequence management for corruption. Notable omissions and gaps. The IDP lacks sufficient emphasis on rural and agricultural development, high municipal staff costs, and limited private sector enablement. Poor project management is evident in misaligned projects and priorities, redress failures, and ignored affordability envelopes. Speaker, in conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus calls for a return to core municipal functions, prioritize direct community service delivery, rural development, and fiscal discipline. If you fail to comply and compile suitable, transparent, and efficient planning, this capital will remain on the current downfall spiral for all its citizens and residents to see. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's call Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Yes, Councillor Flourish.
Speaker, thank you. Just a point of information. I just want to let the opposition parties know that there are media statements that come. Internal communication comes concerning a lot of the issues they've raised. It seems that they're not keeping up with the communication. Most of the things they're saying that are not being done in the city are being done. I would just like to remind them to check their email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buikanyo, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The midterm revenue and expenditure framework is not merely a financial document. It is an embodiment of our aspirations, a reflection of our accountability, and a roadmap towards a sustainable future. As we delve into the intricate details of this budget, the African National Congress wants to underscore the significance of community involvement in our budgeting processes. To the residents of Tshwane, your voices are essential as we aim for transparency and responsible governance. It is through your valuable feedback that we can ensure our financial decisions align with the needs and expectations of our community. Speaker, to comprehend the importance of the midterm revenue and expenditure framework, we must first understand what does it entails. The midterm revenue and financial expenditure framework serves as a comprehensive financial strategy that defines our allocation of resources and sets clear objectives for the management of funds over a multi-year period. It is a vital component for our city's governance, guiding our decision regarding infrastructure, services, and community needs. In the 2025 midterm revenue and expenditure framework, our strategic priorities revolve around 4 critical pillars. The first one would be the financial stability and revenue enhancement. We recognize that sustainable financial practices are the backbone of effective governance. The proposed budget emphasizes financial discipline, aiming to reduce our reliance on external funding while diversifying our revenue streams. The second one is infrastructure development and service delivery acceleration. Our municipality is committed to providing essential services such as water, electricity, and waste management. To enhance our infrastructure, we have embarked significant investment that will not only improve service delivery but also create jobs and stimulate our local economy. The third one is economic revitalization and investment attraction. In light of our recent economic challenges, we must attract investment that foster job creation and economic growth. The budget outlines initiatives aimed at revitalizing key sectors, supporting local businesses, and encouraging innovation. The fourth one, social service and community well-being. Our citizens' welfare is paramount. The midterm revenue and expenditure framework includes allocations of education, healthcare, and social welfare programs, ensuring that all residents have access to essential services that enhance their quality of life. As we navigate the road ahead, I assure you that each decision made in this budget reflects our commitment to those core principles, always striving for a sustainable and equitable future for the city of Tshwane. Speaker, diving deeper into the numbers, the total revenue anticipated for the 2025-2026 financial year is 53.4 billion rand, marking an impressive 8% increase from the previous year. This anticipated growth signals our commitment to economic recovery and reflects the hard work we have put into enhancing our revenue collection strategies. Our operating expenditure are projected at 52 billion. I'm pleased to report that we are maintaining a surplus of 1.3 billion. This surplus is not merely a figure. It represents the foundation upon which we can build future investment and initiatives that serve our community. Key revenue sources include electrical service charges. This continues to be a major contributor to our budget. We are committed to ensuring fair pricing while providing reliable services to residents. Water and waste management revenues. Efficient management for these services not only ensures sustainability, but also aids at generating.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. Your 5 minutes is up. Can I then call Councillor Zwane from IFP?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you and all the councillors in the House. Speaker, while this administration proudly proclaims a fully funded budget, we must question the sustainability of current financial strategies. The ongoing challenges in debt collection reflect the persistent structural issues. The mere reduction of debt, although positive, does not indicate the genuine reform in financial governance. This government's economic strategy is also positive, yet the unemployment remains alarmingly high, especially among our youth. And the 80,000 jobs to be created target is too ambitious and unrealistic because the reliance on large-scale investment alone to stimulate economic growth neglects the immediate grassroots interventions needed in informal and township economies. Therefore, it is critical to rapidly expand support programs for small enterprises through accessible funding and comprehensive mentoring schemes. Speaker, the leveraging of strategic city assets such as Vonderbom National Airport and Fresh Produce Market, although promising, requires a detailed implementation process to assure citizens of realistic outcomes. Without transparent progress and public involvement, these strategic assets risk becoming white elephants rather than genuine drivers of economic revitalization. The city infrastructure initiatives, particularly in electricity and water, are necessary and commendable. However, the systematic neglect leading to persistent outages remains unacceptable. The city must urgently shift from reactive maintenance to proactive management, instituting scheduled and publicly accountable infrastructure reviews and maintenance to prevent frequent disruptions. Roads and transport infrastructure efforts, including upgrades to key routes like Harrisfontein roads, are crucial, and the servicing of internal roads in the northern areas and upgrading of roads in Region 7 from gravel to tar are commendable. Nonetheless, community-level maintenance, particularly in township roads, requires greater immediate attention. Speaker, although the Integrated Bylaw Enforcement Committee and the improved emergency service departments are steps forward, illegal dumping and vandalism remains rampant and undermining the public confidence. Addressing these issues necessitate a robust community engagement program supported by employment incentives to promote active local participation in the city cleanliness and safety. It is concerning, Speaker, that while a new city cleansing charge has been introduced, the budget allocation for waste management has been reduced by over 10% compared to previous financial year. This raises a fundamental question, Speaker, that why isn't the city allocating this revenue generated from this charge to this department? Because people must witness the results of what they are being charged for, not just feel the financial burden. Moreover, Speaker, asset protection measures currently seem to be relying on technological solutions, potentially overlooking socio-economic roots of vandalism and theft. Combining technological measures with strengthened community policing initiatives and socio-economic upliftment programs will create more sustainable long-term solutions. Efforts to increase indigent threshold and expand primary health care services reflect commendable sensitivity to community needs. Nevertheless, deeper investment in social infrastructure, particularly in sports and recreational facilities, remain inadequately addressed. Allocating funding and integrating community feedback into this development will significantly enhance the quality of life in Tshwane residents. The administration's strides in digital transformation and customer service improvement represent valuable progress, Speaker. Yet governance issues such as persistent corruption demand comprehensive and systematic solutions beyond ad hoc disciplinary measures. Lastly, Speaker, reducing reliance on outsourced services and improving internal capacity are positive directions, yet they must be matched by equitable skills development opportunities and stringent consequence management to maintain the credibility and public trust. Speaker, njengeqembu lenkatho yenkululeko yesizwe siyayiseka le budget with mentioned observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's move to, yes, Council, MMC, what are you rising on?
No, I think point of information, Matsibatela is not doing his job. I mean, the last words can't make the former mayor to clap hands. It means the translator didn't translate. Because he's not sure what is happening. So please, can Matsibatela do his work?
Thank you very
He's
much.
going to mislead that young boy.
Much.
Can he do his work,
Thank
please?
you very much, MMC. Thank you very much. Let's move on to Councillor Mickelberg from RCT. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have never before seen a budget as delusional as this. And I use the term delusional advisedly. On one hand, this government claims that property rates will increase on an average by 10% on the back of a new valuation roll. And to keep the property rates increase at just 10%, this government reduced the rates ratio by 4%, while at the same time, they introduced an illegal municipal tax that exactly offsets this reduction in rates. On the other hand, this government claims that the total value of the valuation roll increased by 24.7%. In other words, property owners may expect on average to pay 24.7% more in rates. There is no world in which 24.7% less 4% equals 10%, unless you passed matric mathematics with 30%. I have the gravest doubt that the claim of 24.7% is true. To verify this figure, we demanded a copy of the full valuation roll for statistical analysis, but we were denied in brazen breach of the law. Deception, after all, relies on the control of information. However, based on a random sample of 10,000 properties...
Sorry, Councillor, what are you rising on?
Point of information, Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, Speaker, it's very surprising, but there is a pattern that I've noticed with Councillor Lex. I think even if we vote for him as a mayor, he's going to oppose. He is so much used to being opposition that he's going to consistently oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then move on, Councillor Mikkelbeck?
Mr. Speaker, I reclaim my time. However, based on a random sample of 10,000 properties, we have calculated the real increase of rates at 37.4% on the average of those who actually pay the rates. It is one thing to claim an average of the entire roll. It is quite another when you drill down into the detail. The complete roll includes properties that are exempt, a plethora of properties corruptly rated at a nominal value of R1, and yes, even a significant number of properties that have mysteriously vanished off the valuation roll altogether. That aside, it matters not whether rates will increase by 10% or 20% or, as we claim, 33%, because there is no way that this increase will translate directly proportionate into an increase in actual cash flow. Let us go back 4 years. In 2021, actual cash flow from rates and tariffs was 27.8 billion. Last year, it was 27.6 billion, 200 million less than 4 years ago. If we adjust that for inflation, that figure looks much, much worse. Let's go back 8 years. In 8 years, our compounded increase in rates and tariffs exceeded well over 100%. All things being equal, one would then expect cash flow to have more than doubled over the same period. But that is not the case. Adjusted for municipal inflation, the figures were in billions, starting at 2017. 33.6 billion, 32.8 billion, 32.6 billion. Then it goes up to 34.7, and over COVID, 26.9, and the year after COVID, 34.7 again. And after that, it nosedives to 33.2, 30.8, down to 27.6 last year. This illustrates a number of points. The first is that revenue growth slowed markedly as we approached the peak of the Laffer curve, and we passed that peak somewhere between 2020 and 2021. Second, the increase of the 2020 valuation roll had zero effect in 2021, as revenue stayed exactly the same as it was in 2021 pre the roll. And finally, after 2021, our cash flow went into a nosedive, despite annual revenue rates increases. To believe that this government will defy the laws of economics that pin down every other government is delusional. On the slide, down the wrong side of the Laffer curve, there is not more money to be had. There is only tax delinquency and avoidance, economic migration, and job losses. The 52% of ratepayers that paid nothing of their rates accounts to the city in 2023 already will grow exponentially on the back of this budget. This budget is not the budget that will rescue the city. Hear my words. This budget is a budget that will finally break us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will now call Councillor Chabadi, PAC of Azania. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Kia o leboga Speaker Tobela. Ke dumedishe Hunadi Nasipi Moya. Ke dumedishe Tauya Tswako, Deputy Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, ke a le khahlela kaofela, all councillors, ke a le dumedisha. Pele ke bolela mantswe a mabedi ke leboge ba mokgatlo wa the economic freedom fighters for continuously speaking to the only trophy we are competing for, competing to occupy with those who stole it, which is our land. At the same breath, I'm saying in the next do it with highly raised revolutionary voice. Go laetša gore indeed we are serious with the issue of land. I said when we were congratulating the first mayor that SPAC, our own issue in this council, starts with land. Without land, we can speak of a lot of things, not our own. Ke laetše gore go tloga maloba re laeditše re le mokgatlo wa PAC gore re thekga the current leadership and re tla tšwela pele go dira bjalo. Even today, I'm saying re thekga the fully funded budget as tabled by the MMC for finance, deputy mayor, Tauya Tswako. Lesi tlabanege ge ke fela ke palla ke mantšu a sekgowa. Spedi se re ngwana polelo o e yanya letsweleng la mmagwe. So polelo e nkgakantšhang a ka e yanya letsweleng la mmane. Ke laetše gore in future, unapologetically so, when it comes for service delivery, infrastructure, development, social upliftment, more emphasis must be put on formerly disadvantaged and marginalized communities, even if it follows an apartheid look-alike style, it's fine. Those who own 87% of the land, which is our land, must receive 13% of the service rendered. And those who own 13% of the land must receive 80% of the land. In that way, Speaker, o ka re go na le ba nthušang go bolela.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Nako ya go phuthela digagabi tša go ba le mpholo must come to an end even when it comes to budgeting. Those who benefited from apartheid should expect less, and more energy must be put to the previously disadvantaged and marginalized communities.
Just hold on.
The reason is one.
Hold on, Council. Carl, hold on. What are you rising on, ma'am? What is the point of order? Thank you. Are you ready? Okay,
But
go
nobody's
ahead with the
speaking,
point of order.
Speaker.
Just hold on. Just hold on.
No, it's not.
You are still reading what you want to say. How can you wait for me when you don't press the button?
Okay.
What is the point of order, ma'am?
Speaker, I'm referring you to point 38. Point of information. This apartheid's got nothing to do with today's budget. Can the Honourable Councillor please refrain from referring to apartheid
Speaker,
and remain with the
thank you
budget?
very much. Thank you very much. Councillor, may you please continue?
Yeah, Speaker, it looks like because she took time and.
Councillors, can we allow the councillor to finish the speech?
Yeah, no, Lebaka Speaker.
Councillor, please go ahead.
Lebaka Speaker, gore re tšee ditirelo re di šego bao ba sego ba sa di hwetša malobeng. Gore we don't want them to make or feel the apartheid we claim to have defeated. Go dula ka gare ga bohloki le kgatelelo ga e laetse tokologo go tšwa go bahloki ba borena. Mo go laetšang, Speaker, o ka ntho ya bapala man e ba e tsena e tšwa gane o diragalang. Wa e tsena e tšwa. Yeah, Speaker, in closing, actually today, Speaker, it's upon us, the governing coalition, or Lugisha other than Wafadi at Java Banaganagore. Bonagiba
Thank you very much, Councillor. Then let's move on. I'll call Councillor M.R. Mabusela from DA. Your 4 minutes. Yes, Councillor Flourish.
Speaker, thank you. I think if you allow point of information during speeches, you must allow all of us. I have a point of information as well. I want to just clarify that apartheid has everything to do...
Councillors, please. Councillors.
Excuse me,
please.
Speaker.
Please. Point
I would
of
like to
information,
clarify,
ma'am.
thank you. I would like to clarify to our esteemed Freedom Front councillors that apartheid has everything to do with the budget today, and it is essential that as a country we own it and we address it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call Councillor M.R. Mabusela from DA? Your 4 minutes starts now. Councillor, please. Councillor Mabusela, please press 1.
I pressed Speaker. Thanks very much.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Speaker, for affording me this opportunity. We know this budget and IDP with the great sense of discontent. The budget must outline how the municipality will collect and spend money to deliver services to its residents. It sets priorities for operations and ensuring that resources are allocated efficiently. Speaker, we know that in this proposed budget, the group audit and risk shall be allocated at 36 million for forensic investigations. In our views, Speaker, this is not reasonable, considering high number of UIWF forensic investigations that must be completed. The under-resourced forensic investigation, Speaker, might lead to derail the work of Public Account Committee in processing UIWF cases. These cases, Speaker, are emanating from many years ago, and if not processed, they will continue to appear on the municipal financial statement and continue to be repeated findings from Auditor General's office. Speaker, furthermore, we know that in the past months, the city have suffered decline in terms of meter reading, which resulted as underbilling. Metered services being less than the projection, which affects negatively revenue collection. It might lead to inaccuracy and affect revenue enhancement. Speaker, unaccounted water losses and electricity losses remain unresolved. Until these main issues are addressed and kept, the municipality won't get to a funded budget, particularly because of the funding plan of the municipality is to collect almost 4 billion per month. But because of these losses, then it will be difficult for a funded budget to be obtained. Speaker, this budget indicates that contractual services will be reduced by 7%, which can be celebrated as political stance. But if it is not well managed, it will obviously lead to service delivery disruptions. That is why the city is currently, in its entirety, is experiencing prolonged water power outages. It is not a problem, Speaker, to manage contractual services and reduce them where it is necessary and save the city's cost, but do that with responsibility. Our views is that you do that in phases to be able to manage the risk that associated with that process. Speaker, formalization of informal settlement and relocation must supersede water tankering services to find a sustainable solution. In addition, Speaker, it must be noted that water tanker services must be developed as a stopgap measure or intervention rather than a business. The municipality should always be able to strike a deal between, strike a balance between provision of services and protecting its revenue in ensuring its financial sustainability. This budget, Speaker, must demonstrate a commitment to pay its all creditor.
Sir, Councillor.
Mara, it's an account debating.
No, we are with you.
Hey, one. No, right, sense. No, Speaker, point of information. These are very brilliant ideas. Where was this councillor? Was he sworn in here last week? These ideas, where were they, these ideas, when they were running government for 8 years? These are brilliant, on water tanker and all that. Very beautiful, smart. But what was happening? Where were you, my brother? You've just arrived.
Thank you very much,
Yo.
MMC.
Yeah, Speaker.
Please continue, Councillor Mabusel.
As I'm concluding, Speaker, I was saying this budget must demonstrate a commitment to pay all its creditors on time. But due to the present liquidity challenges brought up by very low payment levels, the city is not in position, in many cases, to comply with Section 65 of Municipal Finance Management Act. And this is our real concern, Speaker. Speaker, in the 21st century and modernized world, which is characterized by technological advancement, municipal...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'll call Councillor K.J. Makhaleni. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Lebakan le nna gane o ka re le mo pakong. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The question still remains, is this a balanced budget? And the answer is it's a no. Why am I saying this? Piggybacking from what has been stated by Councillor Lex and Councillor Mabusela. Revenue collection is at its lowest as we speak. Likhulukhulu ke ditshego, re a sega mara, ge o lebelela mo, because of the tax increase and also the lowest collection, this is going to affect this budget to be as balanced as they claim, or as they politically want to masquerade to it to be. Because expropriation of land without compensation. This is a very backward policy that is going to compromise investment and economic growth in the city. We should not allow such and
Just hold on, Councillor. What is the point of order? No. Please press.
Thank you, Speaker. We need to correct an incorrect narrative that a land expropriation bill is a legal document that has been promulgated in Parliament. Because some of the predominantly white Africans have taken the land and they are not paying the taxes
I'm
of
not
the
going to
city.
do things your
They
way
have the
here.
land lying.
I'm not. Continue, just finalize your point of order.
The simplest example of land expropriation
There
is
is
that
no order there. There is no
Clairefontaine,
order there.
Afrikaners have expropriated land there without compensation. He comes here and wants to dismiss the
thank you very
policy
much,
that is
Councillor
progressive.
Lutununu.
It's a progressive policy. Black people do not have land. We
Thank
want
you.
access to land so that we can farm and create
thank you,
economic
Councillor.
beneficiation for our people. So
Can
don't
you
come
continue,
here
Councillor
with that
Makhaleni?
tendency of dismissing. You yourself don't have.
Councillor Makhaleni, please continue.
Infrastructure has been compromised because of these things, of land invasion, and there is no enough allocation in terms of infrastructure development. How are we going to have economic growth if we don't give enough to attract investors and to make sure that
our city remain a viable and enabler for economic growth. Mebereko e ka se tsogile ya ba gona speaker. E tlo no ba polelo fela ra hlwa o kare re basadi ba motšhaena goba ba go bapala dikarata. Ga go ne le se se botse se se tlo go tswelela mo mmušong o re o lebeletšego. Mmušo le gona ka gore ebile ba o tšere ba o fele digotlane batho ba go se kwešiše gore na ge go bolelwa ka mmasepala le tshepedišo go bolelwa ka eng. Action SA e a pallwa bona ge ba bolela mola ba bolela ka they can't differentiate even between a strategy and being strategic. Are they strategic in their approach? They don't have a strategy into making sure that they resolve the issues that are being faced here. Even a less of the budget that is allocated to the capital budget, it cannot.
Sorry, Council. What's the point of order?
You need to define what's an order as well, Speaker.
As Speaker, can the Speaker please refrain from insulting us? Because what he's talking about, he also doesn't know it himself. He's not strategic himself. So how can he differentiate between being strategic and what? Whereas himself is struggling, battling very hard to distinguish between. But we feel a guidance, but this thing is an approved police. I mean, he doesn't have a right to insult us. To withdraw.
Thank you very much. You've got 40 seconds.
Ke ipotšiša gore na melato ela ya kgoši le go tšea koloi ya mmušo ya iša Mpumalanga e feletše kae. Re swanetše re tsoša speaker ka gore tabe e bohlokwa gore re lebelele ka gore mmušo o senyeditšwe felo fale. It's wasteful expenditure there. So we need to look further in terms of the capital budget. Mar wena dictator Stalin.
Thank you very much. Can we then to move to councillors? Thank you. Can we move to Alder Women E.T. Mabusela? Your 5 minutes starts now. Okay, Emmanuel, sanuthetha nonke. Yes, Council. I'm coming to you, Councillor Khosman. I'm coming to you. Councillor there at the back.
Thank you very much. In fact, I called point of information to Makhaling even before you can recognize Member Busela there. Because if you cannot correct this, it will actually continue every time and it will deem being something that is very truthful. The Rotani, previous mayor, ya ba berkisha go office jwale ka kamora ya go teketla a sa tsebe mmereko ona gore ke. And again, go tloa fao di gotlane ke tša go swana le bo Soli Mosimanga ba go tšea ditšhelete tša batho ba sa tsebe go di bušetša morago ka gore ke di gotlane ba tsebe mmereko. So e be ke no gore ke no tlhalosa nto ya di gotlane e be kaone e kwagane.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Khosman.
Speaker Kialeboga, I said if Councillor Makhaleng refuses to withdraw, I'm referring him to rules and ethics. For insulting us, Aribisa non-strategic. The most strategic administration. Number two, for howling insult and others, they just explained to you the Khotlani is what type. It's referred.
Councillor, Councillor, I might be wrong, but I know of any insult. I don't know of any insult. What was the insult? I'm saying, wait, let me speak. I'm saying I might be wrong. I didn't hear properly. What is the insult? Because I didn't hear one.
Magaleng a ro segotlane, wena wa ro right. Segotlane. Segotlane. Ene a ipitsa segotlane yena. A ipitsa segotlane yena ipitsa o bitsa wena wa ro right. O re bitsa di non-strategic. The only people who are strategic in this house who are bitsa non-strategic wa dumela. Are mo refer.
Okay, Councillor, I'll need to get the correct thing that he has said. And I'm responding to him. I'll need to get the correct thing that he has said and have an understanding on it. Then I'll come back to you. Please allow us to continue. Councillor Mabusela, please, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let me start by acknowledging the presence of
Can we not give these gestures when someone is speaking? You were given an opportunity to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Alderwoman.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I speak, I want to acknowledge the presence of Khoshi Amatebele here with us in this council. Back to this council, Speaker. As we align our goals with national expectation, the National Treasury has put forth several key recommendations that we have incorporated into our budget planning process. These recommendations are pivotal in enhancing our fiscal management and operation efficiency. Firstly, we must intensify our credit control and debt collection efforts. It is essential to improve our revenue collection system to ensure the sustainability of our services. Addressing outstanding debt will provide us with resources necessary to implement critical projects that benefit our community. Secondly, we are encouraged to reduce our reliance on contracted services, developing internal capacity with investing in skills personnel. And in skills personnel will lead to enhanced decision-making and efficiency within our key departments. Speaker, by fostering a strong internal workforce, we can ensure that service delivery remains uninterrupted and adheres to high standards. Thirdly, it is crucial to address the losses in our electricity and water sectors. A comprehensive strategy will be developed to eliminate inefficiency and curtail losses, boosting our overall revenue and ensuring responsible resource management. These recommendations are more than obligations. They are opportunities for us to enhance our operations, improve service delivery, and contribute to a stronger economy. We must embrace these opportunities to innovate, creating a sustainable future for the city of Tshwane. Speaker, we recognize that a competent and motivated workforce is the backbone of effective service delivery. Therefore, a significant portion of this budget is allocated to building our internal capacity through targeted training, skills development, and leadership programs. This investment ensures our staff are well equipped, knowledgeable, and empowered to meet the evolving needs of our residents and upholding the highest standards of governance. Our employees are integral for the success of Tshwane. In recognition to their dedication, this budget guarantees annual salary increase aligned with inflationary trends. Speaker, this budget guarantees annual salary increase to our employees aligned with inflationary trends. Furthermore, we reaffirm our commitment to honor the 30th check to our workers, providing them with financial stability and motivating to continue delivering excellent service. It should be highlighted, Speaker, that maintenance is a cornerstone of sustainable infrastructure. To prevent deterioration and extend the lifespan of our assets, we have increased funding dedicated to repairs and maintenance across all departments. This proactive approach minimizes costly repair in the future, improves the quality of services, improves service standards on our community. In an era where technology drives efficiency and security, we are allocating funds towards modern technology solutions aimed at protecting the city assets. This includes surveillance system, data management tools, and cybersecurity measures, which collectively bolster our ability to safeguard public assets and ensure continuity of essential services. Speaker, in our constant pursuit of excellence, we recognize the importance of transforming our trading services. One significant measure outlined in our budget is the ring-fencing of critical departments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alderman Woman. Honorable Councillors, now that the general discussion and other specific issues regarding the budget as well as the report of the Mayoral Committee has been dealt with, I give the floor to the Executive Mayor or her nominee to respond to the general discussion when necessary, to close the debate on the general discussion and submit the reports on the City of Tshwane's tabling of the City of Tshwane 2025-2026 review of the 2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan and 2025-2026 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the City of Tshwane and to Council for consideration. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think it will be important that I remind this Council about the threats that were surfaced when we were electing Dr. Nasipi Moya. We were told that you won't be able to pay the salaries this month. Just a reminder. But today, we are 6 months and consistently we've managed to pay the salaries on time. Further to that, Speaker, I think I'm going to ignore negativity because it's not going to assist the residents in this city. And it will never sit well in my soul to invest time responding to negativity. But I want to state this. When somebody speaks about crime and crime rate, whereas the person was part of the administration in the previous 8 years, you never invested a single cent to employ, to capacitate the TMPD, then you are lost and you are not living in this city. Speaker, Tshwane municipality have now resumed its rightful position as the capital city. Our neighbors with a big budget is following suit. Johannesburg has just tabled a funded budget. Thumbs up to this coalition. I had people threatening us about court. We are ready to go to court anytime, by the way. And we are not threatened by the courts. We have got council where we must debate issues. And if you venture into court, we'll meet there. Then don't bring it here and try to threaten us about court. The misplaced understanding of valuation role doesn't speak about the ratio. It's important that we venture into the ratio and nullify the lies. When they were making rounds just recently, they were talking about why don't you take it to 450, the indigenous, not from 150 to 250? That will collapse this city, by the way. But because we ignore ratios or we don't have an appreciation, let's ignore that. I had somebody speaking about UIWs. I want to speak about our current report from October. We are sitting at 13.5 billion of UIFWs. The report now of the third quarter have managed to entertain and finalize 11.74 billion UIFWs. And I'm speaking about facts, by the way, not hallucinating or waffling. It can be traced. Now let me just ponder into infrastructure, because I had some people investing more time and ignoring the reality. In 2015-2016, the infrastructure allocation of this city was 4.9 billion. And I want to take you through. In 2019-2020, it was 4.2, meaning half a billion reduction. Then 2021, 3.9. 2022-23, 2.7. 2023-24, 2.4. 2024-25, a spiral down. Now this administration have arrested that unfortunate spiraling down. We are on the growth path. We are at 2.5, and we are going to ensure that infrastructure is prioritized. Let me use arithmetics. The 4.9, if you multiply it by 6%, which is required, by now would have been at 15 billion rands, and the people of Hammarskraal would have not died. Now let me bring the important principle of finances, which is called the time value of money, and that is derived from Rule 69 of finances. If you're not a number person, don't talk about numbers. You'll mislead yourself, your party, and your constituencies. So it's important that when we speak about in-house capacity, what do we mean? The allocation of job opportunities is 300 million rands. Crystal clear. The refuse trucks are going to be bought by this city, maintained by this city. I think perhaps you must understand that's in-house capacity. The water tankers will be bought by this city, owned by this city, maintained by this city. Crystal clear, and running water to our people. We spoke about ESCOM. I don't want us to miss the mark. Before we came in, the ESCOM days was going up and up and up. And we arrested 70 million rands per month as interest. Ourselves. And ourselves. And when we came into office, the transactional advisors were allocated 50 million rands. But amnesia tells us now that we have reduced that to 20%, 20 million. And then because the hated African National Congress is a juicy way to use when you want to attack a black person. They don't say the 30 million was allocated to run the campaign of the DA. Maybe we must investigate that, because all the time they were saying, this is a patronage. Well, we are focusing on our people. The Tinsley levy, perhaps, Speaker, it's important that I take you through. And this is not something that we are dreaming about. We, as this executive, went to conduct oversight in all our landfill sites. There's none that have got a lifespan of more than 3 years, now as we speak. And there's a moratorium that says we cannot apply for new landfill sites. But listen to this one. All of them, the way bridges are not functional. Who was in power? What did they do? So we are going to make sure that the landfill sites are fully functional and access control is managed. That's our intention. In this recent budget, and I have noticed that we are so seasonal in terms of reading. The economic revitalization is allocated 740 million rands. That speaks about employment and investment attraction to the city. So that's where we are. And I want to appreciate MMC Morodi, she's keen to ensure that all the assets of the city are recovered and are fully functional.
Yes.
Alderman Maluleka is spending sleepless nights to ensure that our people are given residential areas that are having dignity and are decent. When you hear somebody where it's very strange to hear pro-poor in their vocabulary and speak about this is not pro-poor, you become shocked. MMC Mashavela have pushed and is pushing that the people of Oliven, they must get 24 hours health services. The most hated Ramabodu is running the whole city to ensure that he manages waste and illegal dumping is attended. MMC Bushialo, all the time, 24 hours, whether it's sabotage, whether it's man-made, when there's a fire in the substation, he's there for our people. You can buy
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Let's allow the DM to close the debate, please.
MMC Hannes Kutie have won an award which is made by the provincial government that Tshwane is #1 in terms of safety.
Yes.
Rambo. Sarama Boja is admired by national that she is reviving the economy of Tshwane. MMC Palisa Mudise is now ensuring that the unfortunate laws and the underspending of the much needed EPWP is going to find expression and ensure that our people get 11,034 jobs. So, Speaker, in the interest of ensuring that we understand the tone and the language used by Treasury, allow me to ignore what was said about the narrative of Treasury and this budget funded. And I want to underscore, because I respect and understand those who are deployed in Treasury, they understand the economics and accounting. When they said the budget is credible and realistic, they are not waffling. They have went through the budget, and today I can safely say this coalition is going to ensure that they stabilize the finances of the city. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Executive Mayor. Honorable councillors, as the Executive Mayor or Deputy Executive Mayor has now responded and given a closure remarks on the budget debate and submitted her report, I put to you the reports as they appear in the agenda for consideration. Item 1, reference number 87953/1, the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department tabling of the City of Tshwane 2025-2026 review of the 2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan. This report is on page 3 to page 460. Recommendations are on page 15. I've got Councillor Florich to speak on this item. Your 3 minutes, ma'am, starts now.
Thank you, Speaker.
We don't do that.
Since the draft...
We don't do that. Thank you so much. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Councillor.
Speaker. Since the draft Integrated Development Plan was passed through Council 2 months ago, a series of public meetings were held in halls across the city as well as online. Before us today is the final 2025-26 review of the 2022-26 IDP with public comments attached. It is encouraging to see that the public participation process was indeed more than a tick box exercise this year. In comparison to last year, significant input from concerned residents was received, and subsequently numerous adjustments to the proposed IDP have been made. Region 4, for example, has been labelled by some disgruntled ward councillors as the forgotten region. A closer look at the proposed capital budget per region, however, will prove those naysayers wrong. Budget allocation to Centurion before public participation was 96 million rand, but it has since increased to 134 million rand thanks to public input. This makes up 5% of the city's capital budget. Capital projects in Region 4, Centurion, that have been included in the IDP are Monavoni Substation and Electricity for All in Ward 48, as well as extension of Olivenhout-Bush Cemetery, Kentron Substation in Highveld and Pretorius Rand Reservoir in Loladi in Ward 65, new street lights as well as upgrade and extension of Sunderland Ridge Wastewater Treatment Works in Ward 70, new roads and stormwater construction in Ward 77, rollout of new water meters as well as replacement of old or broken meters in Ward 106. My biggest joy was seeing constructive input from over 50 residents in Ward 65 alone. They voiced their concerns about the increase of illegal street traders, cable theft and crime in the area, but also about the general poor maintenance of infrastructure and public parks. The ongoing pollution of Hennops River requires urgent attention, as does the growing number of sinkholes in the region. In response, 15.2 million rand of the operational budget will be allocated to the repair of sinkholes in the city, as well as 7.8 million for the maintenance of Centurion Lake. Regional operation centres will receive 37.7 million rand for road maintenance, and 54.3 million rand will be allocated to TMPD for the prevention of illegal land invasion. The city will also be employing 200 new TMPD officers and strengthening asset protection through technology. Without a committed workforce, our efforts as a city are in vain. Action SA thus welcomes the provision of salary increase of 5.01% and the allocation of 300 million rand for the filling of critical vacancies. A huge shout out to all the residents who made their voices heard through the IDP process. Action SA remains committed to improved service delivery to all communities in the city of Tshwane. Action SA welcomes this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the only speaker on this item as recommended. Let's move to item 2. Reference number 48902/1, Group Financial Services, Budget Office Division, 2025 and 2026 Medium-Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework of the City of Tshwane. This report is on page 461 to 17,217. Recommendations are on 4,901. I've got one speaker, Councillor Ramji. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Greetings, Speaker, colleagues, and citizens. I would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy belated Africa Day, a day which commemorates the foundation of the OAU in 1963. I would also like to commend our executive mayor for her decisive leadership in steering the city towards recovering from a dire situation. The MTREF is the foundation of how we plan, budget, and invest in the city of Tshwane to make sure that our communities thrive. Action SA fully supports the MTREF as it seeks to bolster economic prosperity, economic justice, and equality, as well as ensuring a clean environment. It's a commitment to keeping our city running efficiently, delivering essential services, and ensuring that no community is left behind. Without structured financial planning, we risk falling into uncertainty. That's why the MTREF matters. It provides a clear roadmap to help us build a better city with the resources needed to meet the needs of every single resident. So why does this framework deserve our backing? Number one, reliable service delivery. It ensures that clean water, electricity, sanitation, waste management, and public safety services remain functional and accessible. Good governance starts with making sure that the basics are never compromised. Fixing and expanding infrastructure. From tarred roads in Hammanskraal to enhancing electricity infrastructure in Centurion, maintaining stormwater systems in Mambalodi, and so much more. The MTREF keeps Tshwane's infrastructure strong and ready for the future. Economic growth and job creation. We cannot build a prosperous city without supporting businesses and creating jobs that benefit the accountability and stability. The framework is a safeguard against financial mismanagement. A voice for residents. This framework isn't created in isolation. It reflects what Tshwane needs, the Tshwane residents need. The city consults with communities to ensure that the budget allocations align with their priorities. Your voice helps shape how City of Tshwane grows. Standing behind this framework, I firmly believe that the MTREF is critical for Tshwane's stability and growth. Without a structured financial strategy, service delivery would crumble, infrastructure would suffer, and economic opportunities would stall. We cannot afford to let our city fall behind. This is about accountability, smart governance, and ensuring every resident benefits from Tshwane's financial planning. That's why we must support the MTREF and ensure that it's implemented effectively. Because when Tshwane succeeds, we all succeed. Let's work together to make our city stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's then move on. Honorable councillors, it should also be noted that, as mentioned earlier on, in accordance with Section 1603 and B of the Constitution, a decision on the approval of the budget and the imposition of rates and other taxes, levies, and duties must be taken by council with a supporting vote of a majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in case of the City of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the final proposal to 2025 to 2026 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for this City of Tshwane to vote. For purpose of this vote process, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendation to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Please lower your hands. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, Lower your hands, please. Honorable councillors. Honorable councillors, the City of Tshwane 2025-2026 budget has now been passed with 113 councillors in favour thereof. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Noted, all of you. Noted. Councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. I'll now call Councillor Tennessee. Then, okay, thank you, councillors. Councillor Tennessee. Then after that, Councillor Mickelberg and Chief Whip of the Opposition. In that order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I request that the descending vote of all the Freedom Front Plus councillors be recorded accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noted. Councillor Mickelberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that my dissenting vote be minuted too. Thank you.
Noted. Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, please note the dissenting vote of all DA councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable councillors, I wish to thank you for your valuable input during this special council meeting. Before we adjourn, I like to say to you, time now, it's 1 o'clock. We are going to take lunch. And please don't forget to register for the next council meeting. Then therefore, we will be back at 2:30. This meeting is adjourned. Yeah, we'll be back at 2:30.
Testing 1, 2. This is the mic. Maluleka. It's fine.
Good afternoon, councillors. Please, can you take your seats? Take your seats, councillors, please. Mkasha. Are we a quorum? Let me check, Mr. Speaker. Councillors. Councillors, take your seats, please. Honorable Alderwomen, Aldermen, councillors, due notice was given on this council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our ordinary council meeting by observing the moment of silence in prayer and meditation, please. Thank you. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this ordinary council meeting. Application of leave of absence, honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from the council meeting is concerned. I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to, with an accordance with the powers delegated to me, submit to the council that I have approved the leave of absence for the following councillors. As from the DA side, I've got one, S. Pokuje, DA, sick leave. Action SA, T. Mwalosi, sick leave. ANC, I've got S. Lelaka, family responsibility. I've got MMC Kanki Mokhale, sick leave. I've got Councillor R. Kherbe, VF Plus, sick leave. I've got Councillor P. Mayor, VF Plus, sick leave. I've got Councillor M. Sergeant, VF Plus, VF Plus, sick leave. I've got Councillor D. Williams Moses, PA, sick leave. Speaker, I've got the councillors who request to leave early. One is Councillor J. Makola, ANC, 15 hours. Councillor I. Madosela, ANC, 17 hours. I've got DM Eugene Mudise, ANC, to leave at 15 hours. I've got Councillor Marake, SCDP, 15 hours. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notice, there is none. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Late but agent reports for submission to the Council meeting of the 29th May 2025. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 3 of our agent were received from the leader of the Executive Business on the 22nd and the 26th May 2025 respectively, and delivered to you on SharePoint on the 22nd and the 27th May 2025. This report are deemed agent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak on these reports when she submits them to us today. Honorable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provides for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed and at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Office of the Speaker, report on the completion of the establishment of the City of Tshwane ward committees in 107 wards in the City of Tshwane. We will get to this report towards the end of the agenda. Councillors, well wishes to the City of Tshwane Atlas Club and the Tshwane Metropolis Atlas Club. Honorable Councillors, the City of Tshwane Athletics Club and the Tshwane Metropolis Athletics Club will be participating in the Comrade Marathon. This year's edition, the 98th Comrades Marathon, a legendary ultra marathon, is scheduled for Sunday, 8th June 2025, with a down run from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. Honorable Councillors, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, I want to thank these participants for being great ambassadors of the city. Their absolute commitment and devotion in the participating in one of the world's greatest marathon is admirable and inspiring. I wish you all the best in your race, and may you reach the finishing line with pride and sense of accomplishment. Before I can allow you to come in to join us in the chamber, I would like to ask one speaker from the government parties and 1 speaker from the opposition parties. 1-1. I'm not going to call all political parties to speak on this. I'm not going to call all parties to speak on this. I'm just going to call 1 speaker that will represent all opposition parties and 1 speaker that will represent all parties that are in government, and also 1 speaker from Women's Caucus. Those are the 3 people that will be talking to us on this item. I will now give the athletes the opportunity to join us in the chamber in front of the podium so that we can also see them and wish them the best of luck. Athletes, may you please make your way to the chamber, please. May we then give them the round of applause as they are coming in. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. We will take pictures immediately after the 3 councillors spoken. So I'll start with the speaker that will speak on behalf of all government parties. The MMC of Social Development, Councillor Palisa Modise. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker, the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, councillors, and the community of Hello? Okay. Our warmest congratulations to Team Tshwane, the team that will be representing us as the city of Tshwane in the Comrade Marathon this Sunday. Your hard work, dedication, and perseverance have earned you this fantastic opportunity. We are thrilled to see you take on this challenge and showcase your athletic capability. You are an inspiration to our community, and your participation will undoubtedly bring pride to our city. I would like to say good luck, and may you achieve a remarkable performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A speaker from the opposition parties. Councillor Fossey. Who? It's just he was walking, so you were pointing behind him. So who's speaking? Can you raise your hand? Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the opposition party, we would like to say congratulations to the team for qualifying. It's an honor for us to sit before you today as we rally behind an exceptional group of individuals, the TMPD athletics team. Can we all give him a round of applause once more? inspire us to do more as they prepare to take on one of the greatest endurance races in the world, the Comrades Marathon. This race isn't just about distance, it's about heart. It's about pushing past limits, overcoming mental and physical barriers, and running with a spirit that refuses to quit. And that spirit is something each of you carries in abundance, not just as athletes, but as a dedicated member of the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. Every day you serve with courage, discipline, and resilience, and now you are taking on those same qualities, but on the road, representing not only yourselves, but your fellow officers, your families, and the entire Tshwane community. We wish you all the best of luck. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call the Women's Caucus? They are not here. So we don't have females in this council. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I was struggling with my mic. Let me start by congratulating the athletes, especially the females. It's good to see us well represented, and we have no doubt that the person that will be carrying the first trophy will definitely be one of the females. We wish you all the best, and please represent us well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite the Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip, and myself to take the seats in front of the club, then pictures, then the second picture. Okay, the second picture. Thank you very much. On behalf of the residents of the city, make us proud. Bring back the gold. That's what we want in the city, and you have never disappointed us. Go well, travel safe. We can then give the round of applause as they leave. Thank you very much. If we can all stand, give them the round of applause as they leave. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Honorable Councillors, I have received a request from Councillor O.N. Matsibatila on behalf of the DA to pay a tribute to Alderman CM van den Heever for his contribution to this council and the city in the form of a farewell speeches from all political parties represented in council. I have allowed this request and I will now call upon the following councillors on behalf of their representative political parties to pay their tribute. I'll start with the ANC.
No, thanks, Speaker. I am requested by the Chief Whip to speak on behalf of the ANC. Speaker, we want to take this a moment to wish Alderman Christo a good health. We understand that he was not well for some time, and we will extend our prayers and for him to get well. During his retirement, he must be a better person. We worked with Councillor Christo back in either 2012 or 2013, I wouldn't remember now. He served in different responsibilities, but he was mostly in finance, where he served. In 2016, he assumed, in finance, he was just a collegial person that would work with. He was someone who would reach out to if he wanted clarity, even when he was in the opposition benches. He would reach out to seek clarity and persuade in terms of the work that we do in council. In 2016, he got the responsibility to become the chief whip of council. And many people that served in that whippery will tell you that we had a leader that galvanized all of us, who gravitated towards one convergent point, which was to serve the people of Tshwane. And you'd see Christo in pain to try and explain that you are going to be defeated on this matter. But I'll try to talk to them. And that accommodated many of us, persuaded us to work hard, to work behind the scenes, to build the institution. The office of the chief whip became what it is today because of Christo. Because of his leadership, because he was in charge. You know, when you are in charge, even when you are pushed back, you can understand that this man has the good of you, has your interest of you. Then we worked very nicely with him when we were doing budgets for the collective team of Whipari. He agreed that we should fund the Women Caucus. Many people don't even know how we funded the Women Caucus. Therefore, we sat and decided to make contributions because there was no item line that was called Women Caucus. We gave our money, but we also encouraged women not to work around political lines, but to serve the women and champion gender issues. Therefore, Christo was at the forefront of talking to everybody and saying to them, these are the programs, capacity building. He wanted to make sure that everybody goes to university. And many of our councillors took up skills program because of Christo was there. And he was there all the time. If you called him, I will tell you about one incident of our councillor from Ward 70s, from Ward 106. Our councillor was sick for almost a year. Christo could understand that our councillor was off sick. He was hospitalized. He got out of hospital. He went to get therapy and everything. Christo allowed us to work within that framework that we had of our rules and orders. Therefore, we have lost a good man in this chamber, and we believe that this leadership would brush off other bad elements that we work with here. There are many bad people that, you don't even look forward to go to council. Therefore, with Christo, we look forward to go to Whipari. And here, even in council, you can scream and do gestures. He will call you and say, but what is wrong? What wrong did I do? Because I believe that we work together. Therefore, that is the man that we have lost, and we wish him well and the family. If time permits and he allows us, we will visit him, give him his flowers. He deserves to be honored. He deserves the highest honor of the city to be bestowed on him, like many other luminaries
that we bestowed, the biggest honors, freedom of the city. Christo deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I can call the next speaker, I just want to let you know that he's watching us on YouTube. I wanted him to come here, but because of the illness, he's unable to come to be with us here. But he is listening, and he has promised that he will respond. He will send either a WhatsApp to me so that I can read to all of you. Now, can I call then DA?
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, it's my privilege to pay tribute to Christo van den Heever as he moves from this council and embarks upon a new chapter in his life. And I also want to express appreciation for the remarks made by Alderman Maluleka in the spirit in which Christo also served this council. Christo van den Heever spent most of his career in the civil service. He was a private secretary in a ministerial office during the time of South Africa's transition to democracy. He was a passionate supporter and remains a passionate supporter of the Constitutional Accord, which established a democratic, non-racial South Africa. Later on, in 2011, he was elected as a councillor of the city of Tshwane. He served in various party structures of the Democratic Alliance. In 2016, he was elected as chief whip, and towards the end of his political career, he actually took up a position as a ward councillor, which the colleagues in this House knows is often significantly more difficult than just being a proportional representative. And he served those communities of Ferry Glen and parts of Garsfontein with dedication. In temperament, Christo van den Heever is very different from your average politician, certainly a lot different from me, for example, in the sense that his first instinct is to seek consensus, to bring people together, not necessarily to point out the differences, but to find the commonality. And all of us experience that, his warmth, his personal warmth, his sincere attempts at building bridges towards the other side. As chief whip, he established, and it became a feature of this council, the multi-party whippery, where, of course, attempts at seeking consensus between different parties is the point. But, of course, all of us as politicians have lives outside of politics. Well, hopefully we do. And while many people know Christo the politician, fewer people know that he was, in fact, the owner of an art gallery sometime in his life. He was an art dealer, an entrepreneur. He owned certain restaurants. And he was a South African champion in gymnastics, representing the country at international events. Christo van den Heever certainly set an example for me as a young politician, although we were elected in the same election, and for many others in this council, an example of equanimity and collegiality, or just as we say in the ordinary language, he was a gentleman in politics. Christo, ons wil vir jou sê, dankie vir die voorbeeld wat jy gestel het, dankie vir jou opofferinge wat niemand van geweet het nie, en dankie vir die diens wat jy aan ons stad gedoen het. Ons bly oneindig trots op jou. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I now call EFF?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We want to pay our tribute and farewell to our former Chief Whip, and want to say to him, we don't have to talk a lot because you are on YouTube, you knew our relationship with you. It was not a relationship of hatred. It was not a relationship of unnecessarily arguments. You welcomed us. They don't know, maybe your caucus, that you used to welcome us in your office, friendly so. You are one of the few gentlemen that I've got across who are white, who are not racist. And for that, I think is something that you must keep it up, because racism has destroyed this country. We are who we are because of the division, including economy, because of the racism. So keep on being yourself and being a human being who respect people. It doesn't matter what is their color. We want to wish you a speedy recovery. You have served us well. We were received by you here in council, and you made us feel at home. Even when it's heated, when we don't agree, you are the one who will come and say, let's find each other. Very few could do that, because people suffer from egos. People suffer from racism. People suffer from hatred. But you taught us that it's not that way. You taught us that even when we don't belong to the same parties, we can agree. Even when we don't belong to the same parties, we can find each other. We have learned a lot, Alderman. We are releasing you. We say rest, take your time. And I agree with MMC Maluleka. If time permits, if you are comfortable, you are welcome to invite us to your home to come and check up on you. But we wish you a speedy recovery, and thank you for the contribution that you have made to the residents of Tshwane, to this council, and we want to wish you a speedy recovery to your family. We want them to have strength to assist you and to take care of you, to make sure that you recover and you come back to the chief whip that we know, a flexible chief whip, that we know that every time when there are issues, you will come with your voice and say to us, let's find each other. Thank you very much, Alderman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I then now invite Action SA?
So today we want to take a moment to honor someone who has served the city of Tshwane with unwavering dedication, but also led with integrity, humility, and a deep sense of duty, our former Chief Whip, Christo. Christo, your time in council was marked with ethical leadership. You had a voice of reason in challenging times, and you served us well. I'm speaking with two hats, because I also served you as an official in the city and also as a whip of Action SA. So we understand your health challenges that you are facing today. We want to wish you well as Action SA, and we want to pray Godspeed with you. Be strong. We pray for you and your wife. We also understand that your wife is also going through some challenging times during this time. So, Christo, please know that you have served the city of Tshwane. You've served this house with integrity, and your leadership brought unity in this chamber. Your prayers and your thoughts are with us. Get well, our colleague Christo. On behalf of Action SA, we want to continue and we want to commit to you, Christo, that you are always in our prayers and in our thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Action SA. VF Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I met Christo van den Heever in 2012. And I came to know him as a soft-spoken person, as well as a soft-hearted person. He's also a person of a good sense of humor, and he laughed very quickly. However, he's a family man, and his wife fell ill. And those who knew Christo could see that this was a huge burden on his shoulders. However, irrespective of his wife falling sick, he did his work admirably. He did his tasks well. He was always a colleague that you could lean on, and he opened his office to you, and you could speak and you could exchange comments. When you really started to know him, you also found out that Christo was not the same man he used to be many years ago. You could see on his demeanor that he was turning ill. But irrespective, he always had a brave front. He remained the gentleman, and I will always remember the gentleman Christo van der Heever. We incidentally share a birthday, and I will always remember Christo when it's my birthday. Christo, van ons van die Vryheidsfront Plus se kant af. Baie dankie vir wie jy was, wie jy is, en ons wens jou sterkte toe vir die tyd vorentoe. Ons weet die pad is nie maklik nie, ons weet die pad is vol klippe, maar weet dat van ons van die Vryheidsfront Plus se kant af, dra ons jou in ons harte en in ons gebede. Sterkte, vriend.
Thank you very much. I'll call ACTP.
Speaker, I'll do it on behalf of the progressive parties. I'll do it on behalf of the progressive parties, Speaker. Thank you. On behalf of the progressive parties, we want to bid farewell to you, Alderman Christo. We acknowledge your tireless dedication and exemplary leadership as a chief whip. Your commitment to our city and the residents has left an indelible mark. Your ability to bring council together, build consensus, drive progress will be deeply missed. We are grateful for your years of ex-services and impact you had on our council. We wish you well. Hope your legacy will live forever. Be well, Alderman, and we wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFP.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the IFP as well, I want to bid farewell to Alderman Christo, a man who always lobbied, advocated, and championed the spirit of collegiality and the spirit of cooperation. And when I joined the multi-party whipper in 2021, there is a lot that I learned from Alderman Christo. And I want to wish him well and a speedy recovery. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, RCT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a few of us who transcends our daily grind to also leave a legacy. I have met and come to know Alderman van der Heever during my time in the DA. He was our whip of the shadow finance team from December 2014 to the end of that term in August 2016. By any measure, that finance team was formidable, both in the sheer work output and in the team spirit that we maintained. It was a privilege to serve on that finance team. And as hard as we worked, we had joy and pleasure too, all made possible in no small measure by Christo's efficiency as the whip. It is no surprise then to find that from that team, two went on to Parliament for the DA, two went on to become MMCs of finance of this city, and Alderman van der Heever himself went on to become Chief Whip of Council for 2 consecutive terms, until the change of government last year. When I left the DA, he was one of the very few who understood that a disagreement on political outlook does not equate to personal enmity. It at most makes you an opponent, but not an enemy. And thus, between us, we always maintained our cordiality and could always jibe about our differences and smile about life. It is this attribute that made him an excellent chief whip that could unite and not divide council. Since my return to council in 2021, I could again see firsthand how he excelled in this task, not just for the DA, but for all councillors. Before he assumed that office, we used to regard it as just another full-time paid position. By the time he had left that office, he had set an example of how it can function effectively for the benefit of all councillors and the work we do, irrespective of party affiliation, something that I am pleased to see is being perpetuated currently. In this elevation of the role of the Chief Whip, Christo, you have contributed something lasting by example in leadership, an example that serves to inform and improve our democracy in the city. We owe you our gratitude for that. I understand the circumstances under which you have been compelled to retire, and I will pray for you to have the strength and the grace to face this part of life's journey. Go well, and thank you for the good times and those great experiences we shared in finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now call the Women Caucus?
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Multi-Party Women Caucus, perhaps maybe let me start by saying the first time I got to know about Alderman, it was on the 17th of June 2019, when he called me just to inform me that next on the list I'll be coming in on the 18th as the PR councillor. Ever since then, our relationship has been that of a father and a daughter. When the multi-party was re-established in 2021, and the report was passed in 2022 March, he took us through the process and what needs to happen, and he has always been open to us with regards to the processes. I will always appreciate his open door policy. At one stage when Councillor Ernest Botha resigned, he called me to his office that I must actually replace him as at the Tshwane Group Life as a board of trustees representing the employer. I was grateful. I remember the conversation that I had with him was that, but finance is not my strength, so how would I make it? And he said, you have proven yourself, you're a hard worker, and you will do well. Similarly, when the multi-party was established, he has always been supportive. He made sure that there's budgeting. He attended all of our activities, and for that, we will treasure him and respect him as an individual, as a leader, but to me, as a father. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a speaker, Christo, I'd like to wish you farewell, to say working with you, it was a breathtaking. You never disrespected me, you never undermined me. You were always there when I need your help, when I need your assistance in terms of the duties that we have. And I really appreciate that I became as a speaker during your time as a chief whip, where I will understand the operation of the both offices. How do we always work together? And you always show a way of finding it easy for us to work. Even if we disagreed, but we always made sure that we disagree to agree and to find ourselves in common ground so that we don't put ourselves first. We always put the people of Tshwane and also not put our political parties as a priority. I really applaud you on that. You made it easy for me to be in this office. I thank you. Enjoy your retirement. Recover soon. We will always waiting for your call to say we can come and visit you. We thank you very much. Get well soon. Thank you. Now, councillors, there is a request which is going to be made by Councillor Mabutsela from Alderman Mabutsela from the ANC. There is a tribute that she requests to make. Unfortunately, that tribute didn't come to my desk, so that is why it's not included in the agenda, but I have allowed her to make a tribute. Alderman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Allow us to pay our heartfelt condolences on the passing of the President of the ANC Women's League, Megetri Chope. Allow us to comfort her family on this needy time. The progressive forces from Tanzania, Zambia, and Lusaka, where Mashope has worked tirelessly in the liberation struggle for women. Mashope continued to be a light to us as women, and her soul and her departure comes at a time where we are limping as women, where we still need courage as leaders to take us forward. We are saying to the family, your loss is our loss. We loved her dearly. We are also grieving as a country and as women that we have seen light out of her leadership. May she rest well. To her we say, Hamba kahle Mashope, Hamba kahle our President. Kindly greet the departed forebearers when we arrive home. Greet Abu Mama Winnie Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, and all the martyrs women that are there with you. As you go and join the struggle of women up there, please be courage to us, continue to be courage to us, and give us the light as we marshal forward with the struggle to emancipate the women of South Africa. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderwomen. Let's then continue with our agenda. Consideration of the minutes for the previous council meetings. Continuation from the 27th March 2025, 24 April 2025. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the continuation council meeting on the 24th April 2025 for approval. Approved. Ordinary Council, 24th April 2025. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting of 24th April 2025 for approval. Approved. Reports to Council. Now I would like to call the Executive Mayor to table the reports to Council. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to greet the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlango and his entourage, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Tshwane. Speaker, I'm very cautious of the time, so I'm not going to be too long, but I think on behalf of the executive, we would like to also send out our condolences to the late Presley Tshwane Kobrizi. We are very proud of the work that he has done at such a young age. And really, we have warm memories of the work that he does as an actor, and would like to send our condolences to his loved one, that our prayers are with them. It's a very emotional moment, Speaker, that we just paid tribute to a man of integrity, a man who has put the residents of Tshwane above everyone else. And he served with integrity. I'm one of the luckiest people because I am in Tshwane because of the former Chief Whip of Council, Christo. He has taught me everything that I know about being a public servant. And I also want to just join the colleagues who want to wish him well, him and his family, and that he enjoy his retirement. Speaker, the reports that you are bringing to council, it's part of the work that we have promised this council that is going to happen. And for us as the executive, we have tried to really work to build this institution in the very short space of time. We have, in the past few months, have seen even independent bodies, Speaker, recognizing the work that the city of Tshwane is doing. It's easy to politicize this progress, but Speaker, if we get it right, the Tshwane that we know and love is on the rise. We all benefit, and most importantly, the residents of Tshwane benefit. We have received National Treasury's endorsement that if we do the things that we have planned to do, we are on the right path. We have seen the ratings from GCR and Moody's. We have received the stats about the safety of our city. We're not out of the woods yet, Speaker, because what we want is that the residents of Mamelodi East, in Acacia, Brooklyn and Gasfontein, which are the police stations or the areas that have been noted to have the highest rate of crime in the country, that we want those residents to be safe. But it means that there's something right, Speaker, that we don't have Jugu Lane on that list. We don't have Pretoria Central on that list. So we do recognize that there is something right that is happening in Tshwane, that in February we had many people buying property in Tshwane compared to other metros in South Africa. It tells you, Speaker, something is going right. We see more and more entities wanting to partner with the city of Tshwane. But what it means, Speaker, is that we must intensify the work that we do. We must always work for the people and not for ourselves. And so the reports that we are bringing, Speaker, they speak to that. Speaker, there are two matters that I just want to bring to the attention of Council. There is an outstanding matter that as Council we had to deal with, and I'm saying as Council because we dealt with it as an executive. The issue of the salary backlogs, something that has demoralized the officials of the city. One of the precious assets of this institution is the workforce. And therefore, we made a commitment to say we will make sure that we work with the workforce, we work with organized labor to make sure that our officials are not demoralized. We received the outcomes of the labor court, Speaker. We then met with organized labor. We have reached an agreement that one, as the executive, we accept the outcomes of the labor court, as we had said to them that even if they are not in our favor, we'll still accept them. With that, we have accepted them. But the second part of that order, Speaker, is about the 3.5%, where the judge said, go back to the bargaining council. We have sat down with organized labor and said, we are not disputing that we can pay this amount. It's that just the modalities that we need to discuss with you. So, Speaker, we are in the table with organized labor to make sure that we do not continue having a hostile relationship with the workforce. Speaker, there's a lot that is happening in the city. What is concerning to residents is the burning fire stations. It's not the first time, Speaker, that the substations of this institution burn. But I can assure this council and I can assure the residents of Tshwane that we are doing something about it. There's work that started 2 weeks ago. There's work that is talking on the protection, fire protection, but there's also work that is talking to the asset protection of our critical infrastructure. And I understand that residents now are starting to, to worry about the ability of this institution to provide them with reliable electricity. And I thought it was important, Speaker, that I bring to the attention of the council that there is work that is happening, that we are being proactive. But in terms of the report, Speaker, these are the reports that we are presenting to council and we are looking forward to the discussions and deliberations and inputs from the council members. From here, Speaker, it is my pleasure to submit the reports from the Mayoral Committee to Council for considerations as contained in Part 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as Annexures A, A1, and A2. Thank you, Speaker. The reports are presented.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Part 1 of the reports from the Mayoral Committee, meeting 7th May 2025. Item 1, reference number 91977/1, Emergency Services Department Public Participation Feedback Report on Disaster Risk Management Framework. This report is on page 6 to page 205. Recommendations are on page 14. I've got two speakers on this item. Alderman M.A. Makafula from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Is Alderman Makafula in the house? Please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we welcome this report. It is a feedback report from public participation. As we understand the importance of this policy, Speaker, this policy, Speaker, seeks to find a very effective way of preparing and dealing with the incidents of disaster risk management. Speaker, this policy, Speaker, also provides the city with the opportunity to be able to access and be able to manage and gather all the resources that will be required. If you can remember, Speaker, previously, during COVID-19, the city happened to have no clear mandate or direction as to who is responsible for what and who should be doing this and that. So, Speaker, this policy, it is aimed at giving us a clear direction as to what is required in terms of disaster management and disaster risk in order to make sure that we are prepared and as we are going to be dealing with the incident of disaster. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor N. Mnisi from EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings to Chief Kekan and his entourage, Chief Mahlang and his entourage. The EFF support this report, which seeks the Council approval for the reviewed disaster risk management.
Sorry, Councillor, please can you raise your voice a little bit? Thank you.
Okay, Speaker. The EFF support this report, which seeks the Council approval for the reviewed disaster risk management policy framework, which has just undergone extensive public...
Councillor Alderman Makafula. Alderman Makafula, while you were speaking, everybody... Then go ahead, Councillor.
And fundamental tool to manage disaster risk in our municipality. The fact that it also went into public participation presents us with the goal of fostering democratic and accountable governance. It must also be noted that the City of Tshwane reviewed disaster risk management policy framework for 2024 highlights the following key points. Extensive public participation process conducted across all 7 regions. Framework refined to ensure inclusive effectiveness and adherence to international best practices. Unified and coordinated approach to disaster risk management across municipal departments and stakeholders. Prioritization of developmental strategies to reduce vulnerability in disaster-prone areas. In view of the above-mentioned key points, the reviewed disaster risk management policy framework provides us with a unified and well-coordinated approach to deal with disaster across the city and with various stakeholders, including municipal departments, statutory bodies, private sectors, entities, and non-profit organizations. This policy includes the risk reduction principles such as prevention, mitigation, and preparedness to minimize the impact of disaster. We are a government at work, and we want to give assurance that we are aware of various reports about sinkholes in our municipality, and the approval of this framework shall provide us with perfect opportunity to deal with such challenges effectively and efficiently in a short time. The EFF supports this report because it embraces the South African Constitution and Section 59 of the Municipal System Act 2000, in which they strongly emphasize community involvement and participation. Our view is that once everyone is involved, they will take ownership of and protect the whole program because it belongs to them. Speaker, the EFF also applaud and salute all our communities who came out in numbers to participate in all the public participation meetings pertaining to this subject matter. United and togetherness shall always be a key to success, transparency and accountability. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Are you okay? Okay, what is the point of order? Is there a point of order anyway?
Information, Speaker.
Okay.
No, we wanted to welcome back the councillor from suspension. Welcome back, councillor. Hey, the EFF was too quiet when you were not here.
Thank you very much. That's not necessary. Let's move to item 2, reference number 35889/1, Group Audit and Risk Department, 2023-2024, Quarter 4 Audit and Performance Committee. MACO report. This report, it's on page 206 to page 251. Recommendations are on 212. On this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Speaker. Quarter 4 report was presented by the department on the 27th of September 2024, indicating that it is an old report and once again highlighting the need to improve our systems for good governance going forward. There are no benchmark indicators for any growth or movement from this report for proper comparison. Speaker, progress displayed by the department with the implementation plan for audit, internal audit, ethics management, forensic service, and enterprise risk management be noticed. Consulting and assurance on capital projects for the quarter are not performed. Refinements needed to be observed in the designing and implementing of internal control for managing credit control processes, asset management, ward committees, and food premises. Adequate improvement shown in the general controls review design system for inventory management, consequence management processes, deviation processes, reduction of UIFW, expenditure review, and ICT. Internal audit must monitor and ensure systems are changed to addressing internal audit issues as they arise. Thus, it is imperative not to leave the resolution of all internal audit findings to management. This leads to improving our financial outcomes and also enhancing operational efficiency. The fallback to implement strategic risk monitoring remains unmitigated, resulting in risk performance not matching improved control environment. Delays in internal audit receiving the required information for the audit of supply chain management for housing company Tshwane NPC Limited were a concern, which sets back on the endeavor for a clean audit with the AGSA. Speaker, as highlighted by the report, tax implications should be considered before transferring assets and the city business operations directly to the Tshwane Economic Development Agency, State-Owned Entity Limited, TIDA. In conclusion, Speaker, the African National Congress takes cognizance of the 2023-2024 Q4 Audit and Performance Committee MECO report. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'd like to call Councillor Notununu from EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. All protocols observed. This report highlights key findings and recommendations for the Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane. It is appalling to see that the report highlighted concerns matter that no consulting or assurance work was performed on capital projects for the Q4, which is 2023-2024 period. And then the DA was in the helm of the city's administration at the time. It must be noted that we also had challenges finishing projects like Chantel and Timberland project, housing projects, where houses were not built according to the required standards. That failure led to the dismissal of some of the construction companies that were given responsibility to build, and there are possible litigations that are taking place. And then it is our view that these challenges happened because there were no oversight to ensure that the project runs and delivers on time. Within the budget and according to the required standards, the previous DA-led administration was lazy to walk the talk. Hence, we ended up having unfinished projects until now. But be rest assured that we are here to make sure that all these projects, including the Chantel projects, are going to be completed on time and according to standard. However, there are some positive in this report, and we note that there was a progress.
Sorry.
Yeah, Speaker, I wanted to know if the said councillor can take a question around the Chantel project.
No.
Councillor, are you prepared to take a question?
No, the person who's asking a question is conflicted, so I cannot take a question from him.
Please continue. He cannot take the question.
Yeah.
Please
Okay,
continue.
thank you,
Speaker. He must go read the budget. They've only budgeted.
Yeah. However, there are positives that we must take from this report, and we note that there's a progress in implementing plans, and there are adequate internal control systems as was suggested by the AG's recommendations. And in addition, there are areas like credit control, asset management, and ward committee management that needs to be improved. The EFF agrees that the department heads need to take greater responsibility for the managing of performance and information. We must ensure that there are timely disciplinary actions, prevention of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and hold the departments accountable. It must be noted that the city incurred 2.1 billion on wasteful expenditure in this quarter alone. And this is...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I would like to call Alderman Duploy from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Mr. Speaker, Honourable Mayor and fellow councillors, the community of Tshwane Metro relies on council to play a crucial role in ensuring accountability from both politicians and officials in our city. When looking at this report, it seems as if the APC and therefore its function is not taken serious. It is often stated in reports from the APC and even the annual Auditor General report that a number of problems pointed out in former reports are not yet satisfactorily dealt with. This implies that such matters have been reported several times and are still not yet attended to. Furthermore, the late presentation of APC reports to Council also create the impression that it is not taken serious. The Q4 report before us highlights several crucial matters like the food health testing situation that's not satisfactory, which is actually dangerous, and then several human resource management issues. There is, however, one matter highlighted in the APC report that deserves urgent attention. I refer to the seemingly dysfunctional Financial Disciplinary Board, the FDB. Members were appointed in July 2023. They only met for the first time 6 months later. Then they had 3 meetings, and I quote from the report, however, there has been no discussion of the investigation of financial misconduct cases. This points to a serious lack of demanding accountability from senior managers. That is their main job. Of great concern is that no mention is made in the report from the Chief Audit Executive, the report before us, of this matter. It seems as if MPAC also regarded as in order if financial misconduct cases are ignored, as pointed out by the APC report. MPAC only noted the report on the 14th of May. The recommendation before us is the same. Council we are just going to note the report in spite of the issues. I therefore call upon MACO, the City Manager and Section 79 Committee to ensure that the reports of the APC is regarded with the urgency it deserves. Mr. Speaker, the VF Plus disagrees with the way several serious matters reported by the APC are just for cognizance. We as councillors, whether being members of the executive, especially the mayor and the MACO, as well as when we are in oversight committees, especially MPAC, we fail the residents of Tshwane when we choose to just take cognizance of serious problems pointed out by each of the APC report. Therefore,
thank you very much, Alderman. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Part 2 from the Mayoral Committee meeting, 14th May 2025. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, Speaker, I rise on 6A of our rules and orders and would request a 1-hour caucus for the Democratic Alliance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The 1-hour caucus is granted. Yes, Councillor Notunum.
Yes, Speaker, we had an incident where we used to request the same, and you cut that 1-hour request, one of the meetings that we had. You cut that 1 hour to 30 minutes, and you requested that at least it should be that all the agenda items are finished today. Give it 30 minutes, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. And I was reprimanded that the WIPARI will be the ones that discuss the issue of caucuses, the types of caucuses. So I am allowing this 1 hour. Then it must go back to the WIPARI to be discussed. Thank you. Then that means you are back here at 10 to 5. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats so that we can count the quorum, please. Thank you, honorable councillors. Can we then proceed with our meeting, please? The Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, let me appreciate your indulgence as well as the council's indulgence. Due to the lateness of some of the reports, we were only now finished with information around those reports, and we needed to deliberate with Caucus around those reports. We have deliberated. I have spoken to the leader of government business, and we will bring some recommendation to some of the reports as we continue to speak during our time. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can we then proceed with part two, as we're starting part two before the caucus was requested? Item 3, reference number 49867/1, Group Financial Services Department irregular expenditure for the third quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 4 to page 9. Recommendations are on page 9. Speakers, I've got Alderwoman D. Silowa. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. This irregular expenditure is a result of ineffective financial planning, execution and oversight, an abuse of the supply chain management system by making use of the MFMA to justify the justifiable when a municipality needs to execute its responsibilities. This report reflects governance failures, weak leadership, and fragmented accountability, contributes to a breakdown of institutional integrity. This can clearly be demonstrated by how the city's procurement of bitumen led to the irregular expenditure of a poorly written report that illustrates that there's lack of control measures, and that ended up affecting an external contractor, which the two are actually unrelated. Furthermore, it shows a lack of accountability and consequence management that enables a culture of impunity. Whilst our roads are riddled with openings due to the lack of maintenance, the potholes filled in grand gestures have resulted in irregular expenditure as proper procurement processes were not followed. We are not going to thank a fish for swimming as a result of expecting the municipality to upkeep their roads and produce asphalt. They have failed in identifying critical risks and control weaknesses within the institution, resulting in avoidable irregular expenditure. If contract management was in place, the tender specifications would have all been done on time. As a result, this only depicts mediocrity displayed by this administration of officials who keep doing the same areas as if they are new to local government. As a result, this poor planning and procurement processes not implemented effectively will only lead to delayed project completion, extended timelines, escalating project costs beyond initial budgets, inefficient use of public funds, and poor quality service delivery, resulting in frustration among ratepayers and taxpayers, which is also displayed in the 2C project. That is why, as the Democratic Alliance, would be making the following recommendation. Recommendation 4 would read as following: that according to GRAP, irregular expenditure of 9,720,000 rand must be disclosed in the annual financial statement. This is recommended by myself, Alderman Dikeledi Silowa, and seconded by Councillor Adriana Randall.
Thank you very much.
Bravo, bravo.
Can I then call Councillor Moloisane from the EFF?
I'll read when I call all the speakers.
Okay. We as the Democratic Alliance would like to add an extra recommendation that would read as follows. Recommendation 4, that according to GRAP, irregular expenditure of 9,720,000 must be disclosed in the annual financial statement. Recommendation recommended by Alderman Dikeledi Silowa, and seconded by Councillor Adriana Randall. I still have speakers on this item that needs to speak, but those are the recommendations that the DA is adding on the recommendations that are here. But can I then, before we can call on the report whether it's amended or not, can I call the last two speakers to present their speech? Then I'll come back to the recommendations. Councillor Moloisane.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana, Chief Matangu, and their respective entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests, more importantly, the residents of the capital city. This report highlights irregular expenditure incurred during the third quarter of the 2024-25 financial year, amounting to 9.7 million. The expenditure was for procuring bitumen for Bon Accord Quarry. My question is, Mr. Speaker, what is the state of monitoring and evaluation of the tender system in our municipality? Are we lacking or doing everything according to the books? I'm asking you because it is stated that this irregular expenditure occurred due to lack of planning and improper implementation of tendering processes, leading us to spend an amount of 9.7 million for 50-70 penetration grade bitumen without complying with relevant legislation or regulations. We understand the need for bitumen and that without it we cannot be able to resurface our tar roads. However, it is worrying that with us owning Bon Accord Quarry and facing millions of irregular expenditures, we are still facing a problem of potholes in our roads. That is a cause for concern because it paints us as a city that lacks proper planning and with non-compliance to procurement or other financial rules. How can a capital city fail to adhere to legal requirements and established procedures? We therefore recommend that there should be a thorough and speedy investigation and ways to recover the amount from the person liable or write it off if irrecoverable. The accounting officer must ensure that there is investigation and recuperation of all the money irregularly spent. We also call on the city to improve planning and implementation of necessary turnaround strategies to prevent similar occurrences in the future. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's take the last one, Councillor Matabate from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my report that I was supposed to speak on is 91997/1. Honourable Speaker, colleagues in Council, most importantly, the resilient residents of this great city, Dumelang bagaetsho. The purpose of this report is to inform Councillor on irregular expenditure incurred in the third quarter of 2024-25 financial year in compliance with Section 32 of the MFMA. The matter will be referred for investigation and, where appropriate, recovery or written off if proven irrecoverable. Colleagues, this irregular expenditure arises from the expired bitumen supply contract to Tipe Trading Projects, which ran from January 2021 to December 2023. Despite ample time, over 15 months, to prepare for its replacement, the procurement process was mishandled. The new tender, ROC 01 2023-2024, was only advertised in August 2023 and eventually cancelled in August 2024 due to evaluation issues. This delay left the city without valid contract. The second tender process, ROC 12 2024-2025, was initiated in December 2024, but by March 2025 it had not been advertised. In the meantime, the city procured bitumen through a deviation appointing global road bidders at a cost of 9.7 million rand. This deviation was approved on 10 March 2025 under Regulation 36(1) AV, meant for emergencies or sole suppliers. However, the need for bitumen was known. This was not an emergency. It was a failure of planning and execution. Speaker, this is not just poor administration. It signals potential negligence or deliberate misconduct. Critical tenders were delayed or cancelled without urgency. SCM failed to act on unknown timelines. A deviation was used inappropriately to bypass competitive bidding. No accountability has been demonstrated for this lapse. This conduct contradicts both Section 112 of the MFFA and Section 217 of the Constitution. It also exposes the city to financial risk and undermines public trust. In conclusion, Speaker, the 9.7 million rand in irregular expenditure was avoidable. It reflects a serious breakdown in procurement governance. This council must ensure that the matter is fully investigated and that disciplinary and corrective actions follow. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me remind the House that we've got the recommendation, which is from DA, that according to CREB, irregular expenditure of 9,720,000 must be disclosed in the annual financial statement, recommended by Alderwoman Dikeledi Siloa and seconded by Councillor Andriana Randall, as amended. Okay, the leader of the executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. The request is noble, but it's carried in the statements that comes to council. Then there are budget statements that carries declaration, because we need to declare to provincial government. Later, when we aggregate our monthly statements into submission to Auditor General, Therefore, those disclosures are carried. Therefore, there's no need for us to separate the process. This deals only with regular expenditure, but when you receive reports that comes to council, that talks to budget statements, that disclosure you're going to see it. Therefore, there's no need for us to repeat what should be carried separately on another activity.
Thank you very much. Alderwoman Silowa is okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I fully do understand where Alderman Maluleka is coming from as the leader of executive business, but I think it should be just general practice that we do include this on these reports so that it is a standard procedure going through, that council is actually executing its role and responsibility in this regard. Thank you. There's no harm in including it in actual fact.
Thank you very much. Are you staying with the recommendation, or you are going to engage the leader of the executive? Yes, leader of the executive.
Resolutions of council are important. We're going to overburden administration on the work. And once they don't do that, we're going to come and blame them that you didn't do this task. Because remember, once we resolve here, it goes back to finance. They must do what is recommended by council. Already they're doing it. They're preparing monthly budget statements. They're preparing quarterly statements. You can't overburden them and say, do another task.
Okay, thank you very much. Alderwoman, I will suggest that you engage with the leader of the executive as he's explaining to us in the House as recommended. As recommended, not as amended. Councillors, on the report, there is a recommendation that came with the report. And then there is a recommendation that is coming with, that is proposed by. Now, I'm saying, that is why, listen, that is why I'm saying the Alderwoman must engage with the leader of the executive on this recommendation. Now, when I say as recommended, I'm speaking of the recommendation that is on the report. You must ask first before you, as recommended. Thank you very much. Let's move to item 4, reference number. Are you okay, Councillor Slow? Okay. Can we then move on? Are you okay? Or you want to say it on record?
Thank you, Speaker. We found each other, myself and Alderman Maluleka, and we'll then withdraw the recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Let's move to item. Okay, thank you. Let's move to item 4, reference number 81664/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management, Deviation Report for third quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 10 to 13. Recommendations are on 13. I've got Councillor F. Kabuyasilo, Sile, DA. I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be very short. Hide nothing from the masses. The report says that there is no deviation. But, Speaker, we are aware that the Watchman Service tender was extended in February and continue to run up to date. So the question to the Executive Mayor is, Why has this not been reported as a deviation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Mutiba. Action SA, your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Mutiba.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item. As recommended. Item 5, reference number 47347/1, Group Financial Service Department, unclaimed long outstanding monies of the creditors, age analysis, recognition of unclaimed creditors' balances as revenue. This report is on page 14 to page 19. Recommendations are on page 19. On this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll give it to Councillor Rakabet.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The city...
Just leave it, leave it, Councillor. Now you can speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The city intends to derecognize financial liabilities, Speaker, which are unclaimed amounts with balances that date far back from 2005 till 2019, included in the credit balance of trade payables and retention creditors. As the relevant creditors cannot be traced and no longer do business with the municipality. Based on the legislation, Prescription Act 68 of 1969, policy, account payable policy and applicable accounting principles, the GRAP 104 financial instruments, the city will be guided by the mentioned to see that the proper processes are followed. Speaker, for the derecognition to happen, the municipality is in its fair right in accordance with the Municipal System Act 2000, Section 38C. It requires the municipality to administer its affairs in an economical, effective, efficient, and accountable manner. This leads to the city being able to present its financial statement liabilities in a fair value manner. Through the local community newspapers and radio stations covering areas in the municipality for about 30 days, invitations will be given to affected service providers to submit their unclaimed monies that are older than 3 years. Speaker, on account payable policy 2024-2025 MTREF, as approved by Council on the 6th of June 2024, a creditor has limited time to take action to recover the debt. If they fail to do so, the debt becomes prescribed and is no longer legally recoverable. It should be noted that claims must be supported with documents for the stipulated period in question. Speaker, the report is compliant with the provision of Regulation 13 of the Performance Management Regulations of 2001. Recognizing these unclaimed monies as revenues does not only align with the best accounting practice, but also enhances transparency, ensuring our stakeholders receive an honest representation of our financial health. It also underscores our commitment to diligent financial management compliance, something that the city has been missing under the leadership, the misleading leadership of the Barbie doll there. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC recommends the approval to do the recognition and claim creditors' monies that have aged for a period of 3 years and more. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then call Councillor Fesar from DA? Fesar, from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, Honourable Speaker, firstly, as mentioned by Councillor Rakabe, this report deals with unclaimed monies to creditors from 2005 to 2019. Secondly, the intention is to recognise unclaimed creditors' balances as revenue. Thirdly, if we go to recommendation 3 of this report, which reads as follows, that an invitation be published in affected service providers to submit their unclaimed monies that are older than 3 years. I will speak to each of these 3 items. It makes no sense to derecognize unclaimed invoices or monies by creditors that are not anymore. It makes sense, to derecognize unclaimed invoices or monies by creditors that are not anymore due and payable, as mentioned by the previous speaker, Prescription Act, and so forth. This will result in reducing the municipality's liabilities, which is an acceptable practice. The municipality also needs to ensure that creditors are followed up promptly, proper workflow processes are in place, creditors are contacted, ensure their banking details are correct, so we don't sit in a situation where over 15, 20 years, we now sit in the situation we have to find our creditors to pay them. Let's move to the third and last point, reference to recommendation 2. The debtors already prescribed. This recommendation calls to derecognize unclaimed monies and creditors' age analysis that have prescribed. This may open the opportunity for possible workflow processes that are being flawed, and also possible corruption, fake creditors coming forward, claiming payment that arose as far back as 2005 until 2019. Now, in order to rectify the aforesaid, the following recommendations are submitted to Council for consideration. First, that Council approves the derecognition of unclaimed monies that have aged for a period of 3 years or more after the public invitation period has lapsed. 2, that an invitation be published in a local newspaper for 30 days to allow affected service providers to submit their unclaimed monies that are older than 3 years. That's been the same. Number 3, the claims be supported by proof source documents and supporting documents for the period. That's the same. Then a new item 4, the Section 79 committee be furnished with a report to all creditors paid after the public participation period. The DA welcomes and supports this report together with the recommendations. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor K. Khosienzile Khosman.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. I'll be brief. Thanks, Speaker, for affording me an opportunity to ventilate the position of multi-party government on this report. It is an obvious fact, given what everybody else has said, it is an obvious fact that where there's no joy of a cooperation, relationships tend to end. It is indeed the case with this report where the city has witnessed a long outstanding creditors dating as far back as 2005. It's like we're holding money trying to give them their money ever since 2005, and we couldn't manage, we couldn't do it. This matter came out prominently as, amongst other things, that the AG in the previous year's report has reached a conclusion that based on this, the city can manage. And indeed, they are right. Indeed, a high level of mismanagement was witnessed, including mainly by the time of DA, where it failed to deal with this, to an extent that it even appears in the AG's report to say we can't manage. So we are fixing their mess right now. This is not something that we thought out of our own ordinarily so. We acknowledge that labor mulato hauboli, but we can't keep claiming that we owe in excess of 10 billion, but always as sure as hell that those whom we owe have become ghosts. So we have no one else to pay. No matter how many times we call them to come get their money. If you don't believe me, look on the note number 21 of annual financial statements. It will tell you, that ended last year in 30 June 2024. Our accounts payable and creditors control policy further cements what we are doing now. We are not just doing things out of ordinary. It supports the ideology with the aim of clearing our house. Something that the AG has been saying over and over and over every year, to say, you can't tell us that this is how much you owe, but you are not paying in any way. That's not all. There's generally recognized accounting practice number 23. So in case you don't know what that is where you are saying you recognize revenue from non-exchange transaction. It supports this that we are doing right now. So passing this report will relieve the city's liability so that money can be focused and directed towards the much needed services, unlike having to put it there in a bank account waiting for a ghost to come and claim it. Again, now, for the first time, the plagues out on a level pay, level lotas, the tom of the service. I mean, but pechadi pothole, that's never happened.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then the next speaker. Thank you. The next speaker is Alderman Tennessee. Your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor. That was the last speaker on our item as recommended. Let's move to item 6. Reference number 01068/1. Group Property Department proposed transfer of ERF 1768 Refill Extension 1 to the Gauteng Provincial Government for social development purposes. This report is on page 20 to 43. Recommendations are on page 30. And on this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the transfer of F 1768 Refuel Extension 1 represents a significant opportunity for community development. Rooted in socio-economic transformation, the subject center provides offices for social work services, library services, a skills development center, a South African alcohol and drug abuse, as well as a vegetable garden that serves as food security for the community, thus addressing social challenges and unemployment in the area. This parcel of land falls within a broader framework of government and non-government efforts aimed at fostering public-private partnership. These partnerships are critical in mobilizing resources, expertise, and stakeholders' engagement to ensure comprehensive community development. The strategic transfer of this F allows for the establishment of community facilities and economic ventures which collectively contribute to enhancement of social capital and the economical landscape of Refuel Extension 1. Guided by Tshwane Land Use Scheme 2024, which promotes sustainable urban growth, the Gauteng Provincial Government aims to acquire this property, complementing the already existing community center. This aligns with the scheme objective by increasing the property development potential and supporting broader sustainable development goals in Tshwane. The GPG will take on responsibility for rates and taxes post-transfer and will oversee development approvals and occupancy certifications. Accounting functions will be activated to ensure accurate property records. New municipal accounts should be opened under the province name for managing bills. The province is obligated to commence rezoning immediately after the transfer, and all project-related documentation will be maintained by the appropriate department. In conclusion, Speaker, the property will be transferred to Gauteng Provincial Government in accordance with the Municipal Finance Management Act and Asset Transfer Regulation. The acquisition serves as a testament to the necessity of careful, intentional land use, facilitating transformative change, laying the foundation for enduring socio-economic benefits while navigating the future with resilience and purpose. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Tisi Vilagazi from DA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is plausible that the provincial government intends to avail the refuel center and to render social development services here in Tshwane at Refilwe. As the Democratic Alliance, we fully in support of these intentions, Speaker. We, however, are not in agreement with the neglect of the similar facilities owned by the very same government, which have now turned into white elephants here in our city. The following centers, Speaker, are very good example of what I'm talking about. We talk about Hammanskraal with the expenditure of 62 million. This facility is not fully utilized. I think it's only 5% there that is utilized. Mabopane, with the expenditure of 62 million, again not fully utilized. Winterfeld, over 53 million, not complete and not functional. We're talking about over 10 years here, Speaker. These facilities have been abandoned. See, kulumang taxpayers' money here, Speaker. This is so sad. Remember, Speaker, ama facilities lawa, if they're not working, kushuguti imisebenzi ilokile aksebenzegi. Kushuguti ama service deliveries alokile, they are supposed to be rendered by these facilities. So, as a daily Speaker, Lana, so our plea is only one, Speaker. We request the provincial government to finish what they have started. Then they can move on with other facilities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Jubet from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me? Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry. Just hold on. The housing company of Tshwane involves a lot of risks. Firstly, financial risk. The transfer costs of these properties is almost 11.6 million rand. Revenue uncertainty is also a huge concern. If the expected rental income is not realized, if tenants default on payments, or if the properties remain vacant, like the 3 units that I personally am aware of at Cappies in Capital Park. Secondly, the operational risks. Maintenance and upgrades by Housing Company of Tshwane. There needs to be investments, and these properties needs to be maintained by Housing Company of Tshwane. I myself have followed up on 2 matters at Silver Kroon, of which currently we're waiting 27 days for Housing Company of Tshwane to fix a geyser and a water leak. The city is being plagued with water problems. The effectiveness of the Housing Company of Tshwane will be crucial, and we as the Freedom Front Plus feel strongly that we need to do thorough oversight and have more engagement with Housing Company of Tshwane to avoid further financial losses for the city and deprive the poor of service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker as recommended. Okay, sorry, leader of the executive.
I just want to check. We were still doing 6. Yeah, Councillor Jube was speaking on 7. On 8, I'm sorry. On item 8. Not item 6. Item 6 deals with that property in Mamelodi, where we are transferring that asset to the province. But maybe she will get that opportunity. She might have mixed item 6 and 8. Speaker, one of the things, yeah, Yeah, one of the things that we must commend our planning department is for them to refuse access to buildings that do not comply in terms of the completion. You must get a certificate of occupation for you to occupy a building. Then if you go to some of the developments, if you ask Councillor Mabulawa, the complete structure that she must have, Councillor Villagas, is that there must be a road, there must be a road that gets to that facility. There must be a crossroad that leads to that. That road must be built by the developer, which is province. If they haven't built that road, if you go to Councillor Mabaso in Ward 22, there's water, storm water, and challenges around the entrance of the facility. The planning can't give them access. And you can't now want to make it as if it is this new government that is efficient. Our planning wants people to do correct things. If you're building a clinic and doesn't have a parking space, they're not going to approve it. This is what is happening with our clinic at Ward 25. But what we're going to do through IGR, Councillor Mashabela will engage the health department, Councillor Mudisa will engage social development, so that they can do right things in terms of compliance on our building control and the planning division. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor, the MMC has just spoken on this item. Thank you so much. As recommended, then let's move to item 7. A Group Property Department feedback report proposed notarial list of ERF 43 400 Boom Backstad for mixed use development. This report is on page 44 to 89. Recommendations are on 52. And on this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Palwane? Is it Councillor? Who's speaking? Can you raise your hand? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as cities evolve, the integration of residential, commercial and recreational space become increasingly vital in nurturing engagement and enhancing the quality of urban life. The proposed notarial list for mixed-use development represents a pivotal opportunity to foster urban growth and socio-economic development within the city. Aligning residential unit with commercial endeavors has a potential to cultivate vibrant communities where residents can both live and work. On 24 November 2022, the Council approved public participation for the list of ERF 43 determined unnecessary for basic municipal services. Key decisions included establishing fair market rental, granting principal approval for a 50-year lease contingent on public input, and setting a proposed monthly rental of 440,000 Speaker, increasing 7% annually from 1 July 2023. And the accounting officer was authorized to initiate public participation and report back to the Council. Previous resolutions on unimplemented projects were rescinded and prior subdivision approval was withdrawn. The development will begin within 5 years of signing the lease and will comply with national building regulations. Tshwane's land value capture strategy will be implemented through the public land development program, which includes vital recommendation. This program initiates a land preparation cycle, converting underdeveloped areas into development-ready sites via administrative processes such as town planning and rezoning. Key infrastructure, roads, utilities, and sewage will also be enhanced, with municipalities overseeing main networks while developers connect their properties. The minimum rate is set at 440,000 per month, with authorization for the accounting officer to negotiate a turnover rental to boost the city's revenue. Development will commence within 3 years from signing the lease agreement, with rent payments commencing thereafter. and potential extensions available upon request. The lease comprises an initial 30-year term with a 20-year renewal option, and earlier council conditions apply. ERF 43 confirmed will have its multi-rental increased by 7% annually, subject to review if the tender process extends beyond a year. The ANC takes cognizance of public feedback on the proposed notarial lease. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Alderman P. Sutton from DA. Press once.
There we go. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the previous speaker said a lot and he referred to the report, but what I want to refer to is this is exceptional good news. I am the ward councillor in the Centurion CBD, and anyone who visits that area frequently will know it's been left behind a lot in terms of development and decay. We have the African precinct development that's pending and that is in progress right next to this development. And the African precinct development is a 4.5 billion rand development that is in the making. And right next to it now, we have Earth 43. And this is exceptional good news that this is going through now. And I believe there will be a property development forum in July where this will be formally tabled if council approves this today. And from what I've heard from officials is there is quite a bit of interest for this portion of land as well. But what makes this even more significant, Speaker, if all goes well, next month we'll have another report, which is Earth 1932, which is about 800 meters from this stand, which is also about 3 hectares that will be put out for development. And I think we can all see that if we can get these developments off the ground, it will transform the Centurion CBD and it will put it in the league of what we have seen happening in Menlyn, Maine and others. Talk on the street from developers estimate about 10,000 jobs will be created when these developments start. Alderman Aro Maluleka spoke earlier about the importance of bulk service contributions. That will come into play here, and this will be a major, major turning point for the Centurion CBD and for the residents in the area. The previous speaker spoke about the details of the report. I support this report as well. We've gone through a process here. We had the public participation in 2023. We're now here, and now the next step is to get that lease signed with the developer, and we trust the officials will continue the good work for that. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chubet from FF Plus, please speak on the right message report now. She's waving. That was the last speaker. Item 7 as recommended. Item 8, reference number 12715/1, Group Property Department. Proposed transfer of even 571R, 571/1/R, 571-3R, 572-5, 572R, and ERF 1113 Acadia. ERF 5661 and 5662 Proclamation Hill, ERF 1865 Silverton, ERF 199R and 242R Claremont, even 1296 1154 849 704 561 421 275 1625 Capital Park, even 201 207 and 3441 Denville, ERF 31 Despot, ERF 444 Walmer, even 66 67, 74, 75, 80, 83, 90, 91, and 99 Valeria, and even 52, 53, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, Elofsdal to Housing Company Tshwane. This report is on page 90 to 126. Recommendations are on 108. And on this item, I've got Councillor Wittgenstein. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to reflect on the report proposing the transfer of these 46 municipal properties to the Housing Company Tshwane under Section 14.6 of the MFMA and Regulation 20 of the Asset Transfer Regulations. At first glance, this move appears to promote consolidation, aiming to streamline the delivery of social housing because the fragmented management across human settlements, group properties, and HCT has undoubtedly created inefficiencies. However, as with all matters concerning public assets, we must scratch beneath the surface, because efficiency without accountability is a dangerous illusion. Speaker, let us be honest, the Housing Company Tshwane has a checkered past, not the Formula One checker flag. While the report applauds HCT's unconditional SHRA accreditation, it is silent on its historical failures, i.e., poor maintenance, poor financial mismanagement, and questionable oversight. Now, we're being asked to entrust the same entity with these 46 properties. Many of them are in a very poor state, yet there is no comprehensive condition assessment added, no upgrade plan, and no cost-benefit analysis. Speaker, let us put it bluntly. This is an 86.9, listen carefully, million rand asset giveaway, free, gratis, mahala. Speaker, while we may call this municipal efficiency, what it resembles is a blank check handed over without proper scrutiny. The DA supports effective governance. We support public-private partnerships. We support the smart and transparent use of state resources. So, while the intent of this report aligns with our values of a streamlined service delivery, the implementation veers drastically from our principles. There is no competitive bidding, there is no independent valuation, there is no proper public consultation. This is not how we do accountable government. Speaker, we must ask, is the ACT ready to absorb 1,389 additional units without collapsing under its own weight? Where is the financial roadmap? Where is the legal justification that these properties are surplus to the city's needs? We believe that Section 14 of the MFMA is being used selectively, bypassing the full legal test. Speaker, this council cannot rubber stamp wishful thinking.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your 3 minutes is up. The next speaker is Councillor Matala from EFF.
Am I audible? Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. As economic freedom fighters, we stand firm in our commitment to the cardinal pillar of expropriation of South African land without compensation. This core principle is rooted in the recognition that no settler arrived in this land with ownership of it. Rather, they seized control through violence and exploitation, dispossessing the indigenous people of their means of sustenance and production. The proposed transfer of properties to the Housing Company Tshwane represents a crucial step towards addressing the historical injustices perpetuated through land dispossession. We commend the initiative as a means of consolidating housing stock to cater to the pressing need for social housing. However, we must also extend our focus beyond mere property transfer to challenge the entrenched system of inequality and exclusion that continue to plague our society. As we raise our voices in protest and advocate for land redistribution, we must confront enclaves like Kleinfontein that stand as a symbol of privilege and discrimination. These exclusive spaces serve as a stark reminders of apartheid's enduring legacy, where a select few continue to wield power and control over vast tracts of land while the majority are marginalized and denied access to resources. We demand an end to segregation and apartheid tendencies, starting with places like Kleinfontein. Our march is not just a symbolic gesture. It is a call to action for real change that transcends the confines of race and class. We advocate for redistribution of land and resources that benefits all South Africans, not just a privileged few. By supporting the transfer of properties to the housing company Tshwane, we are taking a step towards rectifying the injustices of the past and creating a more equitable society. This is not a matter of charity, but a fundamental right to reclaim what was taken from us unjustly. Let us march forward together, united in our quest for a future where every citizen stands tall on the land that is rightfully theirs, where opportunity and prosperity are shared by all. In solidarity, let us all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. Then the next speaker is Councillor Mashangu from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to support the proposed transfer of multiple residential properties to the housing company Tshwane. Our city municipal-owned entity mandated to develop and manage affordable rental housing for low to middle income households. Housing company Tshwane has been instrumental in bridging the housing gap since its establishment in 2001. It is not merely a developer, it is a key enabler of spatial justice and urban renewal. In 2015, housing company Tshwane received conditional accreditation from the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, empowering it to access vital grants for the development of social housing. This proposal before Council represents the consolidation of our city's efforts to bring order to a fragmented housing portfolio currently managed by various departments with differing rental models. Through this transfer, Speaker, we streamline ownership, unlock development potential, and place properties into the hands of an accredited entity focused solely on affordable housing. The properties earmarked for transfer span across key areas of our city includes Arcadia, Silverton, Proclamation Hill, Capital Park, Denville, Claremont, Villeria, and Ilofsdal. These include blocks of flats, high-rise buildings, semi-detached houses, and special-use housing units, many of which already serve vulnerable and working-class residents. In total, over 900 residential units are set to be transferred. Importantly, this initiative is closely aligned with broader strategic interventions to rejuvenate the urban core. The city of Tshwane is pleased to announce that the concerns of residents regarding the state of the central business district are being proactively addressed. To this end, a sub-mayoral committee on bad buildings has been established. This committee will focus on dilapidated buildings, hijacked buildings, and abandoned properties, particularly those that seek to be refurbished for housing and economic use. This dual-track approach, transferring viable houses stock to HCT while reclaiming neglected urban assets, demonstrates our efforts and commitment to organized urban renewal. The sub-mayoral committee will play a crucial role in unlocking economic potential and addressing urgent housing needs, including low-cost housing and student accommodation, while also facilitating business spaces and tourism development. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joubert.
Am I audible?
Ja, that's right.
Mr. Speaker, as previously stated, I confirm what Councillor Sean Wilkinson said. And I just wanted to, my colleague from the EFF.
Sorry, Councillor. What's the point of order?
But she spoke on the item. We had a view, then was satisfied with their view. You spoke.
Okay, you were satisfied
She
with my
spoke on
view.
6. She's speaking on
MMC,
8.
thank you for being,
We're on 8
being
now.
satisfied with my view. But
Please,
I would
please,
like to
please,
ask.
Please, Councillor, continue.
Thank you. I would like to ask the Leader of Business Executive, MMC Aaron Maluleka, that we have a discussion with regards to this report, because I think there's a lot of things that we can assist with regards to this report. Every one of us wants to give affordable housing to residents in Tshwane. As stated previously, this goes from Pretoria West up until the Moot area. But to be honest, is Housing Company of Tshwane delivering the goods? Housing Company of Tshwane has been in charge of overseeing the functioning of all these properties for the past 5 years. And they have not met their targets. So we really need to have a serious discussion with regards to this report, because I have concerns. We're spending 11.6 million rand on transfer costs to Housing Company of Tshwane. How many potholes can we go and fix in Soshanguve, in Pretoria CBD, in Mamelodi? How many water leaks can we fix with 11.6 million rand? So I welcome a discussion with MMC Ramabodu and with MMC Maluleka with regards to this report. And I welcome Councillor Sean Wilkinson and Councillor Mahlangu from the EFF, so that I can explain to him Kleinfontein has nothing to do with Cappies and with Silverkroon and with Wagebekkie and all these other low-cost housing, Oudtstalshoogte and Nieuwestalshoogte. The city of Tshwane have been looking after the poorest of the poor for the longest of time. And Housing Company of Tshwane has not delivered. So we seriously need to look at this report. We as the Freedom Front Plus is serious. There's a lot of flaws in this report, and we need to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker. As recommended. All right. Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. I'm happy that they are confirming that the former MMC was not working for the last 5 years, or some of them. Well, they've got a lot there. It was Councillor Mpozimu, it was Councillor Abel Tau, it was Councillor Ufenze Madziwadela. He was there like Desmond Royen. It was not for a long time, man.
It was just for 3 months.
It was just for 3 months, man. Then,
Thank you. Proceed, Leader of the Executive.
Then there's consensus about what should happen to this house, to these buildings. They're in a bad state. People are not happy. Repairs and maintenance is not done. They are not paying rent. There's no security. We issued leases. Some have sublet our properties. There are illegal share bins in some of these buildings. And these things happened when there was leadership. But what we are saying, and without politicking, but surfacing what are the issues that needs to be addressed, is that you give it to an entity that can deal with restructuring them and repurposing them. Because I said it and raised it in many public platforms that poor people are part of the CBD. There's a difficulty of acknowledging that even poor people want to be housed. And the only way that you can house them is through social housing and a grant that comes from SHRA, from National Housing Department. And these are some of the plans, Councillor Wiggleston, that we want to do. We want to put together assets that were not working. Bring private sector, work together to make sure that they work. If there's a tenant that came in affording and their economic status has changed, you want to redirect them somewhere. Into a retirement village if you're over 65. Go to some of the categories of housing where you can qualify. Because if this city is going to work as a capital city, it must be cleaned. It must house people in a dignified, habitable situations. How are we going to do it? Give it to the entity. You see, we thought about how entities must work. Men here in this house will tell you that ESCOM, with all its monopolies, it doesn't work. We need IPPs as a solution. Therefore, let's allow the entity to have this, go into the debt market, raise money for these assets to work, and have poor people that should reside there, but people must pay for what they're getting. There are employees of the city that reside in these properties that are not paying. And they were not paying. I'm saying we are inheriting those problems. That we want to clean the system, but we want to give it to an authority that can look at that, because the Human Settlement Department has a lot to do. They must focus on informal settlements. They must focus on policy. They must still build avail service stands. They must do a myriad of other things that they must do. Then let's allow HCT, and together as a Section 79 executive, let's work together in making sure that this asset lives, because your constituency are there in the social houses. You know, many old people, if you go to an area or a house, a flat that houses pensioners, they give us 96% on our revenue. We collect 96%. If you go to an area where young people are residing, driving BMWs, we get 6%. Therefore, it means we must do something right. Therefore, what is something right that we're going to do? Raise money, put security, biometric, you enter, you don't pay us, we remove you. The reason that East Tembelike didn't work, it is because of how it was managed. Therefore, management is an issue more than any other thing. We want to manage these assets. We want to bring dignity to our people. They can't reside in a dark place where there's a leak next to electric cables. It can't work like that. Therefore, let's give them. But some of the recommendations resolve the debt, the historic debt that was with housing. CFO will sit with the department and the CEO. Let's look at how we transfer debt and make sure that there's accountability on things that we're going to do. But we want to improve the living conditions of the people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. As recommended, we move to item 9, reference number 31718/2. Group Property Department Feedback Report, Proposed Notarial List of Erin 1, 822, 2822, 3822, 5822, 13822, 14822, 15822, 18822, 21822, 22822, 23822, 24822, 25822, 26822, R/2 866, 3866, R/4 866, 5866, 6866, 2866, 28866, 29866, 3866, 1880, 2880, 881, 882, 1883, R883, 884, 885, and 1417 Sunside. This report is on page 127 to 327. Recommendations are on page 150. I've got Councillor Disiluane from the EFF. You've got 3 minutes. Councillor Matlabane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors, all distinguished guests, and the resident of Tshwane. The economic freedom fighters stand in full support of the feedback report presented by the Group Property Department regarding the proposed notarial list of the properties in Sunnyside. Our commitment to economic empowerment compels us to advocate for inclusive development that benefits all members of the community. As articulated in our policy framework, the EFF firmly believe in principles of equitable access to economic opportunities. It is a guiding principle that underpins our endorsement of initiative that seeks to leverage the potential high-value properties to the greater good of our society. The feedback report presented before us highlights the comprehensive public participation process that have been undertaken in compliance with municipal regulations. It is heartening to note the absence of objections and constructive comments received, emphasizing the need to prioritize job creation, engage with local residents, and consider existing community stakeholders in the new development plans. The properties in question, spanning across the Nelson Mandela corridor, represent valuable opportunity for mixed-use development that can catalyze the economic activity and uplift the surrounding community. The proposed notarial lease, with its envisaged rental terms and escalation clauses, sets a foundation for sustainable growth and long-term investment in the area. Speaker, we urge all stakeholders to involve in this project to heed the voices of those who contributed to the safety and the vibrancy of this area. It is essential that developers recognize and incorporate the efforts of local community members who have been steadfast in safeguarding the neighborhoods and preventing its decline. In support of this report, we affirm our commitment to prioritizing the interest of well-being of the community at large. We call for a development approach that not only revitalizes the physical infrastructure, but also fosters social cohesion, job opportunities, and ongoing communication with residents. In conclusion, Speaker, let us move forward with shared vision of inclusive development that respects the contribution of all community members and creates thriving environment for future generations by upholding the values of transparency, equity, and community engagement. We can build a prosperous, with equity, community.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, Councillor Chubet, your 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, local businesses will be prioritized in this notarial lease plan. The incorporation of existing businesses will need some auditing to show the need if these businesses are indeed paying. As everyone knows and is aware that the city needs revenue collection. Job creation with new developments and upgrading will put a new face on Sunnysides. However, we as the Freedom Front Plus feels that there needs to be an emphasis on sustainable businesses. And hopefully, Sunnyside will become a business hub again and not a drug-dealing hub as it currently stands. We as the Freedom Front feels strongly that we as the capital city needs to be hands-on and ensure oversight that no illegal activities occur, like illegal reconnections of water, and electricity, and also our biggest problem in the city currently is illegal dumping. Sunnyside is a dump. So please, let's take back our capital city and support this new developments, but please ensure oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Let's move to item 10. Reference number 12644/1, Office of the Executive Mayor, first draft of Housing Company Tshwane, business plan for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 328 to 388. Recommendations are on 338. The speakers here, I've got Councillor Ntapo from the DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we thank you for the opportunity to reflect on the first draft of the 2025-2026 business plan by Housing Company of Tshwane. Let me start by saying that we should all recognize the vital role that the Housing Company of Tshwane should play in managing and delivering dignified, affordable housing to our residents. But this draft plan, as it stands, it raises more questions than confidence. It is not enough to submit a document that ticks most of the MFMA boxes. What we need is a blueprint that genuinely inspires faith in its outcomes and in the current Tshwane political leadership. The risk register alone has multiple red flags. 10 of the listed risks are marked as maximum. From the failure to meet the city's mandate to deteriorating buildings, increasing land invasions, financial fragility, and exposure to fraud, these aren't abstract risks. They are already showing up in decaying infrastructure, in poor managed tenant lists, in vacant units, and growing community frustration. There's also no clarity on how the Housing Company of Tshwane will manage the additional 46 properties that are being transferred from the city. Where's the audit? Where's the costed upgrade and maintenance plans? We don't have it, Speaker. If we continue transferring assets without clear delivery targets or maintenance targets, we are setting this entity and our communities up for failure. Speaker, there's a glaring absence of accountability here. There's no clear action plan, no KPIs, no indication of how public feedback will be taken seriously. We are told public participation happened, but where's the summary? Where's the evidence that citizens' voices were heard and meaningfully incorporated? Where are the inputs from the residents of De Havel, Yellowfrebo, Blesbok, Clarina, and all the ones that have been mentioned today? If you visit these broken facilities, all in a state of horrible despair, you will know that their voices were not heard. As the Democratic Alliance, we believe in clean governance, transparent public participation, and performance-based service delivery. We cannot rubber stamp business plans simply because they have arrived on time. We must demand more. Before this plan can be approved, the Housing Company of Tshwane should table a revised version that includes a proper asset audit, a tenant management strategy, a funded maintenance plan, and a clear response to public input. The risk must be addressed, not just listed. Speaker, we owe it to the residents of Tshwane to ensure that this entity doesn't just survive on paper, but delivers housing that people can actually live.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Then the next speaker is Councillor Likoti from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, today as we review the first draft of the Housing Company Tshwane business plan for the 2025-26 financial year, we are reminded of the importance of the clear and measurable plans in driving progress and development within our municipality. This document outlines the strategic initiatives that will shape the provision of affordable housing and social infrastructure for our communities in the coming year. Now, now, within this plan, we see commitments to the develop rental units, improve social housing, and upgrade infrastructure to meet the growing needs of our residents. It is heartening to note the focus of providing housing solutions that cater to various income brackets, ensuring that all members of society have access to decent and affordable shelter. As we delve deeper into the details of the business plan, we are pleased to see a commitment to insourcing workers within the housing company Tshwane. The EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, has long advocated for the insourcing of labor as a means to empower workers, ensure fair wages and working conditions, and create a more just and equitable society. It is essential that we prioritize the filling of positions within the structure of the HCT, especially focusing on insourcing cleaners, maintenance workers, and unskilled laborers. By bringing these workers into the fold of direct employment, we not only improve their livelihood, no, but also contribute to building a more sustainable and sustainable workforce within the municipality. Now, the risks outlined in this business plan, such as project delays, illegal occupation of land, and business interruptions, underscore the importance of having a skilled and dedicated workforce to address and mitigate these challenges effectively.
Just hold on, Councillor. Hold on, Councillor Makhalin. What are you rising on?
1 minute. 1 minute.
No, apologies. I wasn't aware it's a maiden speech. Mara ne ke nyaka go butšarana e mo go potša script sa go magorumetša na.
Councillor Makhalin, next time don't waste our time, please. Councillor, can you please continue? Press the button. Leave it to me, Councillor Ratikwan. You are not the chairperson of the council, you are the chairperson of MPEG. Thank you. Councillor Likhoti, you continue.
Therefore, I stand here today to reaffirm the EFF unwavering commitment to insourcing. We firmly believe that the insourcing of workers is a critical step towards building a more inclusive and progressive society. The EFF will continue to advocate for the rights of workers, champion the cause of insourcing, and work tirelessly to ensure that all labor is respected, valued, and protected. So let us move forward together, united in our quest for a fair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move to Councillor Ransbeck from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I would like to refer to this business plan as a charity plan. And this is a charity plan because all the plans that HCT has, the residents must pay. And what concerns me more, Speaker, is that I don't even think the MACO did the effort to read this report. Because if they did, they would have noticed that there is 1,338 pages on Annexure A that is a complete duplication. We are doing public participation and then we copy and paste these pages 1,338 times. This is a bad reflection on the MACO and on your office, Honourable Speaker. So HCT is asking every resident in this city to contribute to their funding. As much as we require to have social housing, we are paying 50 million rand on salaries. We are paying another 29 million rand on contracting service providers to provide maintenance that is never happening because not one building is maintained well. The housing company Tshwane is 7.5 million rand in debt. And unfortunately, all the poor residents must continuously pay. Instead of spending this money on much needed infrastructure, rebuilding, resurfacing roads, putting new electricity infrastructure, putting in street lights on much needed areas. Honourable Speaker, it is very clear that Housing Company Tshwane is a charity of the city, and we cannot afford to continuously pay money into an area where we are not providing the service as much needed to the city. Speaker, it is the Freedom Front Plus position that a comprehensive audit should be done on the sustainability and expenditure of HCT. Immediately enforcement of rental agreements to recover the outstanding revenue. The municipality should not subsidize HCT. HCT should work as an independent entity and provide funds to the city, not the other way around. The exploration of alternative funding models, including public-private participation. This entity is costing the city millions. We cannot afford an entity that cannot look after itself.
Thank you very much. As recommended, okay, Leader of the Executive.
No, thank you, Speaker. Those points that are raised by others are valid. And I will sift what are those valid comments so that we then move together in sync. The issue of a funded budget is not isolated from entities of council. Then when you do a budget for the principal municipality and its entities. Then when we sat with HCT and looked at it and its financial performance, one of the glaring issues is that HCT paid 40 million for work not done to Faranani. Then we do appointments, we give contractor an appointment letter, they take oversight, we're unable to move taxis. Then they litigate, they want 44 million, including all your taxes and the litigation legal fees. We pay them 44 million. And when you look at the entity, you don't condemn it because there were people that didn't do right things. You don't close shop because there was a bad manager. You celebrate that the bad manager is no longer there. Then you put together ideas of how you are going to do this. Then look at one item that is in the budget there, Councillor Nhlapo. In our internal sources of funding, we don't have money. I don't know it. Yeah. We don't have money there. We put 1 million or 1,000 in one of the line items of what would carry it going into the adjustment budget and going into SRA to borrow money, because if you want your grant at SRA, you must also put what is a commitment from you. Therefore, it's either money or a letter that says we are committing that we are going to put 40 million rands here to resuscitate Chantel. Because you are not going to have money to resuscitate some of your projects. Timberland, Madiba Heights, some projects that were carried by HCT. What you needed to do was to have a balancing act in what is carried into the business plan. Now, we're saying this is the draft that we're bringing so that the entity can be able to carry some of the transfers and other assets that we're bringing. If you then close shop because there was a bad MMC, you are disservicing communities. If you are closing shop because there's a bad board, you are disservicing communities. This service, they need it. The only thing that we can do is to come to council and say, we are bringing a business plan. With all its weaknesses, we acknowledge. But one thing that we're going to do, we're going to turn things around. And we'll not do that alone. We'll go to the committee and account for this work that we're doing. With all the screams that, this HCT is not working, we must do away with it. We'll come back and convince you that we're going to turn this thing around. Then be patient with us. We're not too old, ne? We're just 6 months. Give us a year and see what we're going to do. This thing is going to work. As long as we go to the board and say, do these things, there's money, we're going to give you financial commitments, you've got financial resources, you're not going to do many projects like what you're doing in Townlands. Simple project of 3 years, you took about 5 or 6 years to do. Do what you can do in a financial year. Then we're going to resuscitate Chantel and many other projects. Therefore, bear with us. We come from a difficult period. There were bad people that were there. They are no longer there. You are going to see changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended? Thank you. Can I request 2 minutes of your time? Thank you so much. Can we then continue? We are moving to item 11, reference number 87515/1. Energy and Electricity Department Report on public consultation outcomes for energy wheeling and embedded generation policy. This report is on page 389 to 2000. Recommendations are on page 4110. On this item, I've got Councillor E.D. Moloi, ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Small-scale embedded generation policy and energy wheeling policy was approved by Council on the 30 August 2024 to conduct public consultation. The public physically consultation and online meetings started on the 19th October 2024 until the 6th of November 2024. We facilitate by the Office of the Speaker the public consultation outcomes, impact and suggested solution for the energy wheeling and embedded generation policy. Speaker, the policy was amended from the small-scale embedded generation policy into embedded generation policy to accommodate all system sizes, including the large and utility-scale IPP system that exceeded parameters for simplify connection to connect to the city grid. All electricity prices and tariffs will be approved by NERSA and not by the city. Sustainable electricity energy solution in the sector of impacting on the energy sales of the city, who account for more than 50% of revenue, by ensuring all embedded generators who apply to register to the grid connection grid type to account for electricity flow. The feed-in, also known as reverse feed, tariff will be paid to the prosumers who have registered their generators and credit allocation from their fee-in tariffs towards the electricity account. This will also enable them to sell back to the municipality and other users. Speaker, this will enable to renewable energy source suitable, sustainable for far consumption centers to transmit power, promoting clear energy adoption, reduce transmission losses and supports transition towards greener energy source. And it's also important to highly green job for renewable energy technology by the policy. By rounding power and efficiently and it alleviate congestion of existing transmission line. This will further encourage competition among power producers and provide consumer with more choices. The ANC is believed that this will unlock opportunity for new investment in power generation and transmission infrastructure. The resident of Tshwane will experience lower energy costs by producing electricity close where it is consumed.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That's the end of your 3 minutes. The next speaker is Councillor T.E. Fosi from DA.
I'm waiting for this thing to come through. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think it's very important that councillors need to start reading these reports. We're not talking about the merits of this, the wheeling policy. We're talking about the public participation. The integrity is, we've done that long time ago. I'm just wondering where these councillors getting these things. Anyway, the bigger picture, Speaker, is that load shedding has changed the landscape of our electricity business to such an extent that it has opened up a Pandora's box. Whilst this report was advocated for a variety of sources from our side, it made sense to have our residents and business to take part in generating our electricity. Unfortunately, the flip side is that the less revenue will be generated through electricity in the coming years, taking into account that service delivery has regressed so much that the middle class and those that can afford have en masse moved to PV solar and alienated by the social media administration. $1 million question is that what will then happen to those that are being cross-subsidized? My qualms is on this public participation is that it was botched up and wasn't planned with proper outcomes and in-depth participation, especially those that will be playing a role in this policy. This is just nothing but a malicious compliance. 60% of the areas that we attended, Speaker, were ESCOM clients, which were not City of Tshwane clients, and those people will not be affected, nor will they be affected by the very same policy you're talking about. And they would not even be contributing to the grid. I expected private sector or the boffins of the industry to be invited, or a mini indaba or on businesses, so that we all know that business is our revenue spinner in the city. It is very crucial that we need to be able to invite them so that we can have cogent discussions with them. Regions that are PV intensive were ignored with either one or even non-existent sessions. A mixed up of registration emails. Initially it was SSEG, and eventually, suddenly it was changed to embedded generation, which confused quite a lot of councillors, because we have in Region 3, Region 4, and Region 6, these are regions that are intensive so far as PV solar is concerned. But they saw it fit that they need to take this to Attridgeville and have 2 or even 3 sessions in Attridgeville or Mamelodi, when even 10% of those areas don't even generate electricity for themselves. Lastly, the attendance register had other public participation that had nothing to do with the wheeling policy or this embedded generation policy. It was more of an organized chaos. Nevertheless, we do support this feedback, Speaker, because this is a project that we started during the best administration ever in the city through BRIC, that we will go ahead and invite business to come through.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Sianego from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. The City of Tshwane's report on energy wheeling and embedded generation policies presents key outcomes from public consultations and seeks council approval for policy implementation. We note the public consultation outcomes that there were overwhelming participation and the residents as well as stakeholders actively engaged in 18 physical and 16 online meetings providing valuable feedback. Through the feedback, the participants suggested broadening the small-scale embedded generation policy to embedded generation policy, accommodating larger system and utility-scale energy wheeling. The EFF agrees with the suggestion because calling them small-scale shall be a means to self-limiting which does not suit with community development and supporting to the growth of SMMEs. Stakeholders also requested the revising feed-in tariffs to incentivize investment in embedded generation system, as well as proposing the considering of time of use tariffs for energy wheeling, even while that would require adjustment to the electricity pricing policy. We note the power purchase agreement with independent power producers will be managed through a competitive bidding process. However, our stance is that in essential services like water, electricity, healthcare, and education must be provided by the state and must never be privatized. We view the independent power producers program of wheeling electricity to our grid as something too costly, demanding, and unaffordable. The EFF does not approve this report because it is the role of the government to deliver cheaper and affordable electricity to its citizens without fail. The involvement of IPPs will be an invitation of problems that may see us with costly litigations from tenderpreneurs. In conclusion, it must be noted that the EFF is supportive to delivering sustainable energy through government-owned mixed energy generations, as outlined in the 2023 Integrated Resource Plan. We say no to privatization of electricity provision services. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Munama from the Action SA. Thank you. Let's move on. The next speaker is Councillor Pesco from FFF+. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I wish to address a deeply concerning contradiction. While the national government has made notable progress in encouraging renewable energy adoption and easing the financial burden on households and businesses, Tshwane energy policies are doing exactly the opposite for renewable energy. Instead of supporting innovation and sustainability, the city policies are financially vindictive, procedurally confusing, and dismissive of public input and comments. The national government has made commendable strides in promoting renewable energy, offering cost relief models that incentivizes consumers to invest in sustainable energy solutions. This initiative has empowered households and businesses to reduce their carbon footprint and significantly bolstered the energy supply in our national power utility. However, this misalignment is not only short-sighted, it is actively undermining both economic relief and energy resilience of our communities. Tshwane's energy policy starkly contrasts these national efforts. The energy wheeling and embedded generation policies are troubled with shortcomings that undermine the goals set by the national government. From the consumer's perspective, Tshwane business model is financially oppressive. High cost of grid connection, reconfiguration, and upgrades place an undue financial strain on our citizens. The current tariff structure fails to reflect the true cost of supply, further aggravating the financial burden on our community. Moreover, the policies are confusing and contradicting. The suitable criteria for energy wheeling agreements are unclear, and the requirement for professional sign-off for small-scale embedded generators is unnecessary, strict, and costly. Additionally, the feed-in tariffs do not provide sufficient incentives for households to invest in solar systems, contradicting the national government's push for renewable energy adoption. Furthermore, Tshwane has failed to incorporate communities' feedback. Despite repeated requests, there has been no adjustment in feed-in tariffs to encourage investment. The policies are written in complex language, and there is a lack of clarity on maintenance responsibility for embedded generators.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker. As recommended, the MMC of MMC Bushel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. And I'm not going to respond to what Councillor Fusi was saying because he's really needing a serious counseling because he's battling to accept that he's no longer MMC. So I would like to refer him to the counseling session.
Listen.
So, Honorable Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, MMC.
Honorable Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, MMC, fellow councillors. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address Council on this important energy matter. Today, I speak on the finalization of the city's policies on embedded generation and energy wheeling. These policies are part of the efforts to support households, businesses, independent producers who want to generate their own electricity and contribute to the grid. We are creating a system that is well managed, fair, and ready for the future of energy. In simple terms, embedded generation is when people or businesses generate electricity, mostly using solar panels, and connect it to the city's grid. Energy wheeling is when someone who produces electricity sells it to another user, and the electricity travels through our municipal grid to reach the buyer. These activities need to be properly regulated to ensure safety, fairness, and stability in the network. And these policies give us the tools to do that. The City of Tshwane held extensive public consultation on these policies, 18 physical sessions and 6 online sessions, engaging residents, businesses, energy experts, and technical installers. The final policies have taken these inputs into account and are also aligned with the national regulatory framework issued by NERSA. Both small-scale users and large producers are now included in a clear process that makes energy access more transparent and inclusive. This is a big step in our energy transition.
Sorry, MMC. Operator, can you add time to the MMC? You mustn't limit him. Add time, don't limit him. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, this is a big step in our energy transition. These policies are not only about new technologies, they are about energy security, economic opportunity, and environmental sustainability. Through embedded generation and energy wheeling, we are laying the foundation for a cleaner, more resilient electricity system. Together, we are building a future-ready Tshwane, responsibly, equitably, and with vision. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to part 3 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 21st May 2025. Item 12, reference number 43185/1. Group Property Department proposed transfer of a portion of ERF to Met Park and a portion of the remainder of portion 17 of the Farm Hammanskraal 112 JR to the Gauteng Provincial Government. This report is on page 4 to page 43, recommendations on page 18. And the speaker is Councillor Palwane. 3 minutes, starts now.
Councillor Palwane, Councillor Rose Sitole. The single point of management accountability articulate the needs of ring-fence operation and capital functions under the Trading Service Business Unit.
Sorry, Councillor. Can the Councillor who are standing please take your seats? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Which the current energy, electricity, water and sanitation department respectively. Speak the micro-organization structure service as a guide principle for the city to operate and provides the framework for the implementation and managerial to its various functions to facilitate clear communication and collaboration of the service delivery model and strategy of the local authority. This proposed amendment represents the proactive approach to enhance efficiency, accountability, and the overall well-being of our city residents by aligning our organizational structure with national standards. We are embracing a model that promotes transparency and sustainability in our trading service, which include vital sectors such as water, sanitation, and electricity supply. More so, reporting lines for being service business unit head must report directly to the accounting officer to strengthen the complaints with national treasury requirements on the trading service reforms in the local government. Hence, it is crucial and effective to change the report lines. Speaker, It is also proposed that the classification of energy and electricity and the water and sanitation be changed from the departments to trading service business unit. The omission of the word service under community social development be corrected to community and social development service be approved. The amendment with the straight line our trading services operations, creating a more agile and respective framework that they can adopt to the evolving needs of our community. In doing so, we will element be reactive, bottleneck that the impaired. They find the timely delivery to essential services. Our residents deserve an uninterrupted.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your time is up. And that was the only speaker as recommended. Let's move to item 13. There was reference number 66605/1, Group Property Department, corrective report, proposed sale of portion 1 of ERF 842 Pretoria to the National Department of Public Works in order to develop government offices. This report is on page 44 to page 218. Recommendations are on 54. There is no speaker as recommended. Item 14, reference number 45681/1, Group Property Department, proposed transfer of portion of ERF 29355 Mamelodi Extension 5, described as portion 80 of ERF 29355, to the Gauteng Provincial Government. This report is on page 219 to 245. Recommendations are on 231. On this item, there is no speaker as recommended. Item 15, reference number 98727/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, request for approval of proposed amendment of the City of Tshwane micro-organizational structure to accommodate trading services reform in line with National Treasury Directive. This report is on page 246 to 256, recommendations and 254. I've got Councillor V. Palana from the ANC. 3 minutes starts now. Press the button. I press the button. I cannot allow you to speak unless you press the button. If it's not working, please move next door.
Thank you, Speaker. This proposal underscores our commitment to supporting accessible healthcare services and improving the overall experience for those seeking medical attention at Jubilee Hospital. It is essential that we recognize the significance of such developments, not only for alleviation current parking constraints, but also for enable the hospital to serve more residents effectively. Speaker, Jubilee Hospital is a vital health institution within our jurisdiction, providing essential services to thousands of residents. Over recent years, the increasing patient load has led to significant parking challenges, which impact patients, visitors, and staff alike. These issues hinder care delivery, create safety concerns, and diminish the overall patient experience. The proposed land transfer involves a strategically located portion of ERF2 Med Park and part of the remainder of portion 17 of the Farm Hammarskraal 112 JR. These parcels are adjacent to the hospital grounds and are suitable for parking development.
Sorry, Council. I've been told that you are speaking on a wrong item, but we are in item 15. Say it again. You are speaking on item 12, as I've been told.
Yes, I'm speaking on item 12.
We are done with that, ma'am. We are in item 15. You gave, sorry. You gave your speaking time to Councillor Stoll for item 12. So you must be on item 15.
So 15. Oh, 12, 15. No, it's fine. Noted, Speaker. Can I get my 3 minutes back so that I can go to item 15? My apologies, Speaker. When you must just shut up when.
Operator, give her time so that she can speak on a right report.
My apologies, Speaker.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My apologies, Speaker. The single point of management accountability articulates the need of ring-fence operational and capital functions under the trading services business units, which are the current energy and electricity and water and sanitation departments respectively. Speaker, the macro-organizational structure serves as a guiding principle for the city to operate and provides a framework for the implementation and managerial of its various functions to facilitate clear communication and collaboration of service delivery model strategy of local authority. This proposed amendment represents a proactive approach to enhance efficiency, accountability, and the overall well-being of our city's residents. By aligning our organizational structure with national standards, we are embracing a model that promotes transparency and sustainability in our trading services, which include vital sectors such as water, sanitation, electricity, and supply. More so, Speaker, reporting lines for trading service business unit head must report directly to the accounting officer to strengthen compliance with National Treasury requirements on the trading services reforms in local government. Hence, it is crucial, Speaker, and effective to change the reporting lines. Speaker, it is also proposed that classification of energy and electricity and water and sanitation be changed from departments to trading services business units. The omission of the word services under community and social development be corrected to the community and social development services be approved. Speaker, the amendments will streamline our trading services operation, creating a more eligible, responsive framework that adapts to the evolving needs of our community. In so doing, Speaker, we will eliminate bureaucratic bottlenecks that often impede the timely delivery of essential services. Our residents deserve uninterrupted access to the vital resources, and this reform is vital in making that a reality. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC recommends that the approval of the macro-organizational structure by the Council and that the structure be consulted with organized labor at the local labor forum and implemented accordingly. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Fosu from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Rabu 2026 is here. Speaker, Statistics South Africa General Household Survey for 2024 has found that rapid urbanization is hugely impacting on service delivery. The latest survey shows how far municipalities have come and obviously their shortcomings. Change in the reporting lines is welcomed. The group heads and those in the department being the CEO of those particular business units, which will be reporting to the accounting officers, is hugely welcome. This is actually an opportunity for the city to extricate itself from the mismanagement and lack of investment on infrastructure dating back donkey years. We'll also afford the accounting officer the opportunity to zoom in on those units and enable to make future decisions. By ring-fencing of finances to enable reinvestment into the assets, getting into the new trends and of those trading services, and also an ability to have their own income statements that enable them to get into bonds or financing houses with proper business plans. We should be able to then do our own maintenance, reactive maintenance, preventative maintenance, etc. Municipalities are owed billions and billions of rands. This is another window of opportunity. We welcome this hugely from our side. Come to think of it, this is also our baby. Alderman Maluleka, just to inform you, this was not necessarily something that came from the National Treasury. They themselves went to Cape Town. And so why is City of Cape Town doing so well? It's exactly why they brought it back, so that we can be able to perpetuate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then the next speaker is Councillor Mabokhwana, EFF.
No, we are waiving, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leroux from Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. All protocol observed. We welcome this report as it is in line with Action SA's priorities to fix local government by having an ethical and professional customer-centric government that delivers service with pride. Our residents are our customers and have the right to quality and reliable service delivery by a government that cares for all its residents and takes pride in service excellence, thus creating a business-friendly environment where jobs are created. The aligned strategic objectives of the city are applicable to this report as follows: to provide stringent financial management and oversight, to create a business-friendly city that promotes employment and economic growth, to have a professional public service that derives accountability and transparency. The macro-organizational design, this is a form of expression of the service delivery model and strategy of the local authority. National Treasury Guidance Note 3 outlines the enabling institutional arrangements for trading services reforms to be realized. The intention is to provide metros with clarity on the required institutional arrangements. The Guidance Note 3 further stipulates that reporting lines for trading service businesses unit heads must report directly to the accounting officer. Such a change in the reporting line requires the amendment of the macro-organizational structure. The main role of National Treasury is to secure sound and sustainable management of the financial affairs of government, national, provincial and local, and to lead such policies and reforms. Therefore, it's important to accommodate National Treasury requirements to ensure compliance and proper accountability. The proposed amendment to the macro-organizational structure to accommodate National Treasury trading services reforms the requirements will have no financial implications, as the main purpose is a proposed change in reporting lines. The principle of funding follows function should be applied. This implies that all personnel being transferred, should move with their budget provision, which should be addressed during the annual budget process or during the annual adjustment budget process in the applicable financial year. This is an effort made by the city to improve good governance and through that improve on service delivery. It is important that upon approval of this macro-organizational structure by the Council, the structure be consulted with organised labour at the local labour forum and they be implemented accordingly. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Alderman Deploy. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I waive, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 16, reference number 38381/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, approval of the process plan for the development of annual report for the 2024-2025 financial year for the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities. This report is on page 257 to 497. Recommendations are on 276. On this item, I've got Councillor M. Mazibuko from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the National Treasury Circular 63, the MSA respectively guides the structure and the content of the annual report for 2024-2025 financial year to promote transparency, accountability in the development and processing of 2024 and 2025 annual report, following a phased approach for the consolidation of a credible, informative, and quality report. Speaker, the city will be reporting the annual performance report in compliance with Section 46, subsection 1 of the local government on the 31st of August 2025. As we revise and revisit our vision and objective, it becomes clear that the preparation of our annual report requires meticulous planning, coordination, and execution. The APR or performance measures will be audited by Auditor General, which will be integrated to the annual report, then developed and submitted to the Office of the Auditor General not later than the end of November 2025. Various interventions which are intended to improve management and performance information for improved management of the organization and achievement of the desirable audit outcomes need to be implemented by the city for 2024-2025 financial year. Speaker, it is crucial to clarify critical timelines, roles and responsibility of all key stakeholders participating in the processing to compile a meaningful and substantial 2024-2025 annual report. The success of this extensive plan relies on the commitment and collaboration of every stakeholder involved. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC takes cognizance of the report and recommends it to be approved by the Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Alderman Tennyson. He is not here. That was the last speaker of the report as recommended. Let's move to item 17. Office of the Executive Mayor request for establishment of the 3.9% Economic Growth Advisory Committee in terms of Section 17.4 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000. This report is on page 498 to 508. Recommendations are on 502. On this item, I've got Councillor B.M. Masina from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This report seeks approval for a criteria of creation of 3.9% Economic Growth Advisory Committee in accordance with Section 17.4 of Local Government Municipal System Act of 2000 to assist in executing to an economic revitalization strategy. It also requires councils to empower the executive mayor along with the mayoral committee to appoint members and serve as the committee convener. The mandate of this Economic Growth Advisory Committee encounter a comprehensive analysis of prevailing economic conditions and the identification of sectors with high growth potential. The committee will evaluate the effectiveness of the current policies and propose innovative solutions to enhance productive and competitiveness. Furthermore, the committee will focus on promoting inclusivity and equity within the economic framework, ensuring that growth strategies are accessible and beneficial to the various stakeholders. That's why an economic revitalization strategy targets 3.9% annual economic growth of 2025 to 2029 through collaboration among stakeholders. The committee will engage in the dialogue with various stakeholders. The municipality are expected to establish advisory committee under Section 17.4 of the Municipal System Act of 2000 to enhance strategic decision making for the economic to an economic revitalization strategy and sustainable economic development.
Conclusion, Speaker, the advisory committee will guide municipality council in economic matters with appointments of proposed to be made by the executive mayor. This non-partisan committee will provide strategic advice while submitting quarterly reports to the council regarding these decisions and actions focusing on inclusive economic development in Tshwane. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor PG Mutimoye from the DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, we would like to clarify our opposition to this committee. While economic growth is undeniably important for the city, this committee is very redundant. We don't risk violating principles, and we don't understand why there's a need for a committee when there's enough structures in the city for this to happen. And this happens when populism takes root. We announce targets that we don't know how we calculated because we want to sound good on Twitter and all other places. Let me clarify, Speaker. This year, economic growth in South Africa is going to be 1%, projected by the Reserve Bank. A 3.9% target is very far from where we are. And it shows that the leadership of the city is not aware on what they are doing. There is nothing different here in the city that is far from what the national average is. There is no way that is possible that we would have 4 times the economic growth of the country. It is because we want to sound popular, we want to sound famous, and we want to sound that we are delivering. Yes. Now we want the committee to tell us how to do it. We have structures like TIDA, we have an economic development, an entire committee, we have IDP participation processes, we have many other processes that we can consult people if we want to consult. We are now creating a committee of people that we are going to put together here to tell us what to do, rendering city structures and city systems useless. What is the TIDA board there for? What is the TIDA executives there for? What is the CEO of TIDA there for? We are paying those people. There are already current structures that should be advising us on economic development in this city. Instead of doing that, we are going on to a vanity project where we are going to bring people here to look like we are doing something when we are not doing something. We are going to bring people here that we don't would a very good financial situation. Yeah. Musulism is in this city. We would not even know how we are going to select these people. There's things called that they will have experience from something like the student economy and other economies. There's no such thing as the student economy. You can see these are things that were just put together randomly just to look at as if the mayor is doing something. And then lastly, the mayor is not even if the section that is being used here, that is being quoted in this report, is allowed to create the committee, the mayor herself is not allowed to be part of this committee because these advisory committees do not allow councillors. Section 17.4 says a municipal council may establish one or more advisory committees of persons who are not councillors to advise council on any matter. So even if we were to allow this structure that is very unnecessary, the mayor cannot be part of it, and she cannot even chair it. So not only is this thing unnecessary, it's also illegal. You claim that it will cost us nothing because no one is going to be paid. But then you say you're going to make allocation within the METRE for the cost of having this thing. So not only are you not being fiscally prudent, you are also bringing costs onto the city by claiming that there will be no cost in payment. But we know that in the long run, there will be cost of meetings, there will be the cost.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Mashabane from the EFF.
Right. Thank you very much, Speaker. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. We have read the very beautiful report compiled by the Executive Mayor, her team, and the collective. Speaker, there is a need to grow the economy of the city, and we are optimistic that we are going to do that with this particular administration. We have done that, and we have demonstrated that we are capable with all the strides that we've already achieved in the city. We have already showed that we are up to the task. We need to attract skilled people. We need to attract bright ideas that are out there. We need to engage with professionals that are actually qualified to come and assist us because we are the city of the people, built by the people and for the people. We must ensure that we bring jobs back to the city, and that committee is very much needed. those who are arguing that this committee and TIDA will be doing the same thing have actually missed the mark. There is a very clear distinction in terms of what should then happen between the two. Now, we are going to ensure that all the goals that were outlined by the executive mayor during her soccer debate and her soccer speech are going to be brought to reality. And this committee will form part and parcel of what we are going to be doing at this particular administration. Rest assured, colleagues, we are going to also comply with Section 17, subsection 4 of Local Government Municipal Systems Act by ensuring that we are actually in compliance and we don't contradict what the law requires. So there is no duplication here. Let us not do fear-mongering. We are in charge and we support this particular report. By saying so, Speaker, I would like to sponsor some recommendations so that we put this matter to rest. The first recommendation, Speaker, is that we replace recommendation number 3 with the following: that it is recommended that the nominated committee shall include a chair and a deputy chair, both selected from its ranks, and that we remove recommendation number 3. The recommendation is recommended by Councillor Godwin Ratikwani and seconded by Councillor Floyd Tema. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. There are still 2 speakers to speak on this item. Can I allow them to speak? But I'll read the recommendation, then we will deal with it when the speakers are done. Item 17 replaced recommendation number 3 with the following: that it is recommended that the nominated committee shall include a chair and a deputy chair, both selected from its rank. Recommendations recommended by the Godwin Ratikwane and seconded by Councillor Floyd Tema. But can I then call the speakers to finish up, then we'll decide on a report. Councillor Ramji, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everyone happy World Play Day, which was celebrated yesterday. My reason for mentioning World Play Day is to emphasize the importance of play in all our lives, and particularly the lives of children, in order to accelerate growth. Tshwane is ready to grow, and fast. We've set ourselves a bold goal, 3.9% annual economic growth from 2025 to 2029, and now it's time to make sure that we hit that target. The Tshwane Economic Revitalization Strategy lays the vision, but we need a team of smart, experienced, and forward-thinking people to help make it happen. That's why Action SA is fully behind the creation of the 3.9% Economic Growth Advisory Committee, a game changer for boosting business, creating jobs, and making Tshwane the place to invest and thrive in, which is why I'm surprised that the DA is opposing it. This committee is about bringing the right people to the table, experts from business, academia, civil society, and government, to make sure that our plans actually work in the real world. It's about getting Tshwane to move faster, think bigger, work smarter when it comes to economic development. Why this committee matters: it gives us expert advice. Growing an economy isn't about wishful thinking. It takes data, strategy, and knowledgeable people. The committee will ensure that we get real solutions backed by experience so that our policies actually deliver results. It makes Tshwane business friendly. Whether you run a spaza shop, a tech startup, or a big company, Tshwane must be a city where businesses succeed. This advisory group will help us cut red tape, attract investment, and make it easier for business to operate here. It creates jobs and opportunities. The best way to grow the economy is to create jobs that uplift communities. This committee will focus on policies that stimulate growth where it matters most in the places where people need opportunities the most. It helps us spend wisely. Every cent Tshwane invests needs to make sense and make a difference. This committee will ensure that decisions are smart, strategic, focused, and focused on long-term benefits, keeping our economy stable and sustainable. It keeps leadership accountable. With our executive mayor involved, this committee will have the strong leadership needed to keep the city on track. Giving the mayor the authority to appoint the right people will help Tshwane build a team that gets things done and grows. Let's ignite excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alderman Tennessee. Your 3 minutes starts now. It's waving. Okay. Item 17, replace recommendation number 3 with the following, that it is recommended that the... Yes, Executive Mayor, are you closing? Okay. All right. I was reading the recommendation that was done by the EFF. Why you want to close before, or you must close after? Yeah, you must close after. Let me take the recommendation first. Item 17, replace the recommendation number 3 with the following, that it is recommended that the nominated committee shall include a chair and a deputy chair, both selected from its ranks, recommended by Councillor Godwin Ratukwane and seconded by Councillor Floyd Tema, as amended. Thank you very much. Then the leader of the executive mayor, now you can come in.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you to the colleagues who have submitted their inputs on the report. Speaker, we are not doing this because we have nothing to do. The Constitution obligates us that we must ensure that there's economic development in our cities. So the fact that other people have never paid attention to that obligation in the Constitution doesn't mean we must all ignore it. Now, here is the thing, Speaker. We brought the economic revitalization strategy here to Council. And when we tabled it then, we said we know that we could have done it as MACO because it's within the delegated powers of MACO. But we wanted to bring it here so that the Council can be brought into confidence in that this strategy must be institution strategy. Now, what we are dealing with, Speaker, is that just last week, there were statistics that were shared that there are 38% of the residents of this city that are unemployed. About 70% of those people are young people. We've got almost 40% of our residents who live below poverty line. That means they go to bed without a certainty of having a plate of food. We've got businesses that died, Speaker, during COVID. The question is, who is supposed to do everything in their power to make sure that these residents, they also are like us and have a salary every month? So just because people want to avoid looking like they are populists, they don't want us to fulfill our constitutional responsibility. So, Speaker, what we are saying, we've got an economic revitalization strategy. We've got the city structures and the officials of the city. And by the way, I'm sick and tired of this insult to our officials. We've got experts in this institution. They come up with a strategy. They calculate the economic growth. And we have people who don't even have economic standard 10 telling us that our officials are not expert in calculating economic growth. So we are tired of that, this insulting of our officials. We are the leadership that support officials. We do not insult the officials of the city. So here is the thing, Speaker. there is an internal committee that is chaired by the executive mayor of this city. That's number one. That committee.
Councillor Mtimunyi, I gave you an opportunity to speak. Allow the mayor to speak. No. Go ahead, Executive.
Speaker, can I continue? I am saying, Speaker, there is this...
Councillors, can you allow the mayor to speak? Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I'm learning to speak louder, Speaker, as this new politician that I am. Don't worry, I'll match them. Speaker, there will be an internal committee that will be chaired by myself as the executive mayor that will do the spade work of ensuring that this strategy is implemented. Speaker, one of the things that has happened in this institution, we have juniorized a capital city of the Republic. We've alienated the business sector. We have alienated everyone, including the residents, over the years. Now we are saying we must start getting partnership of the city right. And how are we going to do it? We need to reach out to the outside world. What we are asking for, Speaker, is not impossible. We're asking for 4 or 5 people, experts who have been proven, tested and proven in terms of implementing similar strategies. These people will not be paid, Speaker. These people will not be tenderpreneurs. These are not people who will be chancers to come and want to look for opportunities in the city. So for those people who've never had this vision, Speaker, I am not surprised that they will not understand what we are trying to do. So we're not going to try and convince them. The people that I'm trying to convince are the colleagues that want this city's residents to have the opportunities that they deserve in a democratic South Africa. So this is us fulfilling our constitutional obligation. People can want to achieve 1%. So far, Speaker, we've proven to you that this administration is not a 1%er. We are saying 3.9% by 2029 that will produce employment for the residents of this city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mtimunyi. You cannot speak after the closure of the report. No. Let's move to item 18. Item 18. You, Councillor, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Hlala phansi. What is the order?
Speaker, people put numbers on social media. They can't back up. What 3.9?
Speaker, we said no, and there were yeses. We would request a division on this report. Thank you very much.
On a campaign,
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Ratukwan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mhlakasi, Speaker Setu. I think the confusion here that needs to be resolved quickly before this one starts to misinterpret rules is that the report has been adopted and has been passed. What then happened is that then it was erroneous. Then it was erroneous that after the report, because remember there was recommendations. After the recommendations were then adopted, what then happened is that you allowed the mayor to close a report that was already passed, which then turns the submissions of the mayor into a point of information. and then we proceed like that. Because the mayor spoke after we have adopted the report and passed the report. So there is no division of the House that is necessary for this particular matter. And we also have benefit of hindsight. The report has been passed. We are moving forward. We are going to report number 18. Yeah, take us to court.
Thank you very much. I want to give this ruling. When I asked for the amendment of the report, there was never a no. Don't bring a no that was not there. There was never a no. So the report was amended, and I gave the mayor to speak after that. So the report is closed. There was never a no. And you can go to the records if you don't believe me. There was never a no. Now we are proceeding to item 18. Part 2 from this special mayoral committee meeting. What is it again? I made my ruling. There was a no. There was never a no. There was never a no. So don't bring that again, because I've ruled on it. I've ruled on it. I'm not talking to you, Alderman Brink. No, I'm not. I'm not going to listen to you. What are you raising on? I'm not talking to you, Alderman Brink. I'm not interested. Go ahead,
Speaker, don't do that. We agreed that we will not degenerate the House. Let's apply the rules correctly. The mayor closed the debate, and you asked for as recommended. And I said no, but because of Councillor Mtimuye and MMC Manulega were speaking, you failed to hear me. Then I raised my hand. Can I finish?
Councillor Matibati.
Speaker,
No, Councillor.
I'm still on a point of order. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. Speaker, you entertain me. You please relax. Then thereafter, I've asked you. You asked for advice. I don't know what advice they gave you, but if you want to go to hindsight, I can take an hour's caucus now, and then you go and check hindsight, and then come back to us and tell us if there was no or there was a yes. So I am giving you that opportunity. That we'll take a 1 hour break, go rewind, and then come back, and then we'll discuss this.
Thank you very much. We are not taking any hour break.
Okay, I'm asking for a caucus. We are going to go look for tea
I've
again.
made my ruling.
We are asking for an hour's caucus. Then you are forcing us. Then you are forcing us. Then you are forcing me. I'm saying to you, please rule correctly. Please rule correctly.
Thank you, Chief Whip.
No, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much. I think if maybe the leader of the opposition want to take 3 or 6 hours, he can do it now. And we'll allow you, but we are not going to allow you. We are going to finish all items here. Yeah. Because, look, Speaker, we don't worry. And you must be disciplined, efforts. No, I'm not going to take what, I'm not a speaker, I'm a chief whip. You must listen. Don't do that. Don't do that. You can't answer me like that. I'm saying, Speaker, let's continue. And our councillors must be disciplined. And they must respect you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Let's move to item 18. No, councillors, no. Part 5 from the Special Mayoral Committee meeting 26 May 2025. Item 18. What is your point of order? Just a second, MMC. What is your point of order?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we are requesting a 30 minutes caucus. We want to look at hindsight. Thank you very much.
You are asking for 30 minutes. Okay, what is the point of order? What are you raising on MMC?
The rules of this council allow us to have the earphones. So I want to check. Going forward, maybe we must have that because we are going to proceed, even when people are making noise, as long as that we can hear you. Because there's an attempt to disrupt because of the frustration of not being used to be an opposition. It's the problem of people who have been enjoying privilege for a long time. When power is gone, they got frustrated. I mean, the guy is calling 30 minutes to do what? He called an hour. There was nothing coming from that hour. Now he's calling 30 minutes. You can give him even 6 hours. We are fine. We don't have a problem. We are running government. We can give each council a metro police here around to escort them to be safe because they want to abuse this thing themselves of opposition.
Thank you, MMC.
You can take 6 hours, Matsebate. 6 hours. Take 6 hours. Jere siya we tobi la fo siya we apering amar.
Thank you very much. Your 30 minutes is granted. Let's take our seats, councillors. Okay, we'll turn it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we take our seats, please? Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Take your seats, councillors. All right. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Take your seats, councillors. Councillors, take your seats. Take your seats, councillors. Please take your seats. Thank you very much, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, thank you very much for allowing us to deliberate. We want to place it on record, Speaker, that as a Democratic Alliance have observed over a period of council meetings, your failure to act in an impartial manner, in a manner that is befitting of a chairperson of this House, who is fair and just in how he executes his position as the Speaker of this House. Speaker, not long ago, we came to this House and presented a motion of which you refused us to debate, and we were within the rules and orders that govern this House. You refused this, and you later on admitted that we were correct, but you would not allow us to do so because you have ruled. Secondly, Speaker, not so long ago again, we came to this House and we requested that as prescribed in the rule book, can we make amendments to a report and give recommendations? Again, you have refused us. Today now, Speaker, we are coming to this House asking you again, within the rules of council, to say, we want to register a dissenting vote in a manner that is allowed by this yellow book to say, divide the House, let us go into a vote. Again, Speaker, your ruling is biased and it is against the rules that all of us are supposed to be subscribed to. During programming, we asked you one question, and we've been requesting this. We said to you, Speaker, can we respect this book? And once you respect this book, all of us here will follow suit and will be under your leadership and under your control. Now, Speaker, because of that...
Sir, councillors, please, can we allow the Chief Whip to give a feedback? Please.
Now, Speaker, because of your conduct, the Democratic Alliance has come to a point where we are now saying we have lost all confidence in your leadership and in you being able to execute the rules and functions of the role and the functions of a Speaker of this House. And therefore, because of that, Speaker, the Democratic Alliance have decided that we will not be sitting in a meeting that is presided by you, and thus, therefore, will be taking our stance and leaving this House. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Ratikwan.
Quorum looks dodgy there. Oh, I'm going to bring a move.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker would like to ask for 1 hour caucus. Thank you very much.
The caucus is granted.
Thank you.
Councillors, can we settle down, please? We still have an agenda to go through.
Yeah, not yet.
Councillors, please, can we take our seats? Can we take our seats? Then we go to Councillor Ratikwan. Councillors, hlalani phansi. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Councillors, may you please take your seats. Thank you very much. In terms of Section 5 of Rules and Orders, I will allow the Secretariat to confirm the quorum. If we do form the quorum, then we can proceed. Councillors, can you take your seats, please? Cela nihlale phansi. Councillor Tema, why are you standing up when I'm saying people must sit down? Hlala phansi, Councillor. Hlala phansi, please. Chief Whip, please take your seat, if you may. Thank you very much. To form a quorum, we need to be 108, and we are 111. So we are proceeding with the meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's then move to item. Okay, Councillor Ratukwane, my apologies.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We managed to. Thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing us to go for a caucus. We wanted to just check issues of quorum even ourselves. We are certain we would like to thank all the councillors that remained, because it shows that they've got the good interest of council at heart. We also want to put on record, Speaker, that there is a court order that has already been here with the issues of walking out of council. People are blatantly disregarding the rule of law. It seems that we are being asked to follow the Constitution only when it favors certain people in this country. And the rule of law must prevail at all material times. We are happy, and thank you very much, colleagues, all of you who are committed. We're going to release a very beautiful media statement to explain the disruptive opposition of the DA in the city of Tshwane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let me also confirm that as the records were recording of whatever that has happened before, we can't download the records of today. We can get them today, tomorrow, but we went to YouTube to make sure that I didn't roll wrongly. In YouTube, there is no. It was yes only. So we are proceeding with the meeting. Thank you so much. Let's move to item 18. Office of the City Manager, appointment in the position of Governance and Support Office, GSO. This report is on page 3 to page 130. Recommendations are on 9. On this item, I've got only one speaker from the EFF, Councillor B. Disilwan. From EFF, I understand that there is someone that will speak on that one because he is not here. Chief Whip of the EFF. Okay, I understand that MMC Ramabudu will be giving the speech. MMC, Who's, okay. Chief Whip, who's speaking? Who's speaking? MMC Ramabudu, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We want to welcome this report and want to emphasize that it's very important that we always get qualified senior officials who will execute the mandate of this institution. Previously, we had problems of the previous government that hired people who don't qualify, but also who have found that the HR processes were not followed. We are aware about the appointment of Marietta Uokamp that happened previously, with the reports that have shown that there was a wrongdoing happening with those appointments, which we are not going to leave it like that. We are still going to follow it up to get if the people who were involved were held accountable. So we have checked the report. We have seen the caliber of the people who were part of the panel, and we are convinced that everything that happened in that process is what we can support. And with that being said, we will want the council to support this report with a recommended name that is on the report, and we are fully in support of that name to be appointed or to be recommended in the position of the GSO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the only speaker for this item as recommended. Resolutions by the Mayoral Committee, Annexure A, A1 and A2. Honorable Councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A, A1 and A2. A resolution of the Mayoral Committee, 20th March 2025. And A1, A2, 3, Honorable Councillor, now that we have disposed of the Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. A resolution of the Special Mayoral Committee, 8 April 2025. AA1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed the Annexure A1, we can move to Annexure A2. Resolution of the Special Mayoral Committee, 16 April 2025. A2-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you very much, Councillors. Reports of the Oversight and Standing Committee reporting direct to the Council. Honourable Councillors, I will now call on the Chair of Chairs to submit on Council reports emanating from the Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Her Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, the Chief Whip of Council, Honorable Mashole, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane resident, and the public. Honorable Speaker, before I table the reports to this Council, allow me to
after wishing the Comrades Marathons guys earlier today their well-being going to Peter Marisbeck, allow me to then say the same to our Mamelodi Sundowns team who will be playing on Sunday, their second league in the Champions League. Let's wish that they bring that star back home. Speaker, again, let's thank all the members of this council who knows why we are here. We are not only here just to make sure that our salaries are deposited on the 26th of every month, but we are here because of our constituencies. Thank you very much to the members on the right-hand side. Thank you. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit to Council reports from the following Section 79 for consideration, as well as Annexures B and B1 for cognizance. Corporate and shared service from the 8th of May 2025, roads and transport the 13th of May 2025, Tswane geographical names the 4th of April and the 9th of May 2025, public accounts from the 14th of May 2025, rules and ethics the 11th of April 2025. Honorable Speaker, I also propose that item 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 of the reports contained in the agenda of public accounts meeting of the 14th of May 2025 be considered in committee due to confidential nature thereof. Honorable Speaker, the reports are tabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The first report, which is A, from Section 79, Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services, 8 May 2025. Item 1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Learning and Development Division, request for a skills assessment update report. This report is on page 5 to page 159, and recommendations are on 87. And on this item, I've got Councillor or Alderman Duploy from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Mr. Speaker, I waive.
Thank you very much. And as recommended, Item 2, Group Human Capital Management Department Division, Labor Relation Management, report on an expenditure related to attorneys' cost for quarter 1 and 2 of the 2024-2025 financial year and disciplinary hearing processes. This report is on page 160 to 69, and recommendations are on 182. On this item, I've got Councillor Spey from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now, sir.
Speaker, can I maybe just, as a gesture of goodwill and gratitude for us remaining in council, I'm pretty sure under those circumstances you will allow me 4 minutes instead of 3.
Go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Group Human Capital Management Department, through its division, Labour Relations Management, is entrusted with the responsibility to ensure that sound labour relations is practiced in the city. The services of attorneys are utilised for the representation of the city in various legal matters. Group Human Capital has one prosecutor in its employment, and it is virtually impossible for one person to deal with all disciplinary matters in the city. In this regard, the city relies heavily on the contribution of law firms appointed by the city's panel of attorneys. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to provide information on the disciplinary processes where attorneys were appointed and where legal representation was permitted, as well as the legal costs incurred by the city on disciplinary hearings. Pointing out the massive work and caseload in this report is all good and well, Drawing Council's attention to the statistics and the massive legal costs incurred may be impressive to some individuals, but to the Freedom Front Plus, the current way in which legal matters and litigation are being handled in the city is alarming. Allow me to draw Council's attention to a few of these alarming facts and figures which necessitate the need to review the current litigation strategy. Firstly, the high degree of reliance on the panel of attorneys comes at an unaffordable and unsustainable financial cost. During quarter 1, 2, and 3 of financial year 23-24, Group Legal paid an amount of 92 million to the various members of the panel of attorneys. That's only for 3 of the 4 quarters of the financial year. During quarter 1 and 2 of the current financial year, Group Human Capital's Labour Relations Division paid 21 million to external law firms that acted on behalf of the city in various disciplinary matters. Mr. Speaker, another important factor which necessitates a review of the current litigation strategy is the underfunding of the legal fees budget. Furthermore, the litigation register of the city is growing, and at the end of November 23, there were more than 3,000 pending cases on the register. The inability and negligence of officials account for the majority of trends of litigation against the city. Proper consequence management needs to be implemented. Speaker, Group Legal also struggles with certain organizational and administrative challenges. Mr. Speaker, the city is constantly struggling with congested court rolls, which further emphasizes the importance of dispute resolution and or settlement of cases. Another stumbling block is the lack of enabling systems and processes. No case management system is available. Speaker, in conclusion, the current way litigation matters are being handled in the city is unsustainable, and visionary future-proofing is urgently required. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker on this item. As recommended. Item 3, Group Human Capital Management Quarter 3 Progress Report on the performance of the department for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 270 to 280. Recommendations are on 280 as recommended. Item 4, Shared Services Department Information and Communication Technology Progress Report on the reconfiguration of the architecture of the Tshwane Public Wi-Fi Network. This report is on page 281, 315, 3 recommendations are on 311. As recommended. Item 5, Shared Services Department, Departmental Performance Report for Shared Services, mid-year, quarter 1 and 2 of 2024-2025. This report is on page 316 to page 418. Recommendations are on 329. As recommended. Item 6, Group Property Report on the Immovable Assets Register. This report is on page 419, 425 to 425. Recommendations are on page 425. As recommended. Item 7, Group Property Report on farmland and commercial lease properties within the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 426 to 440. Recommendations are on 440 as recommended. Item 8, Governance and Support Services, Group Property Department, Quarter 3, 2024-2025 Performance Report. This report is on page 441 to page 478. Recommendations are on 442. As recommended. Item B, for Section 79, Oversight Committee Road and Transport Meeting, 13th May 2025. Item 1, Road and Transport Department, Road and Transport Quarter 3 Financial Report on approved 2024-2025 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. This report is on page 5 to 8. The recommendations are on 8 as recommended. 2, Road and Transport Department, Road and Transport Quarter 3 Performance Report on the implementation of service delivery and the Budget Implementation Plan and Business Plan. This report is on page 9 to page 39. Recommendations are on 12 as recommended. Item 3, Road and Transport Department, update on a monthly progress on expenditure for advanced public transport management system and automotive fare collection maintenance. This report is on page 40 to 90. Recommendations are on 45 as recommended. Item 4, Road and Transport, report on implementation of automated fare collection 12-year contract in the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 91 to 96. Recommendations are on page 96 as recommended. Item 5, Road and Transport Department, Road and Transport 2023-2024 Audit Progress. Page 97 to 106, recommendations are on 106 as recommended. Item 6, Road and Transport Progress in IRPTN Complex Project Linwood, Line 2B and Line 2C. This report is on page 107 to 112. Recommendations are on 112 as recommended. C, from the Section 79 Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Names, 4th April 2025. 1, Economic Development Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division, approval of names to populate the geographical names, bank, agricultural terminology, phase 8. This report is on page 5 to page 17. Recommendations are on page 9 as recommended. Item 2, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate the geographical names, bank, buildings, and building material, phase 2. This report is on page 18 to page 29. Recommendations are on page 29. As recommended. Item 3, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate the geographical names, bank, positive attributes, and encouragement, phase 12. This report is on page 30 to 39. Recommendations are on 34 as recommended. Item 4, Economic Development Special Planning, approval of name to populate the geographical names, bank, SA Food and Beverage, phase 5. This report is on page 4 to page 52. Recommendations are on 44 as recommended. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate the geographical names, bank, positive attribute and encouragement, phase 10. This report is on page 53 to 63. Recommendations are on 57 as recommended. 6, Economic Development Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate geographical names, bank, activities, phase 9. This report is on page 64 to page 74. Recommendations are on page 69 as recommended. Item D, from Section 79 Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Names, 9th May 2025. Item 1, Economic Development Planning Department, approval of name to populate the geographical names, bank, academic terminology, phase 7. This report is in page 5 to 16. Recommendations are on 10 as recommended. Item 2, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of name to populate the geographical names, bank, agricultural and terminology, phase 9. This report is on page 17 to page 28. Recommendations are on page 21 as recommended. Item 3, Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate the geographical names, bank, arts and culture, phase 6. This report is on page 29 to page 40. Recommendations are on page 33 as recommended. Item 4, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Banking and Financial Terminology Phase 1. This report is on page 41 to 52. Recommendations are on 45. As recommended. Item 5, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, allocation of approved names and selection of names from the Geographical Names Bank for Inkangala F Extension 1 in Ward 104. This report is on page 53 to 117. Recommendations are on 61. As recommended. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, outstanding allocation projects for names that have not been allocated and outstanding for more than 3 months. This report is on page 118, 135. Recommendations are on 1, 2, 3. As recommended. 7. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, allocation of approved names and selection of names from the Geographical Names Bank for Garankuwa Unit 6 in Ward 32. This report is in page 136 to 174. Recommendations are on 146. As recommended. Item E, from a special section 79 Standing Committee Public Accounts, 14th May 2025. 1. Group Financial Services Department, Bulk Service, ESCOM and Water Board, Monthly Reports, 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 6 to page 26. Recommendations are 11. As recommended. 2. Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ending 31st March 2025. This report is on page 27 to 63. Recommendations are on 33. As recommended. Item 3, Office of the City Manager Department, status report on the resolution of the issued material irregularity findings as at 19 March 2025. This report is on page 64 to page 69. Recommendations are on page 69. As recommended. 4, Group Audit and Risk Department, 2023-2024, Quarter 3 APC Mayco report. This report is on page 70 to 74. Recommendations are on page 74. As recommended. Item 5, Group Audit and Risk Department, 2023-2024, Quarter 4 APC Mayco report. This report is on page 75 to 81. Recommendations are on 81. As recommended. Nikatele now. Item 6, Shared Services Department, Information and Communication Technology report on the SAP S4HANA and ECC integration challenges. This report is on page 82 to 125. Recommendations are on page 90. As recommended. Item 7, Environment and Agriculture Management Department, update on the status of the manual weight bridge system and the action plan for addressing landfill way bridge repair. This report is on 126 to 130. Recommendations are on 130. As recommended. Item 8, Environmental and Agriculture Management Department progress, up to date on the formalization of informal waste reclaimers within the city and landfill sites. This report is on page 131, 139, and recommendations are on 139. As recommended. 9, Group Human Capital Management Department, current situation regarding expenditure on disciplinary action. Is supposed to be disciplinary action taken for the 2 previous financial year, 2022-2023, and 2023-2024, as well the current year 2024-2025 to date. This report is on 140 to page 144. Recommendations are on 144. As recommended, item 10, Office of the Speaker, Oversight Report on the request to write off all open assets under construction for the design of dysfunctional sewer network installed in the Murolong and Ramotsi areas between 2026 to 2011 financial year. This report is on page 145 to 241. Recommendations are on 157 as recommended. 11, Office of the Speaker, the Municipal Public Account Committee, consolidate third quarter performance report for the period of 1st January 2025 to 31st March 2025. This report is on page 242 and 266. Recommendations are on 250 as recommended. Item 12, Office of the Speaker, Council Performance Report for 2023-2024 financial year. This report is on 267 to 273, and recommendations are on 273 as recommended. Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the Executive Mayor or the Chair of Chairs may at any time move that the Council resolve itself into committee for consideration of items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for Council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee and only the reason thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When Council then resolve itself into committee, all members of the public, the media, and the officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave the Council chamber. In accordance with Section 42(9) of Rules and Orders, the resolution to the item considered into committee need not be announced in the open council if such a matter is staffing matter. Honorable Councillors, these items were not contained in the agenda or on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on link via their emails address. Chair of Chairs did propose that these reports be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42(3) of Rules and Orders, allow the Chair of Chairs to speak on the reason for the Council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Chair of Chairs. And also switch off the YouTube. Thank you. Can all the officials that are here leave the Council chamber, please?
Immediate risk mitigation, including geotechnical assessments, community safety interventions, and infrastructure repairs. That the Executive Mayor urgently engages with the Gauteng Provincial Government and National Treasury once we have made this declaration to secure additional funding for long-term infrastructure replacement, especially of the asbestos piping network, which is the root cause of the byproduct of sinkholes. That a feasibility study be done on the cost needed to repair all sinkholes once a dilapidated infrastructure is repaired. I have compiled supporting documents which I have attached, and it is on SharePoint, but the petition is not there. The petition is with me. There are over 3,000 signatures that are agreeing to the declaration, and we appeal to Council to approve this so that we can unlock the funding. Speaker, if you will allow me, I did prepare a speech of some sort. If you will allow me just to get through that as well, Speaker.
More speech than the one that you just gave.
That was just a declaration, Speaker. But
okay, go ahead.
I'll try and go through this as much as I can. Sorry, Speaker. So I welcome this motion, as this is our motion of the City of Tshwane. This is our motion. So this is a political motion that is being brought, because this is not a political scheme where one can take accountability for the residents and their hardships. Speaker, I'd like to make it categorically clear that regardless of what is said today and is debated, I have a responsibility to my residents and to represent them and their voices. Our residents deserve action and they deserve transparency to see who is voting for their own political agenda or who is in the best interest of our residents. The information about the motion I am explaining exposes and emphasizes the procedures and protocols that must be followed by Council to open the doors to funding, resources, equipment, using the Disasters Management Act as a key to unlock the recovery and rehabilitation process. For far too long, this issue has been swept under the carpet. Our residents deserve safe living environments. How would we feel? Actually, I live around 4 sinkholes, so I know how it feels. So how would it feel to those that don't understand how living around sinkholes would feel, is if you live in constant fear of going to bed at night, not knowing whether you'll wake up in a sinkhole, or actually not waking up at all. Residents, their once beloved property, now only worth 20% of the original value. Yet these victims' property value to pay the city goes up by 80% in some cases. Speaker, even if the president came to come stand by a sinkhole and said, fix the sinkholes, we still have to go through the same process of declaring a local state of disaster.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Councillors, is the proposal by Councillor Jacobs to suspend Section 7.1 of the Rules and Orders approved? Are you approving? Yes. Oh. Honorable Councillors. Yes, Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. 7.1 then requires us to suspend the normal period of a motion, which requires 15 working days, which is what Councillor Jacobs is appealing that we should do. We are amenable to that because we are going to the substantive issues that are contained in the motion. Therefore, let's not contest the agency. Whether it's sufficient or not, it will then be proven when we deal with the substance of the matter. We will be paid if we were to then contest 7.1. Then let's deal with the other issues that follows. We are amenable to 7.1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In other words, 111 councillors agree on the suspension. Am I getting you correct, Leader of the Executive? Thank you so much. Then the agents carried. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Jacob, would you like to speak on the motion that now has been carried? Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to thank, the opposition
for not being here today, so that we could see who is actually not here for the city. But thanks to those that are actually here today to work and commit themselves to the residents of Tshwane. I applaud you. Thank you.
No one. Thank you very much. Let's move to the motion number 2. Yes, yes. Yes, I was asking if there is anyone that wants to speak on this motion. Okay, go ahead, Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you to Councillor Jacobs for the motion. And I think, Speaker, it's important that we emphasize this. For where we stand, the reason why we're not going to be petty about the issue of timelines is because we all appreciate the urgency of this situation. But what I want to do is to persuade my colleagues that the approach be slightly different, and I do have recommendations on how we move forward with the work that we need to do on this particular item. Firstly, Councillor Jacobs, and we agree with what the residents are saying, the 3,000 that have signed the petition. We have neglected this problem as the city of Tshwane, and this has been evident in the underinvestment and chronic underinvestment on the issue of sinkholes over the years. And we knew that Centurion has a problem, and we did not do anything about it. And now it's starting to catch up with us, and unfortunately residents have suffered because of that. So we have no choice but to act on this matter now. Now, what has happened, and I'm sure the councillors have seen many oversight visits being taken to Centurion of late. The MMCs have been there, the MEC has been there, we have been there. And the reason why it was not just the visit to the sinkholes, but for us to understand, to correspond the reports that we are receiving in writing. And so that, because we want to resolve this problem to an extent in which we can as the city. Now, what has happened on the side of the mayoral committee, we have received a very first draft report on the 63 sinkholes. The report gave us an insight in terms of what are the causes and also what are the contributing factors. We know that that area is dolomitic, but we also now getting that there are other contributing factors that are exacerbating this problem of sinkholes. So we've received that report, and there's work that is being done. But in the way that we have been consuming this information, we have prioritized out of the 63 sinkholes, we've got 10 sinkholes that cannot wait anymore. The first one on the list is the issue of the Clifton Avenue, mostly because the Rand water line is there, the Eskom line is there. Should, God forbid, something happens, we will have a natural disaster, man-made disaster there. We then, at the beginning of the year, in January, the Chief of Emergency Services was authorized to write to the National Disaster Management Center. They responded back and said in their assessment, while the sinkhole itself, and we're only focusing on the Clifton one, while the sinkhole is disastrous, it is not a disaster. We then said to the Chief of Emergency, please bring a report to MECO so that we can have to have formal resolution on how we move forward after we've received that feedback. That report served at MECO in March. One of the resolutions we took was that we're going to write to the National Minister of Caucus so that we are able to appeal to him that the National Disaster Management Center reconsiders the assessment and the classification of that particular sinkhole. We had a meeting with the minister 2 Sundays ago, where the minister has committed that the top 10 sinkholes that we've given to him, he will see how he's going to assist us. 2 Sundays ago, he had asked for 2 weeks. That 2 weeks is only expiring this on Sunday. So that happens. But also on the other hand, the MEC for Cocta is also part of this. There is work that we are doing. The first one is to get the Provincial Disaster Management Center involved. Secondly is to work on the way forward on how we deal with sinkholes. So, Speaker, where we are, we do not have a complete, comprehensive profile of the 63 sinkholes that we have tabled to Council. So the first proposal I want the colleagues to consider, instead of adopting this motion, because in terms of the rules, because there are budgetary implications, we can't adopt this motion as it is. Instead, what I'm proposing is that in the short term, the meeting with the minister or the feedback from the minister be received with a commitment that as soon as the minister comes back to us, I will convene a meeting with the leadership of the VF Plus and give them the update. That's the first proposal that I'm making. The mid to long term is that the work that we've already started in profiling these 63 sinkholes, that we do the feasibility on all of them, including costing these sinkholes, including costing the contributing factors, which in the main is about the leaks and the old replacement pipes, that between September and October, we bring a report to Council, where it will then, the Council will adopt a report on how the city, so that the Council can have an appreciation of how this will work. And I think what will be beneficial in 3 months' time is that we would have done the work with the minister on the first sinkhole, that we also have a way in which, an IGR way in which we're going to work with the National Disaster Management Center in how we deal with the rest of the sinkholes. The other thing that is important, Speaker, is that the comprehensive report is going to give us an idea of the investment and the type of investment we need to start making as this council. So those are my proposals, Speaker, and how we must process this report. Because the motion as it is, it has budgetary implications. Obviously, in terms of our rules, we can't approve it. But I do believe that we can work with Councillor Jacobs and the leadership of VF Plus, where we can then say the way forward in the short term, let's receive what the minister is saying. I then undertake it to keep them updated. But also in the next 2 to 3 months, we bring a comprehensive report of the entire sinkholes that we have in Region 4. And then as a council, we take it from there. So that is my proposal in response to the motion, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alderman Tennyson.
Thank you, Speaker. Executive Mayor, thank you for your input. It is appreciated. And I would also just want to make a small response to that, but also directly after that, I request a 10-minute caucus just with my caucus to see if we can find some way forward. My response is, I've looked at the Disaster Management Act. I've also looked at our own disaster management policy. And in essence, it says that, first of all, the Municipal Disaster Management Center must evaluate the severity of the disaster. Then it says the council must approve the need for the classification of the affected area as a disaster zone. Now, because it's not only one sinkhole, we're talking of 63 sinkholes, it's actually an entire area that it's similar to what's happened in KZN, for instance, where they've had extensive flooding. Whole areas were damaged through the flooding. This is a different type of natural disaster. Then after the area has been declared as a disaster zone, obviously one can also then apply for funding from province and national. And this is all happening concurrently. So what the Executive Mayor said, we understand that. I think it's we can find a way forward in this regard, because the essence of the whole matter is, and the urgency of the whole matter is acknowledged by everybody sitting in this chamber. And it's so important for us to not waste any time, because as we all know, it could result in a very serious disaster that this city cannot afford. Obviously, also it will take hundreds of millions of rand to, first of all, replace the infrastructure, but at the same time to fix these sinkholes. So it's not going to be a matter of things that's happening overnight. I appreciate the fact that Mako is taking this matter seriously. And that being said, Speaker, I request a quick 10-minute caucus just with my caucus and Councillor Jacobs specifically, so that we can find a nice way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes is granted.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have exceeded the 10 minutes. Thank you, councillors. Okay. Thank you very much. Please, councillors, take your seats. We are proceeding. It's only 2 items. Take your seats, councillors. Can I get a feedback from the FF Plus, please? No, we are not having it. No. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Can I have a feedback from the FF Plus, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we had very successful discussions amongst ourselves, and we followed that up with a discussion with the executive.
Sorry, councillors. Thank you.
We then followed up with discussions with the executive mayor and members of the MAICO, and we resolved that, first of all, Council take note of the motion that was tabled by Councillor Jacobs, that in principle, on face value, we agree that the process to declare it as a disaster area must proceed as soon as possible, and that engagements with the department and COCTA and all the relevant stakeholders continue, and that once the reports are available on the situation of all 63 or the 63 sinkholes, it will be tabled in order then to table the motion at a later stage with all those information available to Council to take a proper decision to declare it as a disaster area. Once all of that has been done, I think that sums it up. I see the EMS maybe got some additions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the caucus leader of the F+. I do want to confirm that obviously, as we had said, in terms of the motion itself, we noted the context, we note the motivation for the motion, we note the petition that Councillor Jacob is using to motivate for this. We are on the same page, Speaker. The issue of 63 sinkholes is a disaster in terms of us laymen. That's our term. It's a disaster that you have so many sinkholes in one region in the city. But what we are saying is that this issue has been neglected for too long. Now it's time for us to be decisive in how we deal with it. So we, as Alderman Tennyson is saying, we are agreeing that the process that will lead to the declaration of these sinkholes, this problem being a disaster, must commence as soon as possible. In the short term, the conversations that have been opened with the Rand Water, with ESCOM, with COCTA Province, COCTA National, they must continue. And when they happen, we will keep Councillor Jacobs updated about these developments and what is going to happen, including the other oversight visits that will happen. Because, for instance, Province is coming back next week to view more of these. So this is something that's getting attention. Mid to long term, which is not that far, is that we need to come to Council with a comprehensive report with all the 63 sinkholes, where we will give the state of this problem, including the costing, including the other factors that we may not be talking about, because Council has never received a report on this issue. So we are saying as soon as possible. I did not confer with the accounting officer what with that soon as possible, because he will have to assess the information that is already there and see how long it's going to take to complete this report. But I just want to confirm, Speaker, there is a commitment from the side of the Mayoral Committee to work with Councillor Jacobs to work on a process that will get us to resolve the issue of the sinkholes in Region 4. So I don't think they should be worried about the issue of agency. Already we are working on this. It's just a matter of us to put our heads together so that when we do this work, it's going to lead us to getting the correct support, because we have followed the correct processes. So I just wanted to emphasize that, Speaker, that we are not ignoring the motion. We're just saying there is another alternative in which we can still arrive at the same results that are desired by the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Executive Mayor. Then that gives us to move to another motion, which was raised, motion 7. A revitalization and development of the abandoned Pretoria Showground. The following motion was received from Alderman UG Tennessee, seconded by Councillor PWW Mayor. Honorable councillors, just Honorable councillors, this motion complies with the provision of Section 18 of Rules and Orders, and I therefore table this motion for consideration. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? So we all agree on it. We don't oppose. If nobody is opposing the motion, it must be adopted without further debate. Leader of the Executive.
Thank you, Speaker. We have engaged when we're engaging on the first motion that you tabled, that we will request the writers of the motion to refer this motion to the Executive Mayor to look at the proposals that are contained. These are genuine proposals, and there's already work done by Council on public participation, on the long-term lease. What remains in that property called Showground was to avail it to the public to take it up for mixed development. And the proposals that were made are very valid in terms of ensuring that there's revenue in the interest of the public, in the interest of Council, how we can then bring in Council to participate actively on the rise of Showground. Therefore, we're in agreement with those contents. But what we're requesting is that it should be directed to EM to deal with how parts of the requests that are contained can be implemented. An update report will be brought to Council so that VF Plus can know what is the work done and how can we factor in some of the proposals that they've presented in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then that means the motion is referred to the Executive Mayor to look at it. Let's move then with our item J, petition. Honorable councillors, any petition? I understand people always, okay, any petition? Please bring them forward. Yes, Councillor. Can you press? Can you press? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. According to the rules and orders, I hereby submit a petition for further review. Sorry? The petition name, only the petition name is electricity outages in Ward 55.
Honourable Speaker, this petition is about the opening of Hillcrest Swimming Pool in Region 3.
Thank you. The next one. Let's start with you, Councillor Marx.
Honourable Speaker, this petition is for illegal building in Ward 98. Thank you.
Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. This petition is referred to as a declaration of Region 4 as a local state of disaster due to the widespread sinkholes.
Thank you very much, councillors. Honourable councillors, at my discretion in terms of Section 81K of the Rules and Orders, I am submitting to you the following report for consideration. Office of the Speaker report on the completion of the establishment of the City of Tshwane Ward Committees in 107 wards in the City of Tshwane. This report is on page 4 to page 25. Recommendations are on page 10 as recommended. Thank you. Honourable councillors, I thank you for your valuable inputs during this meeting, and the meeting is concluded. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.